Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Prince of Endless Tides by Ben Alderson. Narrated by Sean Grindell. A deal with a god. A deal, the god proposed. For his life, I answered. No, he laughed mockingly, his ancient eyes lapping over split flesh and blood. Not for life, for vengeance. And the price? You. Prologue. 27 years ago. I lurked in the shadows, where no creature could see me. The stone pillars groaned beneath the weight of my tentacles. I wrapped each limb around the ruins of an old city, dragging myself through the murky water towards my destination. The above was painted in the dark jewelled tones of dusk, stars winking into existence across the heavens. I wondered if they could see me lurking in the depths, stalking my prey from the doorway of what was once a building. If the gods still watched from their perches, would they be proud of what I had been or what I was forced to become? Perhaps neither. It had been the water which whispered of a disturbance. I had been miles from this forgotten place when the ripples alerted me to something strange. But whatever I had expected to find was not what waited before me. Death. It was everywhere. In all my hundreds of years, this was something I had never witnessed before. Clouds of blood danced within the ocean's currents, catching drifts which twisted around floating corpses. I could taste the iron tang beneath the kiss of salt across my tongue, and I wasn't the only one. There were so many dead, almost too many to count. Some were still whole, whereas others had already been torn apart by the circling grey sharks, their bellies undoubtedly already full, yet still unable to resist the call of blood. But I knew that the true predator had yet to arrive. Soon the Myrr would catch the scent of all this humanity, and they would flock here. So I would wait, lingering in the shadows, trident aloft in my hand, ready to slay every single one of them. I had seen no shipwreck, no proof that these people should have been this far out in the ocean. The nearest island was miles away, too far for so many to simply swim here. How did so many drown at once? Mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, children. I had to get closer to find clues before the true monsters of the ocean came. I didn't simply crave answers. I starved for them. Stone cracked as my tentacle tightened its grip. I pushed closer to the scene, just as a hammerhead dove in, snatching the blue-grey arm of a man who floated close to me. The shark's swishing tail made my white hair fan out around my shoulders. As I moved forward, the dead were everywhere, hanging lifelessly like puppets on a string. I swam through a cloud of them, cautious to keep myself at a distance. The corpse of a woman passed beside me, chestnut hair waving in front of a paled, freckled face. Her arms lifted as though she waited for someone to embrace her, save her. But I was too late. Only death would hold her now. She belonged to Gorgana now, the goddess of death. They all did. Fitting, I thought, considering this forgotten city I swam through was once a great feasting ground for death, a place which had known tragedy. The ruins of the city had been worn down from years beneath the water. Coral clung to old stone, and seaweed grew amongst mounds of rubble. This place was so old, even I did not remember the name of it. Karakos, god of the oceans, had swallowed this city, raising the water high above it as he drew it into his embrace. The god of the ocean was greedy, so greedy that he had once claimed the sky as his own domain, reaching up and threading his water into the clouds, imbuing the air with his moisture. I knew the stories of how that gluttony led to Karakos' demise. This wasn't the first city Karakos claimed. Many had fallen beneath the tidal waves and vicious currents, until, one day, that all stopped. But these dead before me were not from the old world. Where did you come from? Propelling myself through the ruins of the city, I grew closer to its heart. The further I went, the more dead there seemed to be. I held back, cautious. I didn't want to feel dead skin brush against mine. No matter the dead or the living, I desired nothing to touch me. A pulse rippled outward. The beat of what sounded like a muffled drum. Fish scattered out of their shoals. Eels whipped past me, fleeing in haste. The force of it snatched my hair back from my face, kissing my skin and filling my mouth with the salty taste of magic. A tree stood proudly in the centre of the city, a strange sight to see so far from land, deep in the ocean. But here it was, and here it had always been. Thick green foliage shifted languidly in the water. Dark brown roots dove through sand and stone, piercing Karakos' flesh like thorns. A wall of corpses floated before me. I pushed out a hand, willing the water to clear me a path through them, already cringing at the thought of my skin being touched. Corpses tangled themselves in and around the branches, wide eyes and mottling skin glinting in the glow of the ocean. The glare of moonlight barely reached this far down, but my eyesight allowed me to see everything in keen detail. These bodies were strange. They wore clothes I had never seen before, tight-fitting to their bodies. Some were even weighed down by thick bands of gold and jewels. What surprised me the most was the lack of wounds. Beside the blood from the sharks feasting, these dead were seemingly fine. Their death was by drowning, nothing else. But how? I didn't need to wait longer for what I truly came here for. The sharks broke formation, fins flicking, bodies writhing to get away. Something had spooked them. These kings of the sea only feared one thing. The word formed in bubbles beyond my lips. Myrr. I hid myself amongst the trees' branches. Out across the dark, I searched for the telltale glow of milky eyes, the flash of iridescent tails and sharpened teeth and claws. At my waist, my pale skin shivered where it met the sticky orange flesh of my 8 limbs. Each one twitched with unspent energy. But it was not the Myrr who came, at least not yet. Another shudder passed over the ocean, spreading outwards as though someone or something lingered within the bark of the great tree. I thrust myself away, the need for distance loud as alarm bells. Then I stilled at the impossible sight before me. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement. Just shy of the thick, luscious crown of the canopy was a foot. It was small as the palm of my hand. Then there was a leg, chubby and stout, and it was kicking, moving not because the water shifted it, but because the baby was alive. One moment it had not been there, and the next it demanded my entire attention. All at once my 8 limbs contracted together, propelling me towards the impossible. The infant came into view, small hands grasping out for the tree as though it had enough awareness to latch onto something. It was so small, so innocent, so strange. It had a crown of midnight black hair which danced around its small skull. Wide blue eyes framed with long lashes. A small body barely covered by the white sheet which the ocean slowly unravelled. The baby opened his mouth to wail, inhaling water, filling its tiny little lungs with salt and brine. My power ebbed out of me, wrapping around the water until I commanded them. The currents shifted, drawing the baby towards me. Lips blue, skin growing pale, eyes growing heavy. I once had known death all too well, and I recognized it was only moments from claiming another. It seemed fate wished to toy with me today. My ears twitched, not towards a sound, because the Myrr could not speak. They lost that ability when the curse changed them, stealing away humanity and leaving only twisted, monstrous creatures in its wake. That was the thing about gods. They made heroes, and they made monsters. The Myrr were the worst of them. Their disturbance, like an echo, washed over my conscience. The water warned me of the arrival of the Myrr, their slick and silent forms slicing from their hidden coves and dwellings. I looked between the trident in my hand and the dying baby in the other, and made a choice. There was a simple decision to make, but that didn't stop me from hesitating. I had to save this innocent life. Clutching the baby to my chest, I focused on the above. A halo of light lingered around the moon, casting a circular formation over the surface. I swam, pushing with the force of my 8 tentacles until the water rushed past my ears, leaving the tree and the dead beneath me. As I broke the surface of the ocean, the gills around my neck flattened, allowing for the fresh kiss of nightly wind to bless my lungs. A chill raced over my skin, tickling over my shoulders. I could barely see through the thick, tacky strands of hair plastered over my face. With the child raised above the water, I waited for it to make noise, to prove it still lived. It was so small it rested within my hand, curled into a fetal position, so incredibly motionless. I focused on the faint beat of a heart beneath the press of my fingertips. My magic called out to the water, lingering in the baby's lungs. Holding my fingers above its mouth, I latched onto the unwanted liquid and guided it free. A ball, minute as a pearl, raised beyond its paled mouth, before dissipating into mist at my will. Time drew out. "Live, small one," I urged, brushing the dark hairs from its forehead. My gaze fixed on its chest, waiting for it to move. As though it heard me, it unleashed a bellow so great it had the power to wake the sleeping world. Small lungs now freed of water, I watched the colour slowly seep back into the child's cheeks, flushing them a dawn pink. The sound was a glorious thing. "Hush," I said, unsure what to do with such a little life. "You are safe now." Far off, firelight glinted across the shoreline of Aya. The island was distant, and the weather was calm. Still, even now, I could not fathom how this child, and so many others, had gotten this far out into the ocean. It was a mystery, and one I did not have time to ponder. Far beneath me, the Myrr would be tearing into the bodies, devouring humanity, spreading their poison, creating more monsters for me to face. It was instinctual, the draw to dive down deep and slay each and every one of them. But then I looked back to the baby, all rosy-cheeked with its banshee-like cry, and I knew where my responsibility lay. I did not know how to console a child. It was not one of my skills, not one of my powers bestowed to me the night I faced Karakos and came back with a second chance at life. But there was something I could offer it. Some form of comfort which time could not have made me forgot, no matter if I wished to or not. The song broke out of me as I swam towards the coastline. It was a light melody, one my own mother had once sung to me. From my soul I pulled out the words, which I had not thought about for a very long time. It came to me quickly, as though my mother leaned into my ear now, whispering each note, each lyric. "Hush, little baby. No matter where you stray, across the sea and far away, my love for you persists as strong, a tide which draws you to and from. I will find you anon, anon." The song calmed the child, enough for its screams to simmer to a small whimper. Then it closed its all-seeing blue eyes and slept. I did not know how long I swam for, not until I heard water lapping against wood, followed by the humming of a deep baritone voice in the distance. I looked out from the sleeping child, scared the moment I took my eyes off it would die. Gorgana would have had her hunger quenched tonight. I would not allow another life to be handed over to death. A small boat bobbed upon the ocean's surface, the fisherman throwing his netting out into the shallow water. I could not see his face, nor could I tell if he was a good enough man to be worthy of a child. Whatever fate awaited this baby with him would be realms better than what I could have offered. In the unforgiving ocean, there were only monsters and mayhem. The below was not a place for a child, not a place for a human. "You were but a child when you first came to me," a far-off voice sounded deep in my core. "Did I not save you?" I ignored it, refusing to acknowledge the god this time. His allure was commanding, but so was the need to get this child out of the cold water. Doing so was answer enough to the taunting god of the ocean, Karakos, who always lingered close to my conscience. I encased the child's small sleeping body in my power and guided it towards the boat. I waited, with only my eyes lifted above the surface of the water, as the fisherman felt the knock of flesh against the side of his vessel. There was a feral part of me which twisted into knots as he leaned over the edge, peering at what it could have possibly been. That feeling only built as the fisherman reached in, lifted the baby from the water, and cradled it to his chest. It didn't take long for the fisherman to leave. I supposed his bounty did not matter, not when he found an infant in the water instead of fish. Not able to relinquish responsibility, I stalked his boat for a while, until he reached the stone jetty, moored his vessel, and raced towards the kingdom of Ire with the child clutched in his arms. I could have followed, if I so wished. I didn't. There was something I had to finish, even if my mind was stuck on the mysterious child and the future I had just handed him into. Water sloshed around me as I turned towards the below. I couldn't see the drowned city from here, but if I reached out into the water, it told me the Myrr still ravaged their meals. Pushing the child to the back of my mind, I focused on my task at hand. I had to focus, to complete the deal I had agreed to all those years ago, the one etched across my torso in swirling ink in the face of a monster, the face of a god, the face of Karakos. My tentacles contracted beneath me, serpentine limbs spinning into a vortex of rubbery flesh. Trident in one hand, the power tracing over my skin, I unleashed a warning cry. It sang of both the promise of vengeance and the hope of my freedom. Part 1. Day 0. Chapter 1. Ernest. "Do I please you, my prince?" Hadion's question echoed around us, bouncing off the rock walls of the cave. I withdrew his length from my mouth with a pop, gazing up the mounds of muscular stomach to his face. Was it my groan which gave me away? "You certainly do." My tongue traced my lower lip as I flashed him the wickedest of smiles, although I think the question is, do I please you? Hadion glared down at me as though I was a plate of his favourite food, and he was a starved man. It was an expression I had grown accustomed to. He had been my personal servant for almost a year, so he was rather familiar with taking commands from me. All 6 feet of muscle, sun-kissed skin, brunette hair, and a smile which had the power to undo me. But when we found time alone, it was me who got on my knees, bowing to every one of his whims and wishes. Literally. "Yes, Ernest," Hadion replied, eyes narrowing to intensify his sultry desires. "You do. However, you would please me more if you put my cock back in your mouth and did that thing I like with your tongue." I rocked backwards, clearing the spit away from the corners of my mouth with the swipe of a thumb. "As it is my birthday, I'd like to propose a request. But the tongue thing you do can wait," I interrupted with a smile. That was the thing about me. I could make Hadion think I did everything and anything to please him, but in reality it was me who still held the control. Deep down, Hadion knew that too. That was why he liked me. "Ernest of Ire." He snatched my face with his large hands, kissed me greedily, and then let go of me. You know I am powerless to refuse you. Ask it, anything, and it will be yours." When I was with Hadion, I spoke plainly. There wasn't a need to overthink my words or carefully put together what I wished to say in a way that would not upset or offend. No, with him, I spoke from the core. And right now, my core wanted something with a passion. "I'd prefer if both our mouths were occupied," I said. His brow peaked. "I'm all open to requests." I slithered up his torso, the sand indenting beneath my knees. Sand was fucking everywhere. In my hair, between my toes, and in places it really shouldn't be. Whoever it was that glorified sex on the beach was incredibly misinformed. Let me think. I crawled my fingers over his chest like a fiddler crab. Of course, I knew my answer, but drawing it out only added to the excitement. "I have a few suggestions. Patience." I placed a finger over his lips, silencing him. Hadion took it into his mouth, biting down until my skin ached. I recoiled back, noticing the pinched red skin. Before the moment was ruined, Hadion spoke. "Answer my question, my love." Gods, the way he said "my" really puts an emphasis on the word. Not that I minded. It was nice to be desired, naturally. With Hadion, this was all real. He wanted me for me, not what I could offer him. As he waited for my answer, I continued my up-and-down rhythm with my fist around his cock. It was thick, but my fingers still met all the way around it. The length was perfect, smaller than mine, but when I sat on it, the size didn't matter. Pleasure was an entirely unique language, and one I wished to master entirely. If this is the one birthday gift you give me, I want to make sure I ask for the right thing. Otherwise, I may spend the next year regretting my answers. Hadion threw his head back, the veins in his neck bulging as lines of pleasure etched themselves into his forehead. "Fuck, Ernest. I don't know what's better, your hand or that pretty little mouth of yours. Keep going like that and I'll finish before you tell me what you want from me." I smiled, a winning grin which only highlighted my internal pride. "Eat my ass," I said so matter-of-factly it even caught Hadion by surprise. Now, Ernest." He balanced himself on his elbows, his mouth watering at my request. "Where are your manners?" "Please," I drawled, pouting with an extended lower lip. "Hadion, my humble and most adoring servant, please do me the honours and eat my ass. Much, much better." Hadion and I had grown comfortable within our little cove. It was hidden by a rock formation, shadowed by my kingdom, which stretched far above us. From here, the castle built upon the cliff looked endless. It stretched far into the blue skies, piercing the heavens beyond it. One tower was so tall that if you walked up to its top, it made you lightheaded, which was exactly the feeling I had now, as Hadion tugged me up to him. I paused long enough to trace my tongue around his nipple, whilst his fingers dug into my scalp. Hadion's anticipation was palpable. I could practically taste it. His pre-cum was lathered across my tongue already. Hadion extended his tongue to me, beckoning me to suck on it next. I knew that look he gave me, all wide-eyed and expectant. It was the type of look someone gave a cool drink on a warm day, all panting and desperate. Hadion's guttural moans and my light purrs echoed across the towering wall of rock at our backs. His touch was firm, but he was always careful not to leave marks. I wasn't so careful. My nails tore into his flesh, scoring him with my touch. No one would ask a servant why their skin was marred by some feral cat. Whereas for me, the prince, if anyone found anything untoward, it would be their damnation. And with Hadion, I couldn't afford to lose him. He was the only real thing in my life, something I held close to my chest and coveted greatly, which was exactly why I'd stolen him away to this very cave, because nowhere else was safe for us both to exist. Outside the cave's mouth, the ocean's surface was so still it could have been made of glass. Occasionally, winged fish would jump out of it, disturbing the surface in endless ripples. Then it would settle once again. Far off in the distance, the shapes of small fishing vessels bobbed, nets cast out and lines waiting patiently for something to snap on bait. They were far enough away that they wouldn't recognize me. Most importantly, they couldn't see me position myself on Hadion's face. Our only witness was Karakos, the god of the oceans. Maybe the first time we stole away down here, escaping from the castle along the narrow, naturally carved steps into the rock face, I might have worried that he judged me. Now, all those months later, I was sure my bare ass hardly made the god blink. If gods blinked, that was. Hadion shifted my body, his body barely straining to move me. He spun me around, moving me into the position he wanted. Whereas I face his cock, I can feel his cool breath between my spread ass. Gods know I loved this position. It kept both our mouths occupied. It was fair and balanced. No one was left without pleasure. Hadion ate my ass like it was a piece of fruit. A peach dripping with juice, so delicious he couldn't help but devour his fill. And to stop myself from moaning on an endless loop, I bent over and returned his cock into my mouth. I took it all in, every inch, until his head pressed into the back of my throat, making me gag. He growled in response, his tongue lapping my centre, his teeth nipping and grazing skin. Every now and then he would slip a finger or two in, stretching me, preparing me. The last time we'd visited our little haven, it had been my turn to bend Hadion over the table of rock and fuck him. Although it was a rare occasion, there was something thrilling about him submitting to my control. But today of all days, I longed for him to have that power. If there was one thing that could rid the tension lingering in every muscle of my body, it was the press of his length against the soft spot deep within me. Just as I readied myself for the initial burn of his entrance, Hadion pushed me off him. I landed carelessly into the sand, the wind knocked out of my lungs and the lust out of my groin. What in Karakos' name was that for? "Get up," Hadion hissed, gathering my clothes and throwing them at me. "Quickly." I caught my belongings, blinded half by sand and half by my disappointment. "What's gotten into you, Had?" Hadion rushed to dress himself, his eyes fixed on something outside of the cave's entrance. Whatever he saw panicked him enough to become rough with me. I followed his line of sight and saw what had caused his urgency. A ship. It was an impressively large vessel, made from red polished wood and golden painted trim. The gargantuan sails were retracted, helping the large vessel slow its movement to a steady crawl. Across the cream material was the symbol of our kingdom, the golden conch shell. My fingers lifted and pressed to the base of my throat, covering the very same marking. Scarred, pale skin had marred my throat for as long as I'd remembered. The strange mark was the muse for my father's emblem, because when I sang, it glowed the same hue of gold stitched into the ship's sail. "I thought everyone was accounted for," I said, lifting a hand over my brow. "They must just be late arrivals," Hadion replied, tugging a leg of his trousers on before the other. It was almost comical, watching him hop around with my spittle all down his chin and chest. Sunlight reflected off a spyglass from the top of the bird's nest. I slunk back into the shadowed mouth of the cave, feeling the press of Hadion's half-dressed body from behind. His arms wrapped around me, his chin resting on my shoulder, his grip vice-like. "It isn't late, Had. Look." I narrowed my eyes on the back of the boat, pointing out something troublesome. Hadion must have noticed it too. I felt his heart skip through his chest. "Is that—" My heart hammered in my throat, a chill of dread coursing down my neck. Yes, the Myrr. Spears impelled the vessel's stern. They coated the wooden frame like the spikes protruding from the back of a porcupine. I held my tongue, watching as the ship crept closer into view. Although I couldn't see the port, I could imagine the sudden explosion of action across the long stone jetty. "This isn't good," Hadion said. "It's lucky the ship has even made it back. The Myrr grow more brazen with every passing year." I couldn't take my eyes off the ship as it passed. When I asked Father last night if all the ships were accounted for, he said they were. Because if he accepted that one ship hadn't returned, he'd be accepting responsibility. Hadion hated my father, and always had. I often thought it was because of the way my father treated me, or the power he held over me. But something told me Hadion's hatred was deeper.
One of the stable hands said their uncle went out fishing and never came home.
His boat was found offshore, torn to shreds. Your father blamed it on sharks, but no sharks have nails which gouge through wood. Please. I turned my back on the ocean, on the ship. Staring at it wouldn't change anything. I don't want to think about it. Not today. I'd heard the same story Hadion was sharing. Myrr attacks were growing more frequent. It was true, but putting the blame on my father was the same as resting that burden on my shoulders. We were one and the same, after all. Hadion swallowed hard, eyeing me with some trepidation. It wasn't often he looked at me with anything but desire. Now a flash of something far more feral passed behind his eyes.
Tyrion must do something, he added as he finished dressing, or these attacks will persist. It's a disease, a disaster waiting to happen. Unless your father submits to the old ways, the Myrr will continue their pursuit to spread their curse.
The old ways. A term to describe a time when blood was spilled into the ocean to appease the god who ruled it, and keep his Myrr at bay. I didn't know you were so in tune with old customs, I snapped, feeling as though I was seeing Hadion in a new light. The acolytes of Gorgana were a small group, but that didn't take away from their formidability. There was a temple on one of Ayr's neighbouring islands, although it seemed their sway had begun to spread like poison across other islands over the years. Next thing I know, it will be you who'll be walking around dressed in red robes, demanding blood for the sea. He stepped in close to me, gaze cold.
Someone has to make the change.
Where I had hoped he'd tell me I was being ridiculous for even suggesting such a thing, he didn't. I didn't know what worried me more, the look he continued to scrutinize me with, or the lack of rebuke to my suggestion. Hadion, this is ridiculous. There hasn't been a blood debt to Karakos in hundreds of years. Why would he be displeased now? I hardly think a lack of spilling blood in the water has anything to do with the Myrr's attacks.
Then what does?
Hadion's shout echoed around us, burning my skin with its scorching heat.
It is all right for you, Ernest. You can stay away from the water. Hide in your little tower and watch the world get washed away. But for the rest of us, we stop venturing out and the food supply stops. My mother is out on her boat before dawn every day. She goes out, and every fucking time I expect her never to return. Not all of us have the luxury of staying away from the sea. I reached out for him, only to be smacked away. Hadion, I'm sorry. You don't understand.
He gazed at the castle above us, frown deepening to a scowl.
None of you do.
My head ached at the mention of my father, and at the mention of such a disgusting tradition. It isn't as simple as that.
Oh, I am sure. Choosing a sacrifice for Karakos is not exactly as simple as picking out what coloured jacket to wear for tonight's festivities. Let's not kid one another, Ernest. We both know your father hasn't got the slightest issue with choosing who is to be thrown into Karakos' domain.
Then trust what must be done will be.
When?
Hadion snapped, eyes flaring wider.
You know the old stories. You understand what Karakos is capable of. He swallows cities, kingdoms.
The atmosphere shifted so suddenly, it was as if the world rocked.
Which begs the question, is that what your father desires?
I was far too stunned to speak.
That's treason, Hadion. Careful. There's a price we must pay for all of us not to be turned into monsters.
He snatched my wrist, tugging me in close. His grip hurt, grinding the bones of my wrist together. I'd never seen him so panicked, so furious.
What is a little blood if it means saving thousands? One sacrifice, and it may stop us from being swept into the ocean, only to be bitten and changed by the waiting Myrr.
Bitten and changed? I tried to pull away, but his grip only tightened. Who are we to determine whose life is worthy or not?
Not we. You. You and your father.
Part of me longed to reach out and hold Hadion, to beg for him to see reason. But there was another part of me, the long-suppressed feral part that wanted to lash out with claws for even insinuating such a thing. "My father would never doom us," I replied, snatching my wrist from Hadion and balling my hands into fists at my side. "He loves his subjects." "He loves what his subjects provide him," Hadion replied, lips turning into a sneer of disgust. His gaze lingered over my shoulder, out across the oceans to the specks of islands our naked eye could not see. "But what about them? There's talk, you know. People are whispering about your father's desire to use Karakos' wrath to wash away everything in this world, until he's the only one left to rule." "No one has the power to manipulate a god," I said, laughing at the ridiculous notion, even though there was nothing funny about this. That was how I coped, laughing when others cried, giggling in moments when I should be somber. "No one," Hadion said, leaning in, "but you." The slap came out of nowhere. One moment I was still, the next my hand was raised, my palm stinging with the force of my blow. Hadion's head snapped to the side, his hand coming up to cover his cheek. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," I began, but it was too late. What was done was done. I waited for Hadion to move. Breath lodged in my throat. He straightened slowly, lowering his hand back to his side so I could see the perfectly etched mark of my handprint on his face. Tears welled in his eyes, as they did in mine. "I should get back to the castle." His voice was rigid, every word poised and careful. "There's still plenty to do before your big night." He made a move to walk past me. My fingers barely grazed his arm before he jerked away. "Don't," he growled. My heart stammered, shuddered, and a single fissure cracked over it. "Hadion, don't leave me. Not like this." "No," he snapped, finally letting his tears loose. "I shouldn't have said anything." What I longed to say was, "Yes, you shouldn't have," but saying that wouldn't have helped in the moment. Hadion walked away from me, leaving me in the belly of the shadows in nothing but the skin I was born in, my clothes fallen at my feet. I scrambled for something to say, something to do which would make him stop walking away. Desperation was a sin. That was one of my father's many lessons. I suppose this was simply another sin to add to my ever-growing list, alongside lying. "I'll tell him," I shouted, voice echoing against the stone walls. "I'll tell my father about you." Hadion stopped dead in his tracks, but still kept his back to me. "After tonight," I panted, breathless although I hadn't moved an inch from where I stood, "I'll tell him everything. No more lies and secrets. No more hiding away here and stealing moments. We'll be open about us, for the whole court to see." He glanced over his shoulder, face void of any emotion. "And what if he doesn't approve?" It was a test, one I'd been waiting for. I gathered my courage, taking in a deep breath as Hadion settled his all-seeing eyes upon me once again. His cheek still bore the print of my hand, but he couldn't see the mark he had left upon me. "No one but you." Hadion was right, though. Perhaps I did have the power to manipulate a god. I could open my mouth now and unleash my voice, not the one I spoke to Hadion with, but the inner one, the beast lurking in the pit of my throat, which held the power to make anyone do anything I desired. He waited patiently for my answer, although he likely saw it gleam in my eyes before I spoke it aloud. "Then I will make him," I said. Hadion smiled slowly, his chin tipping forward until he looked at me through his lashes. It was a smile I'd seen before on another's face. My father, when he first discovered what I could do, what I could offer him. "I love you, Ernest," Hadion said, grin only widening by the second. I opened my mouth to reply, but the words got lodged in my throat. Shame, because Hadion didn't stick around long enough for me to force them out. Chapter 2. Ernest. Cool winds billowed in through the balcony, snatching at the sheer curtains until they danced like twin ghosts beside the open doors. The view beyond looked out across the oceans. The summer heat was suffocating, working under my skin and settled there like a parasite. There was nothing to see but sea and sky, both elements blending seamlessly together far off in the distance. I knew the below was a dangerous place, yet it looked so beautiful. Sunlight skipped over the calm surface of the water, causing the ocean to glisten as though it were made entirely from diamonds. Was that what lured people in, drawing them from the safety of land into the clutches of the monsters who lurked beneath? The salt tang of air tickled my nose, and the soft ocean spray kissed my cheeks.
"Are you pleased with the colours, my son?"
My father's booming voice drew my attention back to the mirror before me.
"I picked them out myself. You shall stand out tonight, my very own star amongst a sea of unimportance."
"Yes, father," I replied, because it was easier to keep conversation short than encourage him. "I do." I hated my reflection. It was the painful reminder of my mother, the woman I had killed. For as long as I could remember, my father had reminded me of how painful I was to look at. From my thick, black hair, now speckled with strands of silver at my temple, to the blue of my eyes, I was my mother's son. Although I didn't remember her, not even in a faint memory, my father did, and by the gods, he reminded me every chance he could get. Sometimes he would take my face in his hands with eyes full of tears. Those times were rare. Mostly he refused to look at me, keeping his dark eyes everywhere but me for days on end. Unlike Hadion never turned his gaze away. To him, I was the least painful thing in the world. He made me feel seen, more so than I ever had before, which was why Hadion never left my thoughts. His words haunted me, replaying in my skull, his winning smile etched into the dark behind my eyes. If I contemplated the way he looked at me for too long, I feared I would forget myself. The needle pricked through my trousers, stabbing into my thigh with ease. The pain was the perfect distraction, but I didn't dare cry out. I dug my teeth harder into my lower lip, swallowing back the gasp, because pain was weakness, and my father watched on from behind, waiting for an excuse to berate me. "I'm sorry, my prince," the seamstress spluttered, her hands shaking violently. It was no wonder she had pricked me. Between the proximity of the king, my father's all-seeing gaze, and the fact her colleague had been killed only yesterday for less than pricking me, she was scared for her life. Why? Because when my father's men had asked her colleague to make me an outfit for my birthday, she refused on the basis of being too busy. It was a valid response, what with the city overspilling with visitors from neighbouring islands, but it wasn't good enough for my father. No one refused the king, not even me. So he'd had the seamstress killed, leaving this poor woman to come in her place to do the job, knowing what would happen to her if she so much as spoke at the wrong moment. "Careful," I said, gently brushing my hand over the seamstress's knuckles. She flinched away from me. Not wanting to make her feel uncomfortable, I focused back on my reflection. We wouldn't want to ruin such a beautiful outfit with blood, would we? I hated how the seamstress regarded me, her green eyes wide with fear, which concealed another emotion. Love. Not real love. Fake and forced, conjured once a year in a spell of my own making. A wave of sickness roiled in my stomach. I clutched it, massaging the cramping. Hours separated this moment from tonight's festivities, and every year my guilt grew harsher than the year before. "It won't happen again, Your Highness," she said, quickly regaining her composure as the needle threaded back into the seam, weaving gold thread against the crisp white material. "It's no bother. Those fingers of yours are practically magic, and my name is Ernest. Please use it. Makes sense since we are spending the next few hours together. May I ask what I can call you?" Father huffed just out of view. "Aliana." She swallowed hard, gulping down a sob as she pulled at the golden ribbon and continued stitching it down the outer leg of my trousers. "Well, Aliana," I said, practically feeling my father cut daggers into the back of my head with his eyes. "You're doing a fantastic job. As the king said, it looks handsome. You're extremely talented."
"Aliana has work to finish,"
the deep voice resounded at our backs. Aliana stiffened, fingers shaking violently as she attempted to regain her hold on the needle. Head bowed, she got back to work. My attention flickered to where my father sat. He was barely in the reflection, but I saw enough. My father, Tyrion, the king, sat up straight in his chair, lips glistening with the pulp of the grape he had just finished dismembering with his teeth. His handmaiden was waiting, silver tray held aloft, overspilling with freshly picked vines, sliced oranges, and thinly sliced meats. He was a meticulous man in every aspect of the word, from his straight-backed posture, sculptured beard, and perfectly laid auburn hair. He was handsome and kind-faced, with eyes as dark as shadows, but it was a mask, and he hid the truth behind it. He was a serpent in sheepskin.
"Are you ready to tell me where it was you scuttled off to this morning?"
His question sliced through me, deep to the bone. He slowly lifted his gaze from the skinless grape to me. "Swimming, father," I lied. He studied me, scrutinizing everything about me. I practically felt the pop of the grape as he put it between his teeth and bit down.
"Is that so? Next time inform me of your movements. I don't like it when you're out of my sight."
"I know, father. I'm sorry." I spoke with the same trepidation Aliana had with me. "It won't happen again." Even I hated the way I sounded as I spoke to him. He reduced me to a child, meek-voiced and pathetic. I wondered if this was why I turned into such a demanding monster out of his earshot. 27 years old, and my father still made me feel like an infant.
"Of course it won't happen again,"
Tyrion said, dismissing the conversation with a hand.
"Now, I forbid any more speaking. Rest your voice. Save it for this evening."
My lips practically sealed shut, melding together and refusing to part. I nodded, lifting a finger to my throat, to the magic lingering within it.
"Good boy," he cooed,
focusing on the next grape he would devour. "Good, good boy." A shiver passed over my skin at his praise. It was not something he gave out often, and Karakos knew I thirsted for it, starved for it, would do anything for it, even if that meant using my God's given gift to give him everything he ever wanted. My body ached after hours of standing before the mirror. I did what was asked of me, lifting my arms up whilst cream material was draped over my shoulders, cut, pinned, threaded together until some semblance of an outfit began to form.
"I wish for Ernest's throat to be uncovered," my father said, walking around me as a wolf would stalk its prey. "Many people have journeyed around the land to hear my son tonight, but part of the miracle is seeing him too."
I could hear them now. The sound of a bustling crowd being herded like cattle through the gates of our city. Dread coiled in my chest, squeezing my lungs until I couldn't breathe. "Yes, my king," the seamstress replied, eyes trained to the floor. My father's cold fingers brushed over my neck, tugging at the high collar of the newly crafted jacket. He folded back each flap of material until my skin was on display. More importantly, the smudge of the pale birthmark nestled just above my clavicle. It was the hearty knock at the door which drew his attention from me. As his fingers dropped and he looked away, I found that I could breathe again.
"Come in."
Hadion entered, his eyes fixed to his boots. It took everything in my power not to look at Hadion, but I couldn't help but risk a glance in the mirror's reflection. When I did, I found his eyes were on me.
"Apologies for the intrusion, sire." "Spit it out."
"It is regarding the ship which arrived late to harbour." Hadion spoke to my father with the authority of nobility, not a servant. "The captain would like to discuss the issue which occurred during their voyage this morning." I carefully studied my father's reaction. After Hadion's accusations, I could not help but contemplate if what he said was true. Did my father wish to use Karakos' wrath against the neighbouring islands? Surely not. The god had become all but a myth, as all the gods had. Nothing more than names written on parchment. Stories told to children to keep them behaving.
Call it for what it is, boy. A Myrr attack. There's no point in pretending otherwise.
Aliana stilled as though she was listening in, her mind locked on the conversation and not the threading she was midway through.
Reports have come in that there have been sightings close to the shore.
Hadion bowed his head, not out of respect, but to hide the pure hatred that creased over his brow. Maybe I should have said something, but it seemed words failed me.
When?
Tarion snapped.
All but an hour ago, my king.
A few more words were exchanged, mainly my father berating Hadion, who continued to hold on to respectable silence. Then they left, the man who had my heart, and the man who gave it to me. The silence which followed was thick with tension. That was the thing about my father's presence. You felt it when you entered the room, but it was in the aftershock when he vacated it that truly left its mark. Aliana returned to her task. Scissors snipped near my throat, cutting through the collar of my jacket just as my father had requested. There was no more conversation to be had. Her movements slowed at the light pulse just beneath the skin of my clavicle. Of course, her awe couldn't be helped. Magic was rare, gifted by a god, although which god gave me mine was still up for debate. Most of all, magic was dangerous, something to be desired by those who beheld it, and feared by those who faced it. In Aliana's moment of transfixion, she caught her palm on the scissors edge, splitting her skin. Metal clattered against the stone-slabbed floor as she dropped the scissors and stumbled back, pain twisting the beauty of her features into an unrecognizable mask. "Fuck!" she gasped. It was refreshing to hear her swear, as though I finally saw the truth of her, the one my father's presence buried. "Here, let me help you," I said, stepping down from the podium. "I'm fine, my prince," she said, but the single tear which escaped her eye suggested otherwise. It was not one of sadness, but frustration. "It is best I don't get any blood on your outfit, or... please." I kept my voice calm as I spoke. A pulse of light reflected off her features, shining from the conch of power imbued beneath my skin. "I don't wish to hurt you, only help." Her features relaxed, her hand dropping to her side as though she forgot about her wound, which wasn't how my power worked. Well, unless that was my desired goal, my explicit intent. This time I simply needed her to calm down, so I wove that intention into my voice, persuading Aliana's subconscious to heed it. Anyway, if my father heard her or returned to see this, I highly doubted a cut palm would have been what she was worried about. Aliana relaxed. She did it because she had no choice. "May I?" I asked, no longer poisoning my words with my persuasion. "I'm no healer, but I can at least tidy you up before you find one. If we're quick, I can have you on your way before he returns." "But your outfit isn't finished." Her sea-glass green eyes widened as though I'd said something funny. "Nor do I have enough coin for a healer." I didn't need to ask if my father was paying her for tonight's outfit. It was an honor to be chosen for such a task, one which she couldn't refuse. No one refused us, as her colleague had discovered. "Then I'll have to see what I can do about the outfit," I said, eyes scanning the room. "Now please, you have done much for me. Allow me to repay the favor." There was a reading chair situated beside the balcony. Beside it was a table covered in books. I gestured for her to sit, which she did with little hesitation. From the awkward posture of her back, I could tell she was not used to sitting on something so plush. Comfort was a luxury, and not one everyone could afford. Blood smudged over her apron, staining the light blue into a rusty brown. "If I get any on you, never mind that," I said, searching the room for something useful. The silver tray waited where my father had sat. His chalice of spirits was untouched and mostly full. I picked up the goblet and a cushion. "Here, bite down on this. It might sting, but at least the cut will be clean." She did as I asked, taking the cushion I offered and stuffing it between her teeth. I doused her wound with the alcohol and she hissed, eyes flaring wide as the blood was washed away. If reading minds was my power, I may have heard her screech a string of profanities. The cut was superficial, nothing that wouldn't heal in time, but it might put her out of commission and affect her livelihood. Once we bandage this up, I'll fetch you some coin to cover any missed work. But your outfit... Poppy red hair fell over her face, shielding her eyes, which widened with disbelief. Looks fantastic. Between me and you, I'm rather familiar with the needle and thread myself. I can finish off the collar before my father returns. I'll tell him I dismissed you. She paused, looking at me properly for the first time. When she spoke, I did not expect those 5 words to come out of her mouth. You are different than him. A compliment should have made my insides warm, when in truth it only inspired dread. I'm told I took after my mother. Even though I had no memory of her, talking about her was still a painful ordeal. I'll let you in on a little secret. When my mother grew up, she used to mend fishing nets for a living. When I was old enough, I took up a needle and thread just to feel like I was respecting her memory. It brought me closer to her. Fishing nets and collars are very different, Ernest. Aliana offered me a smile as she pressed a clump of fabric cuttings against her wound. I continued to wrap more cut-offs around it like a bandage. Perhaps in another time, another life, I would have been friends with this woman. She was around my age, late 20s, give or take. If I didn't have my magic, maybe we would have been in the same school together, learned the same skills, maybe even kissed the same boys. But alas, we were worlds apart, all because of what lingered within my throat. "What's your greatest wish?" I asked, wanting nothing more than to stop the way she was staring at me like I was some great oddity. It was such a peculiar question that it did exactly what I required. Aliana looked up at me, fair brows raised in confusion. "Pardon me? I don't understand." I finished wrapping the material around her hand, staunching the bleeding. "It's a simple question. If you could have one wish, what would it be? Money? Power? Beauty? Knowledge?" Aliana pondered it for a moment, mulling over my question. "My mother is unwell," she answered finally with confidence. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said, as ideas formed in my mind. "You didn't spread the illness, did you?" Aliana bit out suddenly. "There's no need to apologize." I bowed my head, aware of how the rays of light from the balcony reflected off the woman's hair. It was the same colour as the blood staining the makeshift bandage around her hand. "Can I ask what happened to her?" Aliana paused. For a moment I thought she was going to refuse me. Unlike my father, I wouldn't make her do anything. But when she finally replied, I believed it was because of the small relationship we were slowly building. "It's a rot in her lungs. It fills them with blood until, one day, it will drown her. If I had a wish, it would be that she gets better." Aliana would never have known it, but her answer struck a chord. It was a wish I too once had, before I understood my power to make it happen. My throat tightened as her eyes settled on mine. The familiar tug of an unseen collar pulled at my flesh, a reminder of the rules that bound me. I gazed to the closed door. The thing about my father was that his deep voice carried. If he was close, I would have heard him. It was a risk to do this. I couldn't buy Aliana's trust with coin, but I could with power. "Thank you," I exhaled, squeezing her hand tight. Before she could respond with her confusion to my thanks, my voice silenced the world. Magic unfurled in my throat. A rosebud beneath a ray of golden sun. It opened wide, yawning as though it was some creature kept in a deep slumber. As always, it glowed beneath my skin, reflecting light off Aliana's sharp features. And so I sang. The melody was light, soft. I kept it to a whisper, knowing only Aliana and these 4 walls could hear. It didn't need to be sung in words, but forming my intention into the lyrics only made my magic stronger. Like the knotting of rope, I twisted my intent with my magic, filling every note with what I desired. And what I desired was for Aliana's mother to be well, for the rot to vanish, her lungs to clear. We both didn't hear the door open. My focus was on Aliana and her greatest wish. It wasn't until my name rang out across it all, louder and more demanding than any power I could possess.
Ernest Ire.
King Terrion stood beneath the arched frame as the remnants of my voice faded into the air. This was not my father, but the king, all vicious power, fury and horror. A storm brewed in his eyes. I drew back from Aliana, ready to shield her, but father reached us in a few strides, snatching Aliana's wrist and pulling her from the chair. She dangled from his hand like a puppet on a string. Fear captured her, as it did me. She was far too scared to cry out, and I was far too scared of him to beg him to let her go.
"Do you ever learn?"
Terrion bellowed, the walls quaking from the fury in his voice.
"What will it take for you to understand my rules?"
I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I couldn't move a muscle. Even if father asked me a question, I knew the best thing now was to not speak. It was my voice that got me into this mess. It would not be my voice that got me out of it. I was a man, but beneath my father's glare I felt like I was nothing more than a boy. With his spare hand, my father tangled his fingers in Aliana's red hair, snatching her face until his mouth was inches from her ear. I couldn't hear the words he shared, but I didn't need to. Her eyes flew wide, her mouth parting in a sharp scream, which was stifled by another hard yank of her hair. "I can make her forget," I spat, but he didn't hear me. "You know I can. Let me try. Please." Father moved with the confidence of someone who had made their mind up. I chased him out onto the balcony, grappling at Aliana's apron as though it would stop what was to come.
"No."
"I can do it, Father. Please, let me do it." Cool winds screamed out across the void, snatching my voice away as though it longed to steal it. The once calm water was now a boiling mass of waves which clashed against one another. Someone had angered Karakos, or perhaps the god was simply hungry, ready for my father to feed him. Magic filled my throat like a stone. I took a breath in, prepared to stop him, because I could. The sky howled. The ocean bellowed. "If you do this," I screamed, unable to stop myself. He had broken me down, allowing that feral part of me to slip free. "I will never utter another sound for you." Terrion stopped, my threat sinking in. I was his greatest strength, but also his greatest weakness. I watched his emotions played out in the colour draining from his skin, like ash turning to snow. His grip on Aliana lessened. She released a gasp, riddled with relief, and for the first time, when she stared at me, it wasn't with fear. It was with hope. But that lasted a mere second before father flung her body over the stone balcony. A scream tore from me. Not from my chest or my gut, but from my soul. It was filled with magic, my throat flashing with light as I bellowed out across the ocean. There was no room for thought or contemplation as my magic spilled out of me. It was a creature in its own right.
"You did this,"
my father said, so calmly I was surprised to hear him above my screams and the thrashing ocean. I shot forwards, the balcony wall slamming into my hips. If it was not for my father's sudden grip on my neck, I might have joined Aliana, throwing myself into the abyss of ocean below. I watched the water as it swallowed Aliana whole. It chewed up her body, devouring her, and I witnessed the moment she had crashed beneath, waiting for the ocean to spit her back up. It didn't. "Take it!" I screamed until my throat felt like it was bleeding. "I don't want this! I don't deserve it! Take it from me!"
"If I could, I would,"
Terrion replied, as his fingers clamped tighter around the back of my neck. But I wasn't speaking to him. I spoke to the ocean, to Karakos. Hell, I spoke to Aliana's broken and ocean-battered corpse. What good was a voice that I couldn't use? A voice kept under lock and key. "You killed her for nothing!"
"A lesson. Ernest, you forget yourself,"
my father hissed into my ear, nails pinching my skin. "My forgetful son, you killed my wife, my heart, your mother. You took her from me selfishly. That was for nothing. Or have you forgotten?" No, I hadn't, because at every given moment my father had reminded me of what I had taken from him. Guilt was a familiar friend. I had known the emotion long before I could name it. Tears fell from my eyes, snatched by the winds as my father held me down. There was nothing else to do but look below. Every passing second, I longed to see red hair amongst the dark blue, or a flash of flesh being churned by the water. "I'm sorry," I cried, unsure who my apology was for, Aliana or the man I had just failed. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Tyrion drew me back, hoisting me from the balcony's edge until I skidded across the stone slabs of the floor. Clouds brewed at my father's back like wings. He was ominous as a god as he glowered down at me. "One rule," he said, voice barely audible over the beginning of the storm. "That's all I have. One rule for you to follow in exchange for such a lavish life. One rule for you to abide by, to spend every day surrounded with luxury and comfort." He leaned in so close that I could almost feel the nip of teeth against my ear. "One rule to repent for your sins." "She could have lived," I hissed, refusing to blink as my father released me. "Your mother should have lived," he snapped, treading careful footsteps until he was beside me. "But alas, she did not. You killed her the moment you entered this world. You took her from me. And everything I have done since is for you. One day you'll understand. Now, pick yourself up. We have guests to greet." Hate burned at the back of my throat. "I won't—" "Yes!" he shouted, as the sky was slashed with forks of lightning, thunder echoing a moment later. "Yes, you will. Because you are mine. Because you and that fucking voice belongs to me." There it was again, the collar around my neck tightening. I gazed past my father, losing myself to my thoughts. When I looked across the balcony wall to the boiling view of sea and sky, it wasn't to look for Aliana. It was to search for my way out of this curse. And if I refuse? Father knelt before me, his expression smoothing into one I had not seen for years. It was the face of a man who once sat me on his lap and read me stories. The face of a man who kissed my torn knee when I fell off a donkey. The face of a man who loved me, not for my voice, but for me. My father, the one I had been searching for, the one who died when he no longer saw me as his son, but the key to his future. "Then the first neck I break in honor of Karakos will be your little lover's. Hadion, is it?" The world fell away from me as I stared deep into his knowing eyes. "Did you think I wouldn't find out?" Tyrion said, glowering down at me, the mask of a caring father gone once more. "Did you think you could sneak around, fucking servants, and I would be blind to it? You greedy, pathetic little child. You're playing with toys, and toys can break." I swallowed hard, tasting the sharp bile which crept up my throat. "I take your silence as your understanding, Ernest. People are begging for their king to turn back to the old ways, and I shall. But mark my words, one step outside of my boundaries again, and I will take Hadion from you, and feed the ocean with his blood. Am I clear?" It was hard to speak with my broken heart filling my throat. I could only force out one word. "Yes." He stopped and took in a hulking breath, shoulders relaxing. Then he spoke the two words that had the power to ruin me. "Good boy." Chapter 3. Killian. I remembered the day my mother killed me as though it was yesterday, not hundreds of years before. Her nails had gouged across my scalp as she held me in place, my head over the cliff's edge with nothing but the roiling black waves beneath me. Wind had torn at my skin, snatching my desperate tears and stealing them into the ocean beneath. My baby, she had cooed, red robes flapping around her narrow frame like a flag. Killian, my baby boy. As the crowd of her fellow acolytes stood and watched, my mother took the cold blade, metal splattered with the sea's salt spray of the ocean, and drew it across my neck as a musician would an instrument. The serrated edge bit its teeth through flesh. She plucked my veins like strings. I was conscious long enough to watch as my blood fell like rain, staining the white cliffs crimson with my life, whilst the ocean's tongues lapped at the rock, drinking my blood. It was a painful endeavour, bleeding out, one which scarred more than my flesh. This was the ultimate betrayal. There were no tears from my mother, no broken-hearted screams as I died, no rush of regret. She knew what she was doing, and she did so with confidence. "I will save you from them," my mother had cried, "just as you will save us from damnation." Blood turned against blood, as the tide turned against the shore. That night was no different to this one. A storm raged across the ocean, churning the waves into a mass of vicious mountains, which crashed against one another. Lightning forked through the ominous sky, splitting the dark clouds apart with moments of beautiful light. Instead of being held over the precipice of a cliff's edge, I was nestled in the home I'd built on the very spot where my mother had killed me. It was a humble dwelling, with its lit hearth and incense-heavy air. The glass rattled as the winds battered them from outside, the storm longing for entry into my home. Hundreds of years had passed, and yet her voice was still clear as the day I last heard her. All the old myths portrayed Karakos as an angry god. Even when he was calm, there was danger lurking beneath the depths of his domain. The ocean had the power to offer sustenance to those who needed it, or the power to swallow kingdoms whole. I often wondered what Karakos saw in me, but I knew an answer would always be out of reach. Did the god weigh up my innocence, or lack thereof? Did he regret saving me? In the years since my mother had killed me, the world around me had more than changed. It was barely recognizable. Life had blossomed and waned, spreading like weeds which withered and grew in an endless cycle, and I'd watched it all happen through this very window. The only thing which never changed was the ocean. Even the stars shifted in their seats, some dying whilst others were born anew. The ocean was eternal, but I was ancient. But what displeased Karakos today was not sacrifices of blood. I was the last life given to the ocean. My story had changed the course of Aya's future. No one wished to anger a god who could rise over the world and draw life into his domain. But in the years since Karakos saved me, it seemed the god forgot his promise. Forgot me for another, someone else of more importance. I watched from my perch as the first figure emerged from the rough water. A Myrr. Other sinuous heads popped out of thrashing waves. They all watched as one of their own dragged itself onto the shore. Impossible. This was wrong. I clutched the damp wall for support, unsure what I'd just witnessed, unable to move as the Myrr pulled itself out of the depths. Its unnatural body clawed across sand as scales melted to flesh. Its tail dissipated like smoke caught on the wind, revealing 2 legs beneath. Legs. Human legs. I followed its sights, which I could tell were set on the kingdom of Aya, my ears pricking to catch the sounds of the city which rose over the roar of the waves. How? I asked, breath fogging the window, obscuring the view. Karakos didn't reply. No Myrr had ever walked on land. They were monsters of the deep, creatures made in their creator's image, but twisted in Gorgana's wicked game. What I witnessed should have been impossible. A miracle, some might say, or a nightmare come true. I turned my back on the ocean, on Karakos, on my hopes of freedom. Then, as the storm broke, I heard it, as I had all those years ago, as my body tumbled into the raging water, as Karakos embraced me in its many limbs. Killian, my Killian, my Killian. There was a time I lived to please my saviour, but just as my mother drew that blade over my throat, the woman who bore me into this horrifying world and believed she had the right to take me out of it, Karakos would do the same, in time. In the years I had been alive, I had learned many things. The most important was patience. My trident leaned against the wall. I took it, fingers grasping the cool metal. The power stored within it thrashed against my skin until it bled inside of me. Lightning flashed outside my shack, illuminating the cracks in the door and wooden slats. I kicked the door open, viewing the dark night beyond. "Lead the way," I spoke to the dark, watching the smudge of a figure moving towards the castle in the distance, "and I shall follow." The Myrr walked awkwardly on legs which didn't belong to it. The creature glowed like a beacon, a shimmer of magic oozing from its skin. Whatever power gifted such an ability to the Myrr was strong enough to defy natural laws. Each step looked as though it pained the Myrr, like it was walking on shards of broken glass. If it wasn't for the spell woven around its legs, I had no doubt the Myrr would still be floundering in the water, full of hate and watching the humans from a distance, waiting for some drunk fool to fall in and be devoured, bitten, changed. I might have even killed it if it stayed waterbound. Perhaps I still would, but not before I discovered what brought it here, and, more importantly, how. It was barefoot, its skin a mottled mess of blue, purple and white, its red hair sodden with ocean water. But no one seemed to notice as it passed, even though its clothes were sodden through, and its arms hanging limp beside it. Even though it was dead, a corpse infested by the creatures of the deep. Myrr did not walk. Myrr did not leave the ocean. No one in Ire would be looking for such a thing. And yet I had watched it crawl out of the below. I made my mind up on one thing as I followed it through the streets of Ire. The Myrr had found a way into the body of a deceased, something I had never seen before. The corpse was fresh, the smell of death buried by the salt and brine coating its skin. With my sharpened senses, I could smell the rottenness of disintegrating flesh, even at a distance, the vile smell making me gag. The only detail which sang of life was the poppy-red hair. Violently bright, it swung around her shoulders in salt-crusted strands. I had my sights set firmly on the creature, but in the time it took me to blink, it had vanished. I'd lost it amongst the bustling streets. My eyes scanned frantically for the shock of red hair, hoping to find it, but there were too many people around. A sea of flesh nobles, commoners and lowborn alike, all hoping for a seat to watch the evening show. I was familiar with their desire to hear the prince sing, but the Myrr was what brought me here. I knew where it was heading, but that didn't stop the urgency from propelling me forwards. I didn't want to miss it, this phenomenon of a Myrr walking among the living. Whilst it stalked towards its prey, I did the same. Frustrated, I longed to knock elbows into bodies, shifting people out of my way as I cut my way through Ire's streets. But I couldn't risk my skin touching that of another's. I drew my elbows in, wishing for the shawl I wore to engulf me, to protect me. My trident was no longer a trident, but a walking stick. It was a simple spell, something which cost me little. Like water casting a mirage on a hot day, It took barely any effort for me to warp what those around me saw. But the king's guard loitering around the streets, carrying a weapon in plain sight, was not a wise choice. Not tonight of all nights, when they'd parade their little prince out before an enormous crowd. That was the thing about humans. They coveted wealth and power, but above all, it was magic that drew them like moths to a flame and completely drew their attention. Whereas they would each be wishing for a glimpse of the prince, no one paid mind to the elderly. I discovered in my years of walking among them that the old were a forgotten group, a long-lost relic which were better ignored than recognized. For hiding in plain sight, this illusion was perfect. No one would mind an old man, but a monster. This city would crumble on its own accord if they truly saw me. They all had a name for me. I just wondered if I would hear it tonight. Aya was alive with sounds and smells, assaulting every one of my senses. Vendors sold grilled fish seasoned with dried salt and herbs. I could barely watch as the humans feasted greedily on the white meat, sucking their juices from spindly bones before discarding the scraps for stray cats to finish. That was one detail about Aya that hadn't changed. This city belonged to strays more than it belonged to those born of royal blood. I almost tripped over a swarm of cats. One stopped short of my boots, arching its back whilst expelling a ferocious hiss. Cats never liked me, not even before Mother killed me and Karakos saved me. Musicians fiddled with strings, plucking awful tunes from their wooden instruments. People danced, whooping and crying with joy, clapping their hands whilst others spun vigorously around. They wouldn't dance if they knew what this city was built on. The blood, the sacrifice. Or maybe they would. It had been hundreds of years since I'd last visited Aya. I had hoped to avoid it for another 100, but tonight was different. Part of me admired what humanity had achieved, but another part of me, the louder and more dominant part, almost longed for Karakos to return and swallow this place entirely. All the greed, all the joy and laughter, it grated on me like a knife to my flesh. I moved swiftly, passing through the winding streets, my fingers drumming on the walking stick. The closer I got to the castle, the more people surrounded me. Suddenly, I no longer cared about the Myrr, as arms bumped into me, elbows and hands brushing me. All that touch, all that proximity, it would ruin me. My breathing grew laboured, and my head started spinning. Panic seized me until I was no longer moving of my own accord. It was all of them around me, pushing and heaving. The beast within cracked a single eye open. I felt it stir, awakened by all the touch. But before it broke free, I pushed my way through the stream of bodies until I stood alone in one of the many side streets. White-painted buildings arched overhead, guarded by olive trees leaning out of clay pots. I fell down upon a step, sitting as the world steadied. Even away from the crowd, I still felt their touch slithering over me like leeches. I threw my hood back, my pale hair tumbling over my shoulders as my mirage slipped away. The air was heavy, thick and warm. My stick was no longer a stick, the prongs of the trident gouging 3 scars into the stone beneath it. I couldn't hold up the magic, couldn't focus on anything but the insistent, vile touch of hands upon me. Breathe, my baby, my Killian. I heard my mother singing to me as she always did, taunting me even in death. Her dulcet tones hadn't faded in the years since she died. I still could hear her as clear as day, as though she stood beside me and spoke. It was in that moment that I knew this was a mistake. Coming to Aya was a mistake. Following that damned Myrr was a fucking mistake. I should have killed it the moment it stepped free of the ocean, but instead I followed it, knowing the jeopardy I put myself in by doing so. "Then why are you here, my son?" I buried my face in my hands, squeezing my eyes closed to surrender myself to the dark. "Answers," I growled out, wondering if my mother's spirit could hear me. She always seemed to speak to me, but she never answered. As expected, my mother didn't respond, but I was glad for the silence. It gave me a chance to catch my breath and focus on the rolling ocean, far away from the city to distract me. All the while, I felt the slithering tingle left in the wake of so many people touching me. It would take a fire to scour myself clean. Chapter 4. Ernest. My heart thundered in my throat so loudly that it drowned out the sound of the swelling crowd. Every year, more and more faces looked up at me. More ears tingled with anticipation to hear me. More mouths salivated over the chance to see the king's God-blessed son, his caged songbird. Father had me locked inside the cage hours before the crowd were even allowed through the gates into the amphitheatre. I was left inside a cage with nothing but a seat. Every year, by the time I was let free, the skin around my nails was bleeding from where I picked nervously at them. The tangled bars of iron and silver were elegantly designed, every detail determined by my father. It was beautiful, my cage, crafted by Ayr's finest artists and metalworkers, and adorned with vines of silver, thorns of iron, and flowers made of brass. Petrified birds of iron with jewels for eyes stood out gracefully among the foliage. But beauty didn't negate the truth. It was a prison. A cage to keep me locked within, a place I could leave only when my father permitted. I was thankful for the lashing rain, since it hid my tears well. There was no need to conceal my emotions when no one would notice, not that they ever did. People travelled across lands, across the ocean, from far-off islands, all to see me. No, to hear me. They came for my voice. All I could do was watch on, forcing a smile as more tears cut down my cheeks. Father's threat against Hadion echoed in my mind. Even if I wanted to break away to find him and warn him, I couldn't. Father had made sure that my guard didn't leave my side after Aliana was thrown into the roiling water. Would that be Hadion's fate? One wrong move, one wrong act, and he would die too? Aliana may have been a stranger, but I grieved for her like she was my sister. Responsibility clung to my conscience, guilt sinking its talons sunk deep and refusing to budge. Her death was proof that blood didn't satisfy the god of the oceans. Since she had been thrown into his domain, a violent storm had brewed. Karakos was furious, as was I. The amphitheatre had been constructed by my 10th birthday. The stone stadium seated hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies, accommodating the audience who visited me every year. And every year it grew more and more full. Even when the seats were all taken, crowds gathered around the steps and walkways. I knew it would have overspilled out onto the streets beyond. Dusk had claimed the sky of Ayr, casting it in deep maroon and shocking navy. In the distance I could see the ocean boiling, waves crashing over one another. The only beauty of this cage was that I could usually see out across the ocean and lose myself to the view. Except tonight, the view was smothered by sheets of rain and ominous dark clouds, echoing with the thunderous boom of the brewing tempest. Danger electrified the air. It tasted acrid on my tongue, spoiling me from the inside out. I could have stopped the storm. One note filled with enough intention, and the clouds would part and the rain would dry up. But Father had not asked that of me. It had not been requested. Aliana hadn't died for me to rebel now. Terrion sat watching me from his throne of stone and shells, placed on a balcony raised out atop the amphitheatre, giving him the perfect view of the crowds flooding in to take their seats. There was not often a time when I saw my father smile, but as he regarded his subjects, he couldn't stop beaming. Behind him, Hadion lingered like a wraith. Panic clawed up my throat, scratching deep scores into me as I inhaled sharply. He shouldn't be here, and yet there he stood, expression stoic, his eyes resting upon me. All the while, my father smiled down over me, looking at me like his prized possession, without knowing mine stood behind him. Father knew what he was doing by dangling his threat over me, reminding me to behave. Loyalty, even if it was brought by my magic, even if it was all just an illusion which would last the turn of a year, was what made him happiest in life. It was a lesson we'd learned years ago when Father gathered me in his arms and brought me to the kingdom's door. He stood me before the then king and queen, presenting them a gift. Me, my song, my voice. And I sang. Oh, I sang. I did just as Father asked, and I sang his wishes into reality. By the time my final note ceased, Father was king, and I was his heir. The crown was handed over to him without resistance. We were publicly declared the rightful rulers, and then the king and his wife walked straight into the ocean and never came out. It was part of my song, their death. Father wanted it of me, so I did it. I always did what he asked. Since then, my voice had never been mine. It belonged to him. Once a year, on my birthday, I unleashed my power over Aya's subjects, making each and every one believe in King Terrion's rule. The hazy spell would last the turn of a year before their minds became theirs again, and doubt was replanted. So I would sing, again and again, until my throat bled and my lungs burned. I may have been the one caged, but they too were shackled, even if they didn't know it. The rows upon rows of stone benches were filled, bodies pressed so close together it was impossible to know where one person ended and the other began. My skin itched with their stares, each overspilling with wonder and anticipation. They knew what was to come, but they didn't know why. To them, my voice was merely a beautiful thing to listen to, something to please the senses that blessed them with luck and kept the gods at bay. In reality, it was a way of using them, making them all mine. I glanced up to the podium, catching my father's stare. He offered me a quick nod, a flash of a handsome smile, and then he leaned back, goblet of wine lifted in a toast. My jaw tensed, knowing that was my signal to begin. But before I did, I had to convey a message to Hadion. He shouldn't have been here. Not because I didn't long for his proximity, but because he couldn't hear my voice. If he did, he would fall under the same spell as the rest of them. What was between us would not be real. If he listened and fell beneath my persuasion, he would be like the rest of them. Although Hadion couldn't hear me from this distance, he could see me raise one hand and place it over my ear. It was a subtle movement, unnoticed by my father, who studied the bottom of his goblet as he drank, red wine spilling down his chin. Hadion saw, and the slight bow of his head settled my nerves. I turned back to the crowd, watching them as they too watched me. Sweeping my gaze over the stadium, the storm continued to billow overhead, the crash of the waves smashing rocks. The sooner this was over, the sooner I was free. There was no great speech to introduce me, no words of wisdom for the king to share before I began my song. At this point, after so many years of this dance, the routine was drummed into my bones. I knew my marker. I knew how to move. And most importantly, I knew the exact intention to weave amongst the words, to have every single person in Aya indebted to us. As I opened my mouth, allowing the magic to wake from its slumber, the mark at my throat glowed. Golden light spilled out of my skin as my song broke free, casting over the crowd until every single one of them were captured in my spell. When I was a child, I asked Father where my magic came from. He said that when I was born and first called out to the world, my scream was so great it swallowed a star from the sky. It made sense to my childish mind, for the glow was as bright as a star, and as enthralling as one. But even I knew as a child that magic came from the gods. Stories told of the gods bestowing gifts to humans, granting them abilities and the title of hero. But no god had come to me with such an offering. Unless my father was keeping the answer from me, he'd told me the truth died when I murdered my mother in childbirth. Who I was indebted to for my magic was just as unclear as the boundaries of my gift. Ernest, stop. I refused to think about all of the unanswered questions I had about myself, so I did the one thing I knew would distract me, and I sang. The song was one I had been singing for as long as I remembered. It was the last thing my dying mother had sung as she cradled me in her arms. How I remembered it, I didn't know. It just seemed to be a part of me, a seed planted deep down in my core, where its roots had settled like iron. The melody started slow, soon building into a crescendo of powerful notes. It was the story of Karakos and his first love. The god of the oceans had fallen in love with the moon goddess, Luna. Karakos and Luna used their love affair to create their children, the Myrr children, who then turned against their mother and slaughtered her. There was something beautiful about the song's story, something which tugged at my gut. It spoke of love, the need to overcome boundaries of space and time just to be with the one who had your heart. But above all, it spoke of the pain love could cause, how children could turn against their parents, whereas for me, it was the other way around. I fought the urge to look to Hadion, knowing that if he hadn't covered his ears, he would have fallen victim to my curse. But, in a sadistic way, I wished he could hear the lyrics. I wondered if it, too, would register with him, as it did with me. Instead, I swept my gaze over the crowd, watching the glow of my light spill over their faces. But my song came to an unnatural end, the words dying in my throat. Not because I wanted to stop, but because of an impossibility I saw standing amongst the crowd. A ghost stood across from me, wind snatching at damp strands of red hair until it whipped before her face. Her sodden clothes were torn and shredded, her skin tinged with the grey pallor of death. "Aliana!" I spluttered, a flash of forked lightning smashing down into the ocean at her back. She didn't respond, but it was her. Rain lashed between us, obscuring the view, but I could see enough of her pale blue lips and bloodshot eyes. None of the king's guards stopped her as she continued to move towards me. They still clung to the bliss of my song, floating in whatever dreamscape my magic had forced them into. Her footsteps were awkward and misplaced. On bare feet, her ankle rolled. She put the weight of one leg on the other side of her foot. Bone protruded from her skin. Blood racing down from the wound lashed across her body. With every flash of lightning, I prayed that the vision would dissipate. It didn't. Aliana continued to stalk towards me, wet feet leaving prints in the sandy ground, blood mingling with rain in her wake. The closer she came, the more I saw the truth. This was not Aliana, not as I'd last seen her. This was her corpse. She stopped only when the bars of the cage separated us. My heart thundered in my chest, beating in synchronicity with the thunder booming across the darkened skies. I couldn't swallow, couldn't move a muscle, as though the power of her gaze had frozen me. Fear ruled my body, taking it as its own. I couldn't fathom what I was witnessing. This woman should have been dead. Yet here she stood before me, with glassy green eyes and a body marked by death. "What do you want?" It was a stupid question, but I asked it anyway. Slowly, Aliana raised a trembling finger and pointed at me. Her lips parted, but the only sound that came out was the gargled rush of lungs filled with water. It sprayed past her lips, splashing my face and neck. I stumbled back, slipping over the metal plate of the cage's floor. Aliana continued to point, her nail blackened and hooked. It was then I realized that she wasn't only pointing at me, she was pointing to my throat, to what lingered within it.
"Ernest, what is the meaning of this?"
My father's voice boomed over the stadium. It was a shock to hear him, the anger in his tone. He had no doubt taken the beeswax buds out of his ears, for he was the only one who did not wish to fall under my spell. However, one look beyond Aliana, and I could see from the shifting crowd that my trance was fading, passing away for reality.
"Someone get that woman away from my son!"
I regretted looking away from Aliana, but I did. I found the king's guards moving into action, swords drawn as they surrounded us. The crowd erupted in gasps, all watching on with hands raised over brows to shield their gaze from the torrential downpour. My spell had lifted, and chaos ensued. This was the danger the winds had warned me of. The king's guards closed in. Aliana whipped around until I could no longer see her face. Swords dropped onto the sodden ground, the king's guards all stepping back as they unleashed feral screams. I didn't wonder for long as to what they saw, because when she turned back around, I witnessed it. Serrated rows of pointed teeth filled Aliana's mouth, snapping at me. It was teeth I had previously seen displayed in cases through our castle. The three-lined jaw of a Myrr, tips oozing with venom. Impossible. It was all impossible. Not only Aliana being here, reanimated, but being Myrr. Myrr did not walk on land, yet here one stood. There was no time to contemplate what was before me. Aliana reached for the cage, her hands grasping the bars. They barely had a chance to creak before she pulled them apart with unnatural might. I fell backwards, landing hard on my arse. Pain jolted up my spine, spearing all the way into my skull. Aliana stepped into the cage through the gap she had made in the bars. Slowly, predatorily, she closed in on me. I curled myself up into a ball, legs drawn to my chest. My magic simmered in my throat, dormant and exhausted from the overuse. Even if I longed to use it against this creature, I couldn't. My father continued screaming, shouting my name over the crowd as though he too held my power. His desperate pleas were ignored. No one came to help. I turned my head away from Aliana as she knelt before me. It gave me a clear view to the podium where my father bellowed his demands. I saw him, face stricken in panic, his eyes wide as he watched the most important thing in his life in a position of jeopardy. Then there was Hadion, gripping onto the balcony, knuckles paled with his other hand clasped over his mouth. Gentle fingers tickled over my cheek. They guided my face back around until they grasped my chin and held me in place. A violent wave of sickness crashed over me as a deathly cold finger slipped into my mouth and parted it. "I never wanted him to kill you," I sobbed, my heart hammering. Aliana's corpse, the Myrr, whatever she was, longed to hear me sing. I saw the desperation, the need in her glassy eyes. It was the same expression set on my father's face, on every face within the watching crowd. Expectation. I clamped my mouth shut, keeping her finger out. There was no escaping this, not with Aliana blocking my only way out of the cage. So, in a moment of fervent desire to survive, I pushed hard at her chest. I was quick, but this version of Aliana was quicker. She grasped my arm and yanked it towards her. My joint pulled awkwardly in its socket, inches from popping free. Within a single blink, her face dove towards my arm, jaws splitting apart, lips parting at the seams. I didn't feel her teeth pierce my flesh at first. The pain was delayed. But when it came, I felt as though a cliff had fallen upon me, as though stars had exploded in my veins. Fire filled my blood. The agony was so sudden, so scorching and violent, that the scream I expelled had the power to shatter the world. Aliana took her chance, withdrawing her teeth from my skin and bringing her blood-slicked mouth to mine. She kissed me. As her lips forced themselves onto mine, I felt the magic dislodge deep inside of me. There was no stopping my muffled scream, not as Aliana drew it out with some unknown force. My arm burned, flesh twisting and tearing, whilst my magic seeped out of me like the receding tide, and I was utterly helpless to stop it. Chapter 5. Killian. Slowly, with each breath, the anxiety subsided. It released me one claw at a time until I was free, somewhat at least. I tapped my nails against the trident, 5 times, because it was always 5. It was a safe number, a way of grounding and focusing. 5 taps, 5 scratches, 5 focused breaths. Once I had completed those tasks, rooting myself back in reality, did I feel a sense of being able to move forwards. It was on my 5th breath when the beautiful voice lifted above all the chaos. The world and its noise stopped as the singing began. It covered the kingdom in a blanket of divinity. It was welcoming and careful, smooth as river-polished stone, and as light as a winter's first snow. I stood, captured by the power, as though it commanded my limbs like a puppet on a string. I was unsure how much time had passed before I followed it. My feet moved, not because I desired to, but because I had to. The street was no longer full of sound or movement. Everything was still. I walked back out, noticing the small groups of people left were simply standing around. They all were turned towards the noise, eyes glazed, mouths open. The magic tied everything in the city together. Threads flowed from person to person, knotting around them and lingering far off in the distance. It was the same magic I saw around the Myrr, an imprint of gold, so vivid I knew it was linked in some way. Suddenly the singing stopped. It was as though the universe let out a collective breath, but the silence lasted all but a second before the screaming began. A wall of flesh and fear careened towards me. I stood, rooted to the spot like the most ancient of trees, as the crowd tore out of the amphitheatre the voice had drawn me towards. There was no care for who was hurt. I imagined the list of casualties would be endless by the time the sun rose. This time I was quick to move. I sidestepped out of the way, just out of the tidal wave of fleeing people. Nails gouged skin. Hands grasped uselessly as people tried to get ahead. Screams rent the night, burying the memory of the ethereal song. Feet trod over skulls, boots crushing bone, as the humans fought to get as far from the scene of the crime as possible. And yet, all I could do was watch it unfurl. Even as hundreds of bodies passed me, attempting to force one another out of the way, I kept frozen to the spot. No one cared for me, not in the face of fear. I had no doubt that the Myrr I had been following was at the heart of it. Instinct had me searching for another way into the amphitheatre. I passed beneath the shadow of stone benches, glimpsing the rush of feet and legs as more of the crowd fled. With my trident gripped tightly in my fist, the magic embedded within the metal practically begging for me to harness it, I walked out of the shadows onto the sandy stage, wandering into the centre. My eyes caught a group of guards holding weapons towards a cage, but it was not the cage, but who was in it that I could not look away from. In the heart of the stadium, with no one to help him, no one to heed his pleas, a man faced a monster. Never, in all my years, had a single person debilitated me. He did. This nameless man with a voice of magic, a voice which reached into my chest, tangled in my soul, and knotted it into his own will. I had sensed the message lingering beneath the song he had sung. It was as though he stood beside me, pink lips tickling my ear as he whispered commands. King, ruler, believe, love, respect. The feeling was so powerful, so overwhelming that it almost snatched me entirely, but I could resist, enough to ignore the will he'd attempted to force upon me. The rest of them, every person in the crowd, every person who filled the city, were not so fortunate. Above it all, it was not his voice which entranced me. It was him. Hair as black as the deepest ocean, eyes a piercing azure, so blue the waves themselves would recede in jealousy. From my vantage point I watched him, no longer caring for the Myrr, who too watched on ahead of me. My eyes traced his face like fingers, memorizing the straight point of his nose, the high bow of his brow, and the protruding press of his cheekbones. The creature within me pressed outwards, intensifying its presence until I felt my skin shudder with the force. I sensed its hunger. I sensed its desire. The magic which had burned around the man waned like the moon behind clouds, but it wasn't fading. It was being stolen, drawn into the form of the Myrr, a form which should have been impossible. I'd heard the man call it by a name, Aliana. The soft gasp of his voice had been filled with familiarity. He had known her, or had known the corpse the Myrr now embodied. Chaos ruled the world around me. It was impossible to discern who was an armed guard and who was a simple, scared human. I supposed it did not matter in the face of pure evil. There was nothing a sword could do in the face of a Myrbite. My hesitation lasted longer than it should have. The Myrr straddled the man's waist, her mouth coated with blood. Her lips were pressed to his, stifling his desperate cry. I threw the cloak from my shoulders, allowing it to puddle around my feet like water. The ground shuddered beneath the force of my tap. One hard knock of the trident against the sand-covered cobbles, and that was all it took. It was a sign, one the curse knew all too well. Far off, over the cliff where the land touched sea, I knew the Myrr in the below also heard it. It was the warning call of their damnation. The Myrr, Aliana he'd called her, snatched her mouth from the man. He fell to the ground, screaming soundlessly, whilst her glassy eyes found me. Shivers coursed over my skin, even though the Myrr never caused me to react in such a way before. Aliana raised her nose, nostrils flaring, as she caught the scent of something on the air. Then she smiled, a proud and wide grin which stretched her spittle and blood-slicked mouth. I levelled the trident, winds ripping my strands of long white hair and whipping them across my face. The Myrr did not speak with a language, nor could they make a sound. They were voiceless creatures. But then again, in all my years, nor could they walk on land. Aliana bent her body over the man, arching her back like a cat, until bones jutted out through flesh. Her tongue lapped over the rows of pointed teeth. She inhaled a lungful of air, and unleashed another impossibility. "Mine," Aliana hissed. The word was powerful. It scratched up her throat, light and human, and yet monstrous. Thunder cracked overhead. Lightning flashed through the darkened skies, responding to my spike in anxiety. I stepped forwards, trident dragging a line through the sandy ground. "You can walk, and now you can speak. Curious." It had to be a noise from the crowd, something said by the final dregs of people who fled the scene. If I was not so focused on the Myrr, I may have looked around to see if anyone else had heard the word. Any disbelief faded in the next moment, as the Myrr drew herself up onto two impossible legs and repeated that impossible word again. "Mine." Chapter 6. Ernest. I grasped my throat, squeezing my skin as though that would force out sound. But no matter how I tried to scream, no matter how I tried to shout, there was no noise to be made. I was empty. My fingers dug into my clavicle as though I could reach within and pull out my magic. But even if I dug through skin, muscle and bone, there was nothing to find. My magic, it was mine. I lifted my neck to find Aliana. She stood with her back to me, speaking a word riddled with possession, but I could not see who she spoke to. It was an out-of-body experience to hear your magic used by another. She had taken it. Boiling, furious agony tore my gaze to my arm. I couldn't look away from the crescent moon of teeth marks, broken skin, and venom. Black lines spread beneath my skin, slithering like serpents into every vein, spoiling me from the inside out. The feeling was unlike anything I had experienced. It was blinding. So hot it was as though the lightning in the sky had reached down and touched me, scorching my insides. I had seen this once before. It had been on the neck of a fisherwoman who had washed up on the shores of our kingdom. From my perch on the balcony, I had watched as my father's guards raced over the sands. If I thought they would help her, I was wrong. The nameless woman gasped like a fish out of water, holding on to her shredded neck as the lines of black venom spread through her body. Then it was over. Metal cut through skin, severing her head from her shoulders. She was killed, because it was the only option. There was no saving her, and killing her was the only way to protect the kingdom. By the time they brought her body to the crypt for burning, her legs had already melded together. Scales had spread over her stomach and arms. Any longer, and the curse would have overcome her completely, and potentially damning anyone else around her to the same fate. I distinctly remembered the smell she emitted as she burned. It was like grilled fish, unseasoned and spoiled. From that day on, I hadn't touched fish again. I could barely look at the cooked meat, let alone smell it. Would I smell like that when they burned me? The thought was as bitter as the pain which spread through me. It was becoming so overwhelming that it was forcing me into a box in the back of my mind. I watched on, a witness to my own demise, no longer feeling anything. Aliana moved. If I could have held my head up and watched, I would have, but a wave of weakness broke over me. My skull dropped back until I was looking up at the dark sky. Forks of silver light lit up the world. Rain fell upon my face, cooling my cheeks, dribbling over my lips and into my throat. It seemed the moon wished to witness my death, for the clouds parted enough to reveal an orb of silver, so bright it almost blinded me, so large it was as though it moved closer to ire, as if it did not want to miss a moment, miss a single detail of my death. I waited to die, for Gorgana to come and take my hand and guide me to my end. The name of the god of pain and suffering was out of reach, but in the moments that followed, it was that nameless god who greeted me. Death would have been kinder than this. Unseen talons scratched nails down the sides of my throat. I felt the flesh part and separate into slits. Where the venom moved, my skin responded. I tried to move my legs, but I couldn't find them. With the final scraps of energy, I lifted my hand before my face. The tips of my nails had formed into white points, a fine film of skin spread between each finger. The goddess of the moon, Luna, glittered her light over the small, incandescent scales which grew out of my skin like feathers. Blood seeped out of small cuts, only to dry up as the cuts clogged with scales. I took one final inhale, lungs feeling as dry as fallen leaves in autumn, and I knew that it was over. Chapter 7. Killian. There were 3 ways to kill a Myrr: the severing of the head, the burning of flesh, or suffocation by taking the creatures away from their source of life, water. Except I had begun to believe that the third no longer mattered, not as this Myrr walked on land, on stolen legs, with a voice. Power crackled around my trident, the tips glowing with light. It was a conduit, not only gathering the magic within, but the magic which tied the world together. Without it, I was powerless. With it, I was a god. Far beneath my feet, the lines which wrapped around the world responded to me. I gathered them up in my mental fist, pulling them towards me and gathering them into a wrathful force. Mine. That one word continued to ring in my head. "He does not belong to you," I said, eyes flickering towards the man who had been left to wither. The Myrr stepped free of the cage. She had not stopped repeating the word, almost singing it in the same tone the man had last sung. "Mine, mine, mine." I narrowed my eyes, trying not to focus on anything but the task at hand. This creature had to die. I could not allow it to leave this place. But something was stopping me, holding me back. I thirsted for answers. "Who gave you this power?" I asked, imbuing as much command into my tone as I could muster. The stone walls of the amphitheatre reverberated with the question, each echo growing louder and louder, until I knew every soul in the kingdom would have heard. "You walk on land. You speak. You defy the laws of the curse. How?" Aliana lifted a finger and pointed back. I did not need to follow her gesture to know she pointed to the same man who she had attacked. "You have a voice," I said, fingers tightening around the cool, steady metal of my trident. It was not only my power, but it was also my support. An age-long ache lingered in my left leg, reminding me of what would happen if I did not finish this. "Use it, demon." The invitation was all the Myrr required. She straightened her spine, each bone clicking as though it was reforming into the right place. Her mouth of teeth gleamed in the moonlight. Her tacky red hair wrapped around her thin throat like vines. "Ernest," she said the name, finger still pointing to the man left to perish on the bottom of the cage. "He commanded me to take mine, mine, mine." The human guards had reconverged, not only around the Myrr and the cage, but around me. Aliana did not seem to care. She smiled like a victor, blue pale fingers brushing over her neck as though she caressed something dear to her. Hearts thundered within my chest, both mine and the one which belonged to the walking beast. I knew I should have attacked, should have killed this creature, but I was still lost in how wrong this was. When Aliana spoke again, the words sunk deep into my being like needles. "You have failed him." Failed? Fury broke over me like a tidal wave. There was no more hesitation. I drew upon the lightning from the storm. It heard my command and followed it, smashing down from the heavens. The ground cracked with the force, the stone splitting in two. Sand burned so hot it transformed into puddles of glass. Aliana threw herself to the side, cackling with deranged laughter. Then she ran from me, moving on quick feet. I gave chase. Aliana's laugh filled the night, powerful enough to bury the pounding of my feet as I followed her. I longed to bring down more lightning from the sky, but the stadium was filling with armed guards. With so much flesh and metal, one wrong strike would kill them. And the man, Ernest, lying in his metal cage, it would destroy him. I stopped, dead in my tracks. If I followed Aliana, I would forego the man. She knew this, her laugh joining in tandem with my lightning, my tempest. But he was the key to answers. He was to blame for giving her a voice. Aliana clambered up the stone steps, a creature on all fours, still laughing. Then, when she reached the top, she turned and faced me. Before I could so much as move another step, Aliana threw herself over the edge of the stone, falling into the waiting ocean far beneath. I would have followed, but I heard something at my back. It was a command, given by one of the guards surrounding the cage.
"He has been bitten! By the will of Karakos, kill the prince!"
I longed to scream at them. What did you know of Karakos's will? Aliana was forgotten. The task that had been set upon me the day my life was spared by the god of the oceans was also forgotten. All that mattered was the man called Ernest. Looking back towards him, the beast within me swelled once again, and I knew without a doubt, I had to save him. Not because I cared for him. The magic he possessed could alter a monster. It could offer them humanity, which meant whatever power he had could save me in return. Chapter 8. Ernest. The sounds of suffering filled the world around me, and yet all I could do was look towards the sky and pray my death would be swift. I couldn't see what had happened to the king's guards, but I knew with little doubt that they were being attacked. I imagined Aliana tearing flesh with teeth, spoiling bodies with the same venom which now spread through me. I had been brought up to believe that those we loved would wait for us in death. A tear ran down my cheek, falling into the puddle of rain and blood under me. Rain, glorious rain. I opened my mouth, catching the droplets, hoping that they would sustain me. I craved the water. I needed it. The world suddenly fell silent. Was it the world, or had I finally passed over from it? I longed to lift my neck and look around, to survey the damage that Aliana had wreaked across the kingdom. But I couldn't move. I couldn't do anything but lay there as the final dregs of air left my lungs. When my head lifted, it wasn't because I'd moved it. Cool hands slipped beneath my neck, fingers carefully tracing my skin as they settled into a firm position. I gasped out for air, but my lungs refused it. I longed to call out for Hadion, but no sound came out of my mouth, not even the starved, scratchy noise of my attempts for breath. The world blurred, even though my eyes were opened wide, and my mind burned. I almost didn't see who it was that held me. The ground fell away. I was lifted into the sky, ready for the end, listening to the distant crash of the storm and the thunderous beat of a heart. In my craze, I thought it thumped twice, slightly off-centre, as though there were two hearts, not one. The night sky swayed. My head lolled backwards, so the castle looked as though it had been tipped upside down. I saw the podium where my father had sat. He was no longer there, nor was Hadion. As the castle grew smaller and the sound of the ocean louder, I couldn't help but watch. I blinked, my eyes growing heavy, the burning in my chest morphing from an ache to a destructive agony. The bodies of slaughtered guards littered the sandy ground. Dozens were dead, some with their limbs torn off, others still whole, so that it looked as though they simply slept. A new guilt registered in my mind. This was my fault. All of this was my doing. I couldn't explain it, but I knew it for a fact. One of the king's guards still lived. She crawled over the ground, her face sheet white and her mouth black with blood. A river of blood flowed behind her, where her legs should have been. She reached out for her discarded sword, fingers clawing at the sodden ground, until her nails came back covered in dark sand. Suddenly my view changed. My head lolled around, blocking the scene of what became of the king's guard next. Winds whipped around me, the sea salt spray of water kissing my face. My mouth opened, fueled by my starved need for water. I couldn't understand the urge, but all I knew was I needed it. My cheek was pressed into stone. No, not stone. Flesh. Pale ivory skin with lines of black wrapping around a chiselled chest. Strands of thick white hair clung like snakes to a proud neck. My eyes followed the finer details, lifting until they rested on the profile of a face. Violet eyes peered down at me, framed by pale lashes. They belonged to a man with a face made of such precise lines he must have been one of Father's statues. But he was warm, and he was real. I longed to reach up for his cheek, to brush away the smudge of crimson there, but my energy was depleted. If this stranger with his purple-hued eyes wasn't holding my neck, it would have fallen backwards. The man looked away from me, casting his gaze over the darkened view. Lines furrowed between his brow, creasing his face into a mask of pure fury. His was a searching gaze, a troubled one. Even in my current state, I recognized that. There was barely a warning before he threw us over the cliff edge. His fingers tightened into my flesh, clasping me to him. A weightless feeling lifted in my stomach. I pinched my eyes closed as the ocean raced up to greet us. When we crashed into the cool embrace of the ocean, a force tore us apart. I spun into the dark belly of Karakos' domain, twisting and turning with no ability to steady myself. There was no fighting the below, nor the dangers which lurked within its dark water. But that didn't matter, not as I gave in to the sensation. Because, as I took in a lungful of water, I felt as though I could breathe again for the first time. Then there was nothing but darkness. Part 2. Day 1 of Infection. Chapter 9. Ernest. I woke, my senses slowly recovering from a deep slumber, one at a time. First, I heard the ocean. The gentle sound of waves was a lullaby as they reached up across sandy shores. It was a gentle song, one I'd woken up to for as long as I could remember. For such a terrifying domain, the deep certainly made an enticing sound. Stiff sheets weighed down on my naked skin. Beneath me was the hardened press of something firm. I wasn't sure if it was the poor night's sleep, but my entire body screamed. From my legs, to my neck, to my skin, I felt as though I'd been held beneath the waves and churned like cow's milk to butter. The smell which infiltrated my nose wasn't familiar. It was heavy with smoke, so thick I opened my dry mouth and took a massive inhale. I recognized the aroma of lavender, sea salt, lemon, and other herbs which I couldn't name. It wasn't uncommon for me to wake to the smell of the kitchens, but something about this was different. I reached out a hand, fingers expecting to grasp the luscious sheets of my four-poster bed. My knuckle smacked into something hard, my fingers bending unnaturally. I threw my eyes open to find russet wood inches from my face. Away from the illusion of sleep, it all flooded back to me. Everything. Aliana and her mouth full of serrated teeth. My cage, bent and ruined. The dead guards. A man with strands of silver-white hair and eyes as purple as a dawn-painted sky. I didn't dare move, knowing that I hadn't woken in my chambers within the castle. All I could do was focus on my breathing, my mind whirling, grasping for a plan. Although my thoughts were full of vivid memories, I still couldn't discern what was reality and what was a terrible nightmare. Carefully, I drew my arm up enough to inspect the damage. I knew what to expect because I still felt the lingering bite of Aliana's teeth tearing my flesh. And there it was. A circular bite mark marked my skin, red as sin and oozing a vibrant yellow pus. The undeniable black lines of poison spread outwards, infecting me, promising death. Panic seized at me like fingers, grasping my throat and squeezing. It was difficult to make sense of everything that had happened. No matter how hard I tried, my mind was a churning whirlpool as I stared at the wound across my arm. Aliana was a Myrr, yet she'd walked on land. Regardless if that was an impossibility alone, it had happened. Not only that, Aliana had died. My father had ensured that when he threw her over the balcony into Karakos' jaws. Had the Myrr been waiting for her? Did they steal her corpse and turn it into one of them? That wasn't hard to imagine. But her walking on land? That was impossible. And she had bitten me. I was infected. A sticky sheen of sweat pricked over my forehead. Defiant tears burned in my eyes. I didn't need to be a seer to know what was to become of me. My doom was impending, only a handful of days away, if I wasn't killed before that. A thump sounded at my back. My entire body stilled, as did my thoughts. I heard the shuffle of feet and the creak of old hinges as a door was opened and closed. Pushing every thought to the back of my mind, I focused on the matter at hand. Where was I? I rolled over, turning my back on the wood-slatted wall to face the room. It was run down and utterly filled with an obscene number of objects. Bags hung from the wooden beams of the low ceiling, each overspilling with sprigs of different flowers and herbs. That at least explained the smell. Buckets covered the floor, catching the drips of water from the sodden ceiling. Piles of golden sand lingered in the corners of the room across the rotten, panelled floor. Old fishing nets hung over the walls. Shells of all shapes and sizes were placed decoratively over tables and cabinets, and some even hung from strings attached to the ceiling. It was as though the ocean had reached up over Ire and left parts of itself within this place. Opposite the bed, a door had been left ajar. I could see a narrow corridor beyond, the walls leaning inwards as though the building held itself up by will alone. Daylight spilled in from the thin glass window, giving me a view of a perfectly blue sky, not a cloud in sight, the calm after the storm. My first thought was this house must belong to a fisherman. Between the nets, the smell of fish and the poor state of the building, it was the first answer I could come up with. But how? No matter how hard I tried to string the events together, I couldn't understand how I'd ended up here. I knelt on the bed, careful not to shift my weight and cause it to creak. Whoever lingered outside this room would hear and come to inspect, and I wasn't yet prepared to face a stranger. Beyond the window, the kingdom of Ire stretched up into the cloudless sky like a blade. It was set at a distance, far off at the top of the cliff it had been built upon. Between me and my home was only the lush green landscape, the colours vibrant after a violent stormy night. I turned away from the view, knowing I could reach the castle in an hour or so by foot, unless there was a horse or donkey outside this shack, in which case it would be a much faster journey home. I pulled the sheet with me as I dragged my naked body from the bed. I tied it around my body carefully, knotting the material at my shoulder to keep it from falling. All the while, my arms sent sparks of pain fanning across my back. By the time I was done, blood and pus had smudged itself on the bedsheet, but that was the least of my problems. Focus. I tiptoed across the room, stopping on one of the rotten panels which groaned beneath my weight. A breath lodged in my throat, and my ears rang with the rush of blood. I waited to hear if the person beyond the room had been alerted to my movement, but after a few tense moments of silence, I decided they hadn't, and carried on moving. Beside the open door was a cabinet. Dust and sand warred for what ruled the top shelf. My eyes fixated on the plate left in the middle of the basel, on which fish bones rested beside a pile of mouldy vegetables. But it was the silver fork that demanded my attention. Light glinted off the messel, inviting me to take it. I snatched up the fork, knuckles growing pale as my grasp tightened around the handle. 4 sharp prongs winked as I moved into the corridor. It was no sword, but Karakos knew it would have to do. A stab to an eye, the soft flesh of a neck, or directly into the bulging vein hidden beneath the thigh could cause some serious damage. Out in the corridor, a sudden spike of fear uncoiled within me. I had no idea what I was about to face, and even though the room I had left was unknown to me, it was like leaving some familiar safety to venture into danger. To my left was the front door, and to my right was another room. I could hear the faint huff of breathing from within, the swell of air in lungs. I could have run and hoped to make it far enough to the kingdom that guards sweeping the outskirts would help me. But then, what if my abductor followed? It was a risk, relying on my sore body to get me to freedom. Adrenaline would help me get far enough, but it would wane. If I wanted to truly escape, I'd have to deal with this stranger first. I'd spent long enough tiptoeing around my own castle to know how to move on soft feet. I was a wraith, in more ways than one. Whoever waited in the room I moved towards wouldn't know I was there until I wanted them to. An old chair waited in the centre of the next room. If I thought the bedroom was overspilling with objects, this one was a shrine to the ocean. There wasn't a surface left empty. Fishing crates, statues, trinkets, broken pottery, and so many more items were strewn across the room. It gave the illusion of the small space as a grand cavern filled with a multitude of items from forgotten worlds. And in the middle sat a man, the same one who had lingered in my memory. His white hair no longer whipped around in the vicious winds. Instead, it had been gathered into a braid which hung down his spine. He was topless, his broad back naked for the world to see. My gaze traced the sheer size of him. Built from an array of muscles, his arms bulged and his back rippled with each breath. Suddenly, the fork in my grasp felt pathetic. What good would cutlery be against someone of his stature? The harsh, dark lines of a tattoo painted his pale skin like art. It was the face of an octopus, its 8 inky limbs wrapping around the man's torso as though it hugged him, hanging on for dear life. Its beady eyes glared at me, sending a shiver of chills across my arms. But it was just a tattoo, nothing real, and yet I still felt like I was being watched, even though the man had his back to me, staring down at something in his lap. I edged closer, grip tightening around my weapon of choice. The tension pinched at my wounded arm, drawing apart the teeth marks to allow for more blood to seep free. I was surprised the man didn't smell the copper tang which poisoned the air, the rot. Stepping behind him, I carefully lifted the fork up until the prongs were an inch from his neck. Still, I couldn't take my eyes off the tattoo of the octopus. Its dark eyes seemed to follow me. In a strange sense, I felt as though it judged me, finding the moment almost humorous. Perhaps it was my panic, exhaustion, or discomfort, but I was almost confident it blinked at me. Before it gave away my presence, I hoisted the fork backwards, putting as much force behind my attack as I could muster. One of the wounds across my forearm split apart. The pain was blinding, so I gathered it up and kept it close, ready to turn my pain into another's suffering. I almost felt bad for stabbing him. The thud of the fork echoed in tandem with the sound of it tearing into the man's flesh. The point buried into his skin, the force sending a shockwave up my arm. He jolted sideways, shouting out, "What in the gods?" I stumbled backwards, narrowly missing the chair which fell backwards at me. I hit the floor anyway, blinded by the pain as I tried to catch myself on my bitten arm. By the time I looked up, it was to find the man standing before me, the fork protruding from his neck. Blood oozed down the lines of his shoulders, coursing over flesh like a river, and it was blue. His blood was blue. Pale brows furrowed over his furious purple eyes, which crashed like they held a tempest. He plucked the fork from his neck as though it was merely a thorn. It clattered to the ground, forgotten and out of my reach. The 4 marks in his neck shivered, the holes closing until his skin was perfect once again. "Is this how you thank the person who saved your life?" His question came out in a growl, the air itself seeming to shiver in fear around his broad frame. The ground ached and groaned beneath his feet, but my own fear seemed to be delayed, because there was something about the baritone rumbling of his voice that unfurled heat in my stomach. "Is it?" I snarled, determination expanding in me like a flower in bloom. I took in a deep breath, preparing for my second attack. I reached inside of myself, ready to release my magic. But instead of chaos, I found nothing but emptiness. I was vaguely aware of the stranger's brow lifting as he surveyed me. I grasped at my throat, trying to force out a sound, a noise, anything. All I managed was one plain and powerless word. No. It wasn't in response to his question, but in response to the hollow feeling in my throat, the lack of magic. My voice was a small and rasped cry, like that of a dying bird, a voice that wasn't edged with power. There was nothing I could utilize against the man, because my magic was missing. Chapter 10. Killian. Ernest's skin paled, his eyes widening as the realization sunk into him. He grasped at his throat, his slender fingers wrapping around the flesh, his nails pinching into the skin. His face was a perfect mask of grief. I couldn't help but glance to the angry wound across his arm. It looked as bad as it had last night, perhaps even worse. I hadn't heard him wake. I should have been more focused. Perhaps then he wouldn't have surprised me. The fork laying discarded by my foot, tipped with my already drying blood, was proof I was growing lazy. There weren't many people who'd ever made me bleed, but this stranger was one of them. He was formidable, that was clear, despite his injuries. Pushing down the fury of being stabbed in the neck with a fork, the same fucking fork I ate my meals with, I attempted to steady my anger. I couldn't go making enemies when I needed this man, or at least his magic. What have you done?" Ernest rasped. It was as though he spoke through a throat full of stones. He spoke as though he had spent the evening screaming until he bled internally, when in actuality Ernest had spent the evening held in my arms, unconscious beneath the ocean's waves. My hands raised beside me, as though I was surrendering to his accusation, even though my only crime was being a bystander, watching as he was attacked by the Myrr. "Perhaps you are too busy delighting in stabbing me in the neck to hear me," I said. "I saved you. No harm has come to you by my hand." Ernest's shock melted back into the same determined snarl he had worn moments before. His gaze darted back to the fork. I sensed his desire before he acted on it. We sprang for his weapon of choice at the same time. I slammed my boot down on the handle just before he reached it. I would not try that again if I was you. Did he hear the grumbling beast buried beneath my tone? I prefer my utensils to be used for their correct purpose. If Ernest recognized my ire, he hardly cared. Instead, he pushed at my chest, small but mighty. I was forced to back a step and noticed the fresh blood spilling from his bitten arm. "Who are you?" he shouted, his voice quickly clearing. Perhaps if his eyes weren't so beautiful, I may have actually taken him seriously. "That's an age-old question," I replied. "Perhaps I'll answer it, if you promise to stop attacking me." Teeth flashed as Ernest drew his lips back. Although he drew away from the fork, I knew his wish to cause me pain wasn't gone. Through his bright eyes, as blue as spring rain and the frothing crests of waves, I could almost see the wheels turning in his mind. He was forming a plan, one I'd have to survive. "Answer me," he commanded haughtily, like he'd spent years getting exactly what he wanted. Humans have forgotten many things in the years since I'd been human too, and this human was the worst of them. Short-tempered, entitled, and brash, all qualities I had determined in the 3 minutes we'd been speaking. "My name is Killian," I said, speaking the word from the back of my throat, just as my mother used to. It was an old name, but over the years I had reformed it and mutated the sounds into something new tongues could handle. "Does knowing it help, or do you still want to stab me?" I knew the answer was no, from the deepening scowl lines across his face. "Helps to know the name of the man who has... I crossed my arms, muscles tensing as I waited patiently for what Ernest was going to say. "Saved you." "Abducted me," Ernest snapped. "Saved," I repeated, drawing the word out. Ernest's chest rose and fell rapidly, his lips thinning. All the while, the wound on his arm oozed with infection. "We could spend the rest of the day going back and forth, or you can let me see to your wounds." I gestured towards his arm, startled to find that my own hands shook. "I have a salve which will help settle the infection." He flinched away from me. "Why do you want to help me?" It was a good question. Why did I? I told myself it was because this young man had the power to make Myrr walk on land. He was a maker of miracles, and I could do with a miracle. Can one not just do a good deed without another motive? Ernest found it easier to ignore me, clearly. "Ernest of Ire, Prince of the Kingdom, would you have preferred me to leave you on the floor of the amphitheatre, whilst your father's guards gave the command to kill you?" I tilted my head, fighting the urge to smile. "Take a seat, before I change my stance on hospitality." "You're acting as if I asked for your help," Ernest snapped. His gaze shot to the door at his side, and I knew this was going to be a difficult day. "My father would never give the order to have me executed. He needs—" Ernest didn't need to finish his sentence for me to know what he spoke of. "Oh, I'm sure he does. You were attacked by a Myrr. Your father's men were given the command to kill you, which, may I add, I'm beginning to wish I'd let them do. It would have saved me this argument, and the desecration of my favourite fork." Ernest responded by pushing his entire body weight at me again, forcing me back another 2 steps. For such a small little creature, he held power in his arms. I staggered, which gave Ernest the chance to run. Clutching his bleeding arm, dressed in nothing but the bedsheet he woke in, he bolted for the front door. To him, this looked more ominous than it was in truth. He had woken, naked as the day he was born, in a stranger's bed. I could see how that would make anyone afraid. But between his incessant shouting and the stabbing me part, I'd not exactly had the chance to speak, to tell him that by the time I got him back here, he was still in his new form. "Running is pointless," I called after him, frustration boiling in my gut. If I'd ever thought I missed human interaction, I was sorely mistaken. Ernest didn't respond with words. He just continued running, his body awkwardly slamming against the corridor wall before he scurried back to the front door. It was humorous, almost. Like a fox with a rabbit, I allowed the little prince to think he was getting away. Beneath my skin, the creature shivered with excitement. What Ernest didn't account for was that both me and the creature enjoyed the hunt, the chase. And in the hundreds of years since we'd started our task, we'd had plenty of practice. "Step 1 foot outside this cottage, and you will forfeit your life," I shouted at his back. I realized quickly that Ernest would have taken that as a threat from me, when in fact I'd meant it in relation to the many people in Ire who would just as soon cut his head off as help him. Of course, it didn't have its desired effect, because Ernest continued running. Only when the front door slammed open, smacking harshly into the outer wall, did I move. It didn't take long for me to reach him, although I admired his effort. Ernest stumbled up the narrow path, his bare feet slipping on stone still wet from the storm last night. Reaching him in a few strides, I wrapped my arms around him, hoisting him from the ground. His skin was so smooth. It oozed with the sea salt scent left from his evening unconscious in the below. Even his hair was tacky with dried salt. "Get the fuck off me!" he cried, wriggling like a worm on a hook, undoubtedly spreading pus and blood over my skin which was currently pressed against him. Interesting. For a second I held my breath, expecting anxiety to rear its head. This time it stayed dormant. "Such a foul mouth for a prince," I responded as his bare feet kicked at my shins. It likely hurt him more than it did me. Ernest screamed, At least that's what I believed it was intended to be. The sound came out more as a desperate choking, as though my hands were around his throat instead of his chest. I was far taller, and admittedly far stronger, but force was force. Harsh bone slammed back into my nose, and I was blinded by the sudden pain. It was as breathtaking and beautiful as it was distracting and debilitating. My nose crunched beneath the force of his skull. The pop echoed in my head before a gushing river of blue blood burst outwards. I dropped him, the thud of his body against the ground hardly registering. Grasping my shattered nose, I quickly reshaped the line as it began to heal. It was only a moment of distraction, but the little prince took it. His feet slammed into my shins, and his nails gouged the flesh of my navel. Then he was up and running again, this time making it past the gate of my cottage. The sky cracked with power as dark clouds passed overhead. My emotion was tied to my magic, as was the storm which filled the sky. Even if I longed to rein it in, I couldn't. Deep inside my chest, two hearts beat in tandem. The beast was close. I plucked the trident from my belt, where I'd stored it in the form of a charm. As it grew in my hands, the magic responded to my desires and emotions. "Stop!" I bellowed, as a fork of lightning split the sky. In moments it had gone from dawn to dusk, the bright sun covered by a blanket of my power. My voice was nowhere and everywhere at once. I reached outwards, tying my magic with the water inside of Ernest's body. He stopped, immobilized as my power commanded him. That was the thing about humans. They were not only made up of blood, muscle, and bone, but another key component, something that had come in handy in my many years: water. The very element I commanded while holding the trident. "Now, are you going to continue trying to get away from me? Or are you going to hear me out?" My footsteps were steady as I closed the space between us. I couldn't see his face, only his shivering back and the rivers of blood dripping from his arm which splashed against the stone steps at his feet. As I rounded him, I found tears sliding down his cheeks. His blue eyes bulged wide and his mouth quivered. Seeing him overcome by his fury was almost commendable. He should have feared me, but that wasn't the emotion I found in his eyes. This time, when Ernest spoke, it was to ask the question he should have right at the beginning of this terrible interaction. "What are you?" I laughed, the sound echoing in the gathering clouds above. "Now that, Ernest Eyre, is an interesting question, because I have the very same one for you." Chapter 11. Ernest. I'm going to fucking kill him. I focused on that sentiment as Killian lathered the warm paste across my arm. Otherwise, I might just have fixated on the soft brush of his knuckles, how he smelled of citrus and olives, and the way his eyes looked like ripe grapes ready for bursting. I should have gone for his eye, not his neck. Given the chance, I would gouge them out with my own nails. But I couldn't move. Whatever magic he held over me kept me frozen in place. After I had tried to run, and he infiltrated my bloodstream with his essence and stopped me, he had carried me back into his cottage and sat me upon the reading chair he had been sleeping on. Since then, he had put a loose linen shirt on, covering the mocking face of Karakos inked onto his skin. The weapon he had suddenly been holding as he froze me was now resting against the cold hearth, the metal glinting at me mockingly. "This will numb the pain," Killian said, deep voice brushing over my skin. If he noticed the goose flesh across my arms, he didn't mention it. "It should also heal the open wounds by nightfall. But, as I'm sure you're aware, it will do little to cure you of your other sickness." I kept silent. He didn't lie. My arm was already numbing, the pain subsiding to a far-off ache. I couldn't see the bite mark beneath the thick, white paste, but my skin itched as though the skin was scabbing over. "Not even a thank you?" Killian growled, drawing back from his task. The tension from my jaw clamping together made the lower part of my face ache. I might not have spoken, but I refused to take my eyes off him. Everyone had a weakness. I just needed to locate his, and then use it against him.
Silence, then. Fine by me, he exhaled, sounding almost bored. You can continue sitting there until you answer my questions. Believe me, I've had so much practice at patience. I'm practically the saint of it.
His questions weren't easy to answer. First, what are you? Second, which god blessed you with your gift? And thirdly, how did I give the Myrr ability to walk on land and speak? I wasn't confident in my answers to any of the 3 questions, so instead I sat there, body hard as stone, watching Killian with his arms crossed and his unwavering gaze pinned on me. We stayed like that for hours. Hours of staring at one another. All the while, my desire to cause him pain was overwhelming. I lost myself to time by contemplating all the things I would do to him if given the chance. I could bite him, sink my teeth into his flesh just like Aliana did to me. From the way he was built, not a speck of his body left without muscles, I knew he would overpower me, but I would give it a good fucking go. Killian broke first. I knew it was coming because his foot began to tap, then he paced. I watched as nervous energy practically overcame him. So much for being the saint of patience.
You do realize your silence is incriminating, and give it a few hours you'll be begging me to free you from this spell. I would strongly recommend you get talking before Luna graces the night sky, and you're called to your new home.
I have nothing for you, I insisted, heart thumping as surprise crossed over his face.
That couldn't be further from the truth.
Killian knelt before me, levelling his eyes with mine.
I understand that your magic is powerful. It can entrance an entire city and give Myrr impossible gifts. In fact, I'd say that you have much that I would want.
The urge to lean into him and snap his smug little smile off with my teeth was overwhelming, but he tightened his fist, and his hold on me stiffened. Wishes, I spat, my full bladder giving me a sharp stab as I shifted away from his grasp, reminding me of just how long I'd been sitting here. I grant wishes. It was strange to watch relief unfurl over his features. It softened the lines across his forehead and smoothed the skin around his mouth and eyes.
Interesting. From my understanding, there's no patron god of wishes.
Then your guess is as good as mine. I might not be able to physically harm him, but I could at least ruin his relief, which would at least give me some sense of victory. But I held back from telling him my magic was taken from me. From the look he gave me, the way his magic eased away from me and my body became mine again, he revealed to me exactly what he wanted. That was his weakness, a desire like all men had. As I leaned forwards in his chair, my bones clicking from the hours of being locked in a spell, I softened my expression to match his. There was something eerie about his quiet. This time it was as though he was lost to thought. If you let me leave, I'll give you what you want. He slowly raised his eyes back to mine. The muscles in his jaw feathered, his hands ringing together as my question settled over him. Gods, it really was this easy. Of course. Killian wanted something from me. My father had warned me about this reaction. It was exactly why I had to keep my powers a secret. Also the very reason my father loved me. Hadion was the only one who wanted me for me, not what I could offer him. Cat got your tongue? I asked, when the seconds of silence had stretched to minutes. Or do you have so many wishes you simply can't just pick one?
I know what I want.
His words were finite, interrupting me. I nodded. Then ask it of me. If my father saw me now, he'd be proud. The way this stranger looked at me, the way he was entirely and completely engrossed, was exactly how my father wanted all of his subjects to behave. Killian lifted his strong fingers to his collar and pulled down his shirt. He didn't stop until my eyes graced the thick, black lines of his tattoo.
Free me of this."
"Your tattoo?" I asked, one brow raised. "Make a mistake getting it?"
"My curse," he corrected, as tears began to line his lower lashes. Then he smiled, the type of smile a sailor gave as he looked out across the ocean to the uncharted land they had found, full of peace and hope. It almost made him look magnificent. "I didn't think it would be this easy," I admitted to myself. "I can do that," I said, trying my hardest not to make him notice how my eyes scanned the room for something to use against him. Elation exploded in my chest as I caught a flash of silver inches beneath the chair. The fork. "Thank you," Killian said, closing his eyes as his posture sagged forwards. "Don't thank me yet." I eased from the chair, lowering myself down until I was kneeling before him. The fork was just out of reach. If I could get him on his back and then lean over, maybe I could reach it. "For granting wishes, I'll need you to be as relaxed as possible." Should I have asked him what his curse was? I'd granted wishes like health, an abundance of money, and even one which made a farmer's olive grove sprout olives the size of my palm, but I'd never dealt with breaking curses. He nodded, speechless and almost desperate in the way he looked at me. I almost felt bad for him when a single tear fell from his left eye. All he could say as he leaned back slowly was, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Hadion came to mind as I crawled over Killian and sat myself on his lap. The proximity was not important for my magic, even if I had it, but it was important for reaching the fork and stabbing somewhere more delicate than his neck this time. My aim was to kill him, but his magic was vast as the ocean, so if that didn't work, I'd settle for getting as far away as possible, as quickly as possible. Maybe I couldn't protect myself, but my father could protect me. He would, because I was his everything. He needed me, infected or not. "No," the voice inside corrected me. "He needs your power, not you." Burying that thought deep, deep down, I focused on my victim. Killian had his eyes closed, but his fingers trailed over my thighs as I sat on him. It was distracting, so much so that I lost focus on the fork. The pads of his fingers were firm, yet gentle as they painted circles over my skin. "Are you ready?" I asked, as I leaned down over him, hands placed on either side of his shoulders. It was there, so close I could reach it. "Yes." For such a large, powerful man, the way he spoke the word was similar to the broken chirp of a bird. "I am ready. I am." Before he could answer, I snatched the fork, lifted it above my head, and drove it down, straight into his eye. Thud. Chapter 12. Ernest. The Great Betrayal was a myth everyone in Aya and the surrounding lands had grown up on. It was the tale of how Karakos and Gorgana turned against Nyssa, goddess of life, and drove her out of the realm, a plan made for weaker gods to rule the world. Nyssa was the forgotten goddess. That was what I'd done. I had found Killian's weakness and used it against him. It may not have been as great betrayal as what the gods had done to Nyssa, but it was enough of one to get me far, far away. And I didn't stop running. Not when my lungs burned, nor when my cheeks stung with tears. The soles of my feet were ruined, torn apart by shells and loose stone. I knew I was bleeding, likely leaving a trail of footprints for Killian to follow, if he'd survived, that was. I hoped he didn't, because after stabbing him for a second time with his prized fork, I hardly imagined he would be so accommodating the next time we saw each other. At least next time it would be with the full wrath of my father and his guards between us. I might not be able to kill him, but I was confident a sword would. The kingdom of Aya towered above me. My knees almost gave out with relief as my eyes settled on the sandstone walls which surrounded the lower quarters.
Part of me expected the lands beyond the city to be crawling with King's guards, searching for me. I could only imagine my father's panic, knowing I was missing. His prized possession gone. Then there was the issue of my magic, the very thing he coveted. A crowd lingered beyond the gates to the city. I had never seen the streets so full, nor the gates closed. There was a swell of demanding people around me, screaming to be let in. I lifted onto my tiptoes, searching for a King's guard I could alert to assist me, but all I saw was red. I was surrounded by bodies dressed in familiar, yet strange, crimson robes. My heart hammered in my throat as my mind gave these people a name. The acolytes of Gorgana were here, stationed outside the gates of my city. I slipped my wounded arm into the sheet I had made into a shawl. If anyone saw the mark, they would know I was doomed, followed by the promise of death. I was delirious, but I also knew what would happen if they saw the bite marks, which were now puckered sliver scars instead of open wounds. "You!" I snapped, my voice crackling and weak. The person beside me, a woman with a hunched back and a nest of silver hair, had wide milky eyes that didn't quite look at me, but almost through me. "What's happening here?" "Bloody heathens." She grasped my face, using her fingers to read my features. I knew then that she was blind. There was a flash of pity in her expression, creasing the lines across her forehead into deep crevices. "You, boy, must get away from this place. Do not bother with the gates. It is not safe. No one is allowed in. No one is allowed out." "Why?" I asked, sucking in a harsh breath. She opened her mouth to reply, flashing rows of rotten teeth, but her response was swallowed by the swell of the crowd. Screams lit the sky as people moved as one in a wave, pushing and shoving. Panic clawed at my throat. I raised my arms to push back at those who overwhelmed me, but it was of no use. Bodies pressed in, smothering me. Then I smelled it. Death. Something sticky trickled over my toes, and I knew what it was before I looked down, to find blood pooling around my feet. It dribbled down the cracks between the streets in little rivers of crimson. No longer fighting against the crowd, I allowed them to move me. There was no need to hide my scream, not as the rest of those around me were already crying out for their lives. Panic was as infectious as the poison spreading in my veins. "I need to get inside," I shouted, grasping shoulders as I tried to force my way out of the chaos. "My father! I need to see the—" The crowd parted enough for me to finally see the gates. What I saw silenced me. Men and women in red robes stood in a line, spears in hands, their tips covered in flesh and blood. Before them laid a line of dead bodies with glassy eyes and pallid skin, their chests torn open wide. "Come, child," the same old woman I had dismissed snapped at me. Her spindly fingers grasped my wrist and pulled me away from the acolytes. "No good will come from dying now. The threads deem that will not be today." "I have to get into the city," I pleaded, shoulders smashing into me from either side. "My father is inside. I have to reach him." "Pray to Karakos, his soul has already fulfilled him," she said, widening her milky white eyes. "The city is now in the embrace of Gorgana." "What did you say? About the king?" I stumbled, almost falling. The sudden force tore my wrist from her grip. Then the crowd swallowed her whole, but not before I heard her haunting words. "Doomed! He will not leave this city alive." "No!" I stopped dead, a stone in a river. "No!" I had to reach him. There was another way into the city, a place I knew the acolytes wouldn't be aware of. I couldn't worry about why they were here. Not yet. I had to focus. I broke free of the crowd and moved towards the left of the wall. Following it would take me to a place no one else would know of. Well, anyone else but Hadion. With every second that passed, I found myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to find Killian chasing my heel. I'd been so focused on running that I hadn't allowed myself to truly contemplate what I'd done. Now I was suffering the consequences. As the cool water crashed against the lip of stone, wetting my thighs, my mind was gripped by thoughts of the stranger. I had stabbed him in the neck with a fork. A fucking fork. Then again in his eye as he had lain beneath me, vulnerable. The thing about my mind in panic was that too many thoughts ambushed it at once. As soon as my father came to mind, I felt a burning desire to see him in the flesh. Doomed. The old crone's final words hadn't left me. In fact, they grew louder and more demanding, making me clamber across the rock face with haste. He will not leave this city alive. My hands were shaking violently enough that it was hard to get a hold on the crumbling stone. At one point, my foot slipped out of the divot, nearly sending me into the abyss of thrashing water. My left palm was torn to shreds just from grasping fleetingly at the wall of stone to keep myself from falling. The wet rocks steadied me as I pressed my forehead into them. I allowed myself a moment, my heart threatening to break my ribs with its heavy beat, my head aching from the storm of anxiety which ruled it. I was a crab, sidestepping the narrow ravine. Above me was the sheer stretch of cliff. Below me was the ocean and all its dangers. It was easier for me to look skyward. Simply seeing the water and how close it was sickened me. Would Aliana be waiting? In my mind's eye, I could see her face beneath the film of water, watching and waiting for me to fall in and be claimed. But would the Myrr care for me now I was becoming one of them? Their purpose was to spread their infection. Since their venom already lingered inside my arm, if I fell into the ocean, would they leave me alone? The sun beat down on me, sweat prickling across the back of my neck. I was sticky and uncomfortably warm, as though the sun itself longed to torture me and force me into the Myrr's domain. But what the sun couldn't account for was that my fear of the water was not solely because of the monsters lurking within it. I couldn't even answer where my fear had truly come from. It was innate, as though I was born with it. For as long as I could remember, the fear had haunted me. I'd hardly put a toe into the ocean. Shallow water was not as bad as the deep blue. If I could see the bottom, I was able to hold on to some bravery. But here, beneath me, the water was as black as night. A thick place where light didn't penetrate it, as if it, too, feared the ocean's potential. My neck ached as I turned the way I had come. The shoreline looked so far away, the stretch of stone and ocean no different to the teeth and jaws of a great demon. I could scuttle back, but then I would be faced with the acolytes and the wall of dead they had made before the gate to my city. Or worse, I would face Killian. I couldn't turn back now. I refused to give in to the weakness. What other options were offered to me if I didn't fight? Survive, perhaps. Focusing on my destination, I didn't notice the black pointed urchin until I stepped upon it. Pain should have been familiar, but the shock of it made me lose my grip. I fell, arms pinwheeling, as if that would stop me from plummeting. Water crashed into my back, the force knocking the air from my lungs. All of a sudden, I was completely submerged, sinking beneath the below, my body immobile. I sank like a stone. Salt stung at my skin. Stabbing pain shot up my arm from the Myrr bite. The school of bright fish dispersed around me, more frightened of me than I was of them. Sounds were muffled in the below, and it was disorienting. I spun around, legs kicking out, arms swirling, but I couldn't swim. I swallowed a mouthful of water, bubbles racing before my face, blinding me, and still I fought to try and reach the surface again. After what felt like a millennium, my fingers grasped something slick but hard. I was heaved upwards. Strong arms wrapped around my chest, dragging me to the surface. I had no care as to who had saved me, not as I sucked in lungfuls of air, expelling vomit which tasted of bile and salt. "Pull him out," a voice called, muffled by the water clogging my ears. Suddenly, millions of grains of sand scratched my back as I was tugged out of the lapping waves. Then I was dropped, discarded like a sack of shit, as the tide rushed up around my gasping body, willing to pull me back in. A shadow passed above me. I lifted a shaking hand over my brow to block the sun as I coughed the salt water from my lungs.
"Is this him?"
Another voice echoed, louder this time.
"Yes."
My blood ran cold at the familiar tone.
"It's the prince."
The figure above me shifted, blocking the glare of light with their head. As they did, my eyes focused on the man. "Hadion?" I groaned, gazing up at the shawl of red material which covered his body, up to his face, which was pinched in a mix of disbelief and horror. I thought the sun cast a shadow of red at his back, but I quickly saw that it was a crowd of acolytes. It was such an unbelievable sight that I was certain I had drowned in the ocean, and this was some punishing vision to test where my soul would spend the rest of its days. Only when Hadion spoke did I know this was not a dream, not an illusion born from death. It was as real as the bite on my arm, as real as the threat I suddenly faced.
"Ernest, you've condemned Aya,"
Hadion said, stepping back from me, looking down at me as if I was the most disgusting being in the world to him.
"I wanted you. I truly did. But this is all your fault."
Chapter 13. Killian. I should have killed him last night when I had the chance. Instead, I'd held his unconscious body beneath the water, holding him to my chest, hoping he would survive the first night of the infection. The thought of it now only spoiled my insides with rage. I'd brought him into my home, blindingly believing Ernest had the power to save me. And he'd lied, used my desires and tried to kill me instead. He had stabbed me, not once, but twice. Unlike me, Ernest would not be so lucky as to survive when I got my hands on him. There wouldn't be a third chance. My anger was so overwhelming, so entirely demanding, that it drove me out of the cottage to follow him. Except it all faded away when my eyes settled on the very people who had ruined my life, the very people who'd infected my mother with their beliefs, the very fucking people who'd cheered as she'd held me over the cliff and split my neck wide open. I forgot all about the prince as my eyes settled on the acolytes of Gorgana. No one could see me hidden behind the rock protruding out of the ocean's surface. It gave me the perfect view of what was happening upon the shore, whilst still keeping me hidden. My tentacles tightened around the boulder, suckers grasping onto the rough surface as I watched them carelessly snatch Ernest up from the ground. He'd just been pulled out of the water, and unlike me, he hadn't noticed the army of acolytes racing down the narrow steps carved into the face of the cliff. Not until it was too late. They overwhelmed him, numerous hands grasping, pulling and pushing until Ernest was bound in chains and forced towards the castle. I should have helped, should have unleashed my power and reclaimed him, but I was frozen, unable to do anything as the zealots dragged him from me. The acolytes of Gorgana had lost their grasp on Aya in the years since they had sacrificed me in Karakos' name, because the first thing I did after he saved me from death was use his power to swallow them all whole. I rose the ocean over their land, their temples, and didn't stop until I thought each and every one of them were dead, returned to the hands of the very god they worshipped. No one since had faced Karakos' wrath, only the Myrr. The acolytes were a small group, forced to an island miles from Aya, yet here they were, and in great numbers. I really had grown lazy. Like moths to a flame, leeches to blood, what the acolytes were drawn to was death. They thirsted for it, thrived off of it, bound themselves in it like the chains which now held Ernest captive. "He's mine," I said, the stone groaning as my grip tightened. "Mine. Mine to have. Mine to kill." My tentacles released the stone, suckers popping off. The gills on either side of my neck opened as I slipped back beneath the water, a clear film passing over my eyes until they were protected. I sunk deep into the dark water, until I was certain no spyglass or watching eye would see me. Far above, the sun had long passed its apex in the sky. Already the light of day was slipping over the horizon. Time was running out. For me, and more importantly, for Ernest. That was, if the acolytes kept him alive long enough to allow him to change. Even if they did, I hardly imagined they would permit him into the below. Ernest would soon dry out on land, no longer human, but not completely Myrr. It shouldn't have been my responsibility to help him, but something drove me towards the shore. Revenge. I drew in the beast, allowing for my human form to overwhelm me. It was a strange feeling, the metamorphosis. I shed the tentacles, the form bleeding from me like sea foam. The rubbery limbs melted away, leaving behind reformed legs as bones solidified and veins and muscles knitted together. The first steps on my legs always felt as though I walked on a bed of broken glass. I gritted my teeth, lips drawing into a snarl, as I climbed out onto the shore. From the waist down, I was entirely naked. The clothes I had brought with me in the netted bag were wet through. I changed into them in the shadows of the small cave, wondering what these stones had witnessed over the years. The sound of my breathing echoed around me, building in volume. Once I was clothed, I paced towards the stone steps and looked up towards the castle which loomed overhead. After the Myrr's attack the night prior, I knew the city would be on high alert, but it wasn't the promise of King's guards that worried me. It was the very presence of Gorgana's followers which sparked an ancient dread in my chest. The last time I'd faced them, I'd come away cursed, but the last time they faced me, they had not come away at all. Chapter 14. Ernest. "You're hurting me," I whispered, tears streaking down my face. "Hadion, please, stop it." I didn't know what was worse. Hadion's fingers pinching into the soft flesh of my upper arm, or the cracks which had begun to spread through my heart. "I suggest you keep that little mouth shut," Hadion hissed as his hold tightened, his nails breaking skin. "For your sake." "Should we not gag him?" one of the acolytes asked, his spear inches from my face. "Ernest will behave," Hadion answered. "Won't you?" I nodded, unable to refuse him. I hoped that the more his nails dug into me, the quicker it would wake me from this nightmare. Hadion half-dragged, half-guided me through the castle. It was a disorientating experience, passing familiar corridors and rooms which looked different than the last time I had seen them. Gilded paintings had been removed from the walls. The stone podiums displaying an array of pottery painted in golds and blues no longer stood vigil where they last had. Windows had been smashed. Glass littered the floor which Hadion carefully navigated me around. But it was the red smudges on the walls and the dark russet brown of dried blood puddled over the sandstone floor which caught my attention. I was bleeding and broken, sodden to the bone and entirely exhausted. But even in my state I could read the details around me and piece together what had happened. The castle was empty, devoid of life. The only people were the acolytes with their red cloaks and pious glares. As we passed beneath the stone walkway connecting the western wing of the castle to the eastern wing, I finally saw where everyone had disappeared to. A pile of bodies had been erected in the middle of the courtyard. Blood covered the white-painted stones. Limp limbs draped over one another in a mass of flesh and death. I choked on my cry, recognizing so many faces of people I had grown up beside. "You fucking monsters!" I screamed, trying to pull back from Hadion with all my might. "You've murdered them!" I searched the glassy-eyed faces for my father. It was a natural response to finally understanding what the acolytes had achieved since last night. There was no relief when I couldn't find him. Not as the old crone's voice still rung in my head. Doomed, doomed, doomed. "It is you who's become the monster, Ernest. Now stop resisting," Hadion growled, speaking out of the corner of his mouth. "It won't help your cause." I gathered all the fury and panic, bored it into the muscles of my neck and thrust my head backwards. I didn't know what I hoped to achieve, but hearing the smash of my skull against Hadion's nose was pleasing. "I trusted you." Hadion sneered, with lips coated in blood.
"That was your first misjudgment."
More hands grasped me. My scalp burned as fingers wove into my hair and pulled me back. In the chaos, something was forced between my mouth. A wooden pole was wedged between my teeth, making my jaw ache. It was tied with leather around my head, the knot ripping hair out of my scalp. As if that wasn't enough, a fist cracked down into my jaw. Because of the gag, I couldn't make any sound except a muffled gasp.
"That's better,"
the acolyte with the broken knuckles hissed down at me.
"Try singing your way out of this one, siren."
His words stopped me dead. There was a knowing glint in his eyes, one that scared me more than the mountain of dead behind him, or the blood running across the courtyard's flagstones. Hadion righted himself, pushing the acolyte to the side. Blood ran down his chin and smudged across his mouth. The colour matched perfectly with his robes. Even with a gag, I had so many questions. Suddenly, the passion I'd witnessed in him only yesterday made sense. I glanced down to my arm. I practically felt his gaze pull apart my wounds, searching for the Myrr's venom spreading through my bloodstream. Those eyes which had looked at me with such love and desire, now flayed me open, nape to navel, overspilling with pure, concentrated hate. Hadion didn't utter another word, not as he grasped my arm again and pulled me forwards. His touch disgusted me. I longed to fight back, to tear all these people apart, but I was powerless, exhausted, and drowning in my new reality. If I thought the presence of acolytes was intense inside the castle, it seemed they congregated in the throne room like bees to honey. A sea of red stretched out on either side of the grand room. Not a single set of eyes anywhere else but me as I was forced through the door. I couldn't focus on them, not without losing myself to my panic. Instead, I took in the details, gathering as much information as I could. Knowledge was power, and since I was without my own, I had to look for it elsewhere. The throne room was bathed in darkness. Many of the enormous windows had been covered by thick cloth, blocking out the natural light. Only half the room was covered in shadow, while the rest burned in the golden light of lit sconces. Hadion pushed me forwards. I crashed into the ground, knees cracking, Killian's bedsheet barely hanging on. The stone beneath my hands and knees was cold to the touch. Where there were once 2 thrones woven from driftwood, shell and velvet, there was now only an empty space. The remnants of our broken thrones were left scattered across the dais. In their place, a single banner was held by a stoic acolyte, whose face was mutilated by a needle and thread. Their eyes were sewn shut, their lips sealed by black thread, their ears nothing but mounds of scarred flesh. A door slammed shut at my back. I whipped my head around, finding a wall of red-robed men and women standing in the way of my only exit. There were so many of them, expressionless and armed, and they all looked at me, fingers gripped tightly around spears and short swords. Hadion lingered within the crowd. I found him easily, as though a compass lingered inside of my chest, constantly pointing in his direction, no matter where I was. And to think I had come back here for him and my father. What had changed? Or had I simply been too distracted to see Hadion for who he truly was? Even though the room was full of countless people, it was quiet enough for me to hear the shuffle of footsteps. It was faint, a patter of feet over stone, the gentle hush of breath, the swish of material. It wasn't easy to turn my back on Hadion, but when I did, it was to find a woman towering above me. "Hello, Ernest of Ire," she said, kneeling down in front of me. "I admit I have been practically dying to meet you. Despite the circumstances, it's a pleasure to finally get the chance. I've heard nothing but interesting things about you." I drank her in, every detail. Piercing red eyes were set into her ivory-skinned face. Her cheeks were hollow, the bones almost pressing out of her flesh as though attempting to escape. I had never seen anything like it. It was as though the colour of her robes both gave her life and drew it from her. Beneath the hood of her cloak, I thought I saw a flash of silver hair. I couldn't be sure, though, as her eyes had some strange power over me. There was no looking away from them for long, not without being drawn back to her gaze like a moth to flame. My lack of response wasn't due to rudeness, but the gag still wedged between my teeth. I do apologize. I flinched away as her ice-cold fingers grazed my jaw. Don't be frightened, Ernest. I only want to take this out. How else can we converse if you're gagged? I kept as still as the dead as she untied the knot behind my head, gently pulled the wood from my mouth, and folded the straps neatly before placing us on the floor beside me. That's better, isn't it? The muscles in my jaw ached. I longed to raise a hand to my cheek, but that would show weakness. I couldn't be weak, not beneath the glare of this predator. "Where's my father?" I asked, voice hoarse. Honest and raw sympathy softened her face. "Terrion is alive and well, if that's what you're asking. Of course, his well-being all depends on how cooperative you're going to be." I shifted back, hating our proximity. As I did so, her crimson eyes shot down to my arm. I was certain her nostrils flared, as though she was smelling me. There was certainly something distracted about her gaze, as though I suddenly didn't matter. She leaned in, the scent of rot invading my nose. When she spoke, it was a muted whisper, as though she wished for only me to hear. "I see your wounds have healed. How peculiar." I couldn't help but look down at my skin, noticing how smudges of the salve Killian had slathered on me had washed away, revealing the silver scars of Aliana's teeth marks. "Where is he?" Her question shocked me as much as the spike of fury across her face. My blood froze. It was as though my entire body had been petrified by her words, keeping me immobilized, turning me to stone. "Who?" She leaned back, and her bones clicked. "I think you know exactly who I'm referring to. Many of us saw him last night, when he swept you from the ground and threw himself over the cliff's edge. Do you require me to spell it out for you? Killian. It had to be. Show me my father, and I'll answer you." The woman rocked backwards, joints creaking, then stood above me. "Look around you, Ernest. You are in no position to be making deals with me. Be thankful you're still alive long enough to even have this conversation." I straightened my back, forcing as much authority into my voice as I could muster. Without the crutch that was my magic, I felt pathetic, fake, weak, but I was still the prince. I had years of playing this part to know how to speak, how to act, and how to move to command a room. "All this speculation," I said, "and I still don't even know your name." I could tell this amused the woman. The skin around her mouth stretched as she smiled with all her teeth. "We don't have names, not beneath the rule of our god. Names are power, and we are unworthy of them. Only Gorgana has power here." She leaned in again, lips so close to my ear a shiver passed over my skin. "Except that's not entirely true, is it?" "I'm sorry, but you'll need to be clearer with your assumptions," I said, attempting to hide the trembling of my body. Every muscle ached as I tensed, trying to keep up the illusion that I wasn't scared. "Do I?" The nameless priestess leaned back. "I suppose Hadion must be a liar, then." Hadion. The gag. The acolyte's fear of me. It all made sense. He'd told her about my magic. My secret had been spilled out before me like the blood from a slit throat. I lifted a hand to the pale mark at my clavicle, knowing her smile was confirmation. It's because of Hadion that you are still alive. Don't blame him for betraying you. Thank him for saving you. Saving me? Except what Hadion didn't know was that my magic was gone, which meant this woman didn't know either. Suddenly, the balance of power over the situation was shifted back to me. Ah, so you've heard about my gift. I straightened as much as I could. I'm sorry to disappoint, but you would be the second person to ask me for it today, and would be the second person to be disappointed by my answer. She smiled again, this time flashing only a slip of pearly white teeth. I don't ask, Ernest. There was something dangerous about the way she said it. We all have secrets, but some are more interesting than others. Like yours, for example. I can only begin to imagine how a little human like you has access to such power. I suppose, once you grow accustomed to one another, you will let me know which god offered it to you. But before that, we have an issue to deal with, she said, lips barely moving as she spoke. The infection spreads through you, spoiling your blood. I longed to scramble away from her, but there was something predatory about her stare, keeping me pinned in place. Do you know what becomes of those who are bitten by the Myrr? Her question hung between us, thickening the air, spoiling it. They are killed before the infection takes root, I answered quietly. This is true. The abominations must be dealt with, except you, Ernest Ire. You are far too important to simply deal with. Then tell me what it is you wish for, I said, although I felt as though I already knew the answer. Hadion has told you what I can do. So tell me, and I will see it done. It was as if I was back in Killian's cottage, straddling his waist as I lured him into the belief I was prepared to use my magic, only to stab him in the eye with a fork. This time there was no fork. This time there was an army of acolytes behind me, each who were accustomed to death, more so than me. I wish to restore balance. What has happened to you, the Myrr's attack, is a sign that Karakos is displeased. He will continue to threaten this world until he is removed from it. Gods have been banished before, so it can happen again. There are rules far older than you can begin to comprehend, and they were put in place to keep Karakos pleased, and to keep us safe from his wrath. And by his will, Ernest, Karakos is furious with us. Good. Let him be. Let him swallow you all. The years of our exile have led to this moment, the priestess continued. It is important we deal with the issue at hand. Otherwise it won't be the Myrrh he sends onto the land. It will be a wave large enough to sweep us all into death. My chest tightened. We all knew the stories of Karakos' wrath, how he rose the ocean over cities and dragged them into his domain. Stories told of a world connected by land, with the islands linked together as one mass, before Karakos grew hungry. And if I help you, you will release my father? I straightened my spine, lifting myself up onto my knees. Chin raised, I feigned confidence, when in reality my insides were churning in a tempest of turmoil. Yes, she said plainly. Give me your magic, and I will save this world. I will use it not to cast illusions and manipulate minds for my gain, but to save innocent lives from Karakos' wrath for good. I laughed. Even if I wanted to stop the reaction, I couldn't. It was a harsh, barking noise that filled the room and ruined the stillness of the crowd. They all reacted, stomping their feet and chanting the god's name, whilst I broke into my fit of laughter. Gorgana! 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 Is your obvious humour a sign of a refusal? the priestess asked over the shouts, one brow raised. I had to steady my breathing enough to answer her. No. Hope spread over her face, giving her an almost youthful glow. Then you'll give it to me? I smiled, showing every single tooth. No. No, because I didn't have my magic. It had been taken from me. If I had it, I could have given it away. One song, one intention-filled lyric, and I could have freed myself of it by giving it away. That was how Aliana had taken it, after all. The priestess clicked her tongue, displeased. Her head shook from side to side, eyes pinned to me, gaze singeing me with her displeasure. In a matter of hours, you will face pain unlike anything you have experienced before. You can either do as I ask, or I will ensure you suffer through every moment until you are begging for me to save you from your curse. There's no cure, I spat, already knowing the answer. Yes, she said, eyes brightening as though a beacon had been lit within her. Yes, there is. My smile faltered. You're lying. And what would I gain from lying when I need something from you, Ernest? I refused to answer. There was nothing for me to say. It mattered little if she lied or told the truth. It didn't matter what she wanted. My magic was gone, already given to another. It wasn't me who she should plead to. But if I revealed that, my father would face punishment. Do you know how long it takes for the infection to overcome you entirely? She asked. My teeth gritted together as I continued to refuse to speak. Of course, I knew the answer. Everyone did. 6 days was the longest a person had ever resisted the infection. But when the priestess realized I wasn't prepared to answer, she looked across the crowd of acolytes. When she spoke, it wasn't for me. It was a command for them, and I was simply the bystander who heard. Until Ernest decides to cooperate with us, every evening I wish for you to round up one of Aya's civilians, children preferably, as the god of the oceans prefers their innocence. We will show Ernest just how Karakos must be dealt with. Take them to the ocean and spill their blood. Let us hope that appeases Karakos long enough. Do this every evening when the moon rises over the water. No, I screamed, grabbing for her, only to miss as she stepped back. You can't do this. She turned back to me, gazing down the point of her nose. Up to 6 nights. My calculations tell me that is 6 innocent lives. You wouldn't, I gasped. Gorgana will enjoy the death, too. She smiled down at me. That's 6 innocent lives, killed because you refused to give me what I asked for. One sacrifice from you is all that is required to spare them. Tell me, Prince Ernest, will you save them? Or will you choose, instead, to save yourself? My admission raced out of me, spilling beyond my numb lips. I can't give it to you. I don't have it. It's gone. Don't do this. Don't hurt anyone. That, she snapped, does not answer my question. She turned, but not quick enough to avoid me reaching out and grasping her robes. I pulled on them, forcing my body weight down, trying to keep her in place. I swear to you, I pleaded, mouth as dry as sun-bleached sand. If I had my magic, trust, you would be dead. One note, one word, and I could have turned you all against each other. Do you really think we would be in this position if I still had my gift? It is gone. It felt strange, admitting both the gift of and loss of my magic before a crowd. If my father were here, he would have flayed me for spilling my secrets. It was clear, though, that she didn't believe me. Then I suggest you find it, the priestess said. Otherwise, it will be far more than 6 souls lost because of your inability to give me what I need." The priestess swept from the room before I could plead my case again. She navigated through the shadows of the dais, passing into the door behind it, which led to my father's council rooms. I didn't take my eyes off her back, not until that choice was taken from me. Hands grasped under my arms and hoisted me from the floor. Acolytes drew me out of the throne room, the bedsheet I had taken from Killian's home barely hanging onto my frame. They took me back to my personal rooms. Hadion was there, standing before the doors, both arms stretched out as he readied to close me in. "You told her," I said. "You used and betrayed me." "I did what had to be done, because last night was proof alone that you have used your magic for selfish gain. Again." He wasn't wrong. Says the man who was willing to let me use it against my father, just to carve out a life together. What happened to that man? What happened to his selfish desires? Hadion laughed, chuckling like a manic child with dried blood staining his face. "He never existed. And you were a fool to think he did." My heart was shattering. Never existed. Crack. Fool. Crack. "Did you really believe I loved you?" Hadion stepped closer, a snarl creasing his once handsome face. "Did you really think for a second I would want you?" I bit down hard on my tongue, refusing to cry. "Yes. It did seem that way when you fucked me, Hadion. And that's all you were. A fuck. A place to empty my balls. Until I carved you out, found your secret, and realized how important you were to our cause." Bile raced up my throat, filling my cheeks. Instead of swallowing it down with his hateful words, I gathered it and spat at his feet. He looked down at the glob, then back up, gazing out across the horizon. "Oh, dear Ernest. Not long until the moon rises and the monster inside of you is called. If I could give you any suggestions, it would be to do what has been asked of you." "I swear to you, Hadion, I don't have my magic." I almost reached up and wrapped my fingers around my throat out of pure desperation. If only I could choke the air out of myself, selfishly removing myself from this situation, I would do it. Hadion paused, allowing my words to sink in. "Then you better find it. And quickly." "Why?" I jolted forwards before he closed the doors on me. "Why did you do this?" "Because I—" Hadion inhaled deeply, staring directly into my soul. "I know what is right and what is wrong. What happened last night was only the beginning of Karakos' punishments. If you do not do what is required of you, more will suffer." "And if I can't do it?" His calm face broke out into a snarl of pure disgust. "Then I hope you're the one who suffers." The doors slammed. A key turned in a lock. Behind my back, where the doors opened out into my balcony, the sky had already begun to darken with the arrival of late afternoon. I had lost more of the day than I had realized. Everything crumbled over me. My missing power, the infection coursing through my blood, the priestess and her promise of death. It was overwhelming, suffocating. A day had passed since I'd last stepped foot in this room, and my world had turned upside down. I stared out across the calm water, the sun slowly slipping beyond the horizon, making room for the moon to take its place. And there, deep in my bones, an ache began to form. It was the infection, the curse, as it prepared to claim me. Chapter 15. Killian. Time was a fragile thing. It was not linear, but formed from knotted and twisted lines. This was a concept I had come to understand throughout my years of being cursed. Immortality did that to one's perspective, which was why I found it disorientating that tonight, of all nights, my heart raced in my chest with every passing second. Seconds which felt more like centuries. I left the acolyte I'd just killed to rot behind the row of olive groves in the gardens of the castle, until the flesh would spoil, and the scent of death overwhelmed the tart smell emanating off the hundreds of olive trees. No one would find him. The red robe scratched against my skin. I felt the weight of the hood pressed down on the crown of my head like a burden I could not rid myself of. In all the years since I'd last worn these robes, the feeling of discomfort hadn't faded. If only my mother could have seen me now, walking through a castle using the false cover of her belief, she would have rolled over in her grave, disgusted. At least the feeling was mutual. I'd vowed never to dress myself in their clothing again, except here I was, doing it for a little prince who I had suddenly fixated on. I knew nothing of this man, except he held the power to free me. That alone was enough for me to keep stepping, one foot in front of the other. Above me, the sky darkened with the arrival of dusk. The sun barely held on to its reign over the sky, but in just short of an hour it would sink behind the horizon. Once the moon crested over Ire, Ernest would lose himself to his infection. I had to get to him before that happened. But with the castle riddled with acolytes, it would require a distraction to get Ernest out without being noticed. Before I could begin to plan one, a distraction came at the perfect time, almost as if Karakos heard my desires. Shouts rose out from beyond the stone courtyard. I slipped around the outskirts, hiding in the thick shadows left by the sentinel lines of carved pillars. Vivid green vines hugged the stone. Grapes, fat with juices, hanging amongst russet roots. Lemon trees grew in burgundy pots, decorated with swells like the ocean's waves. The fresh perfume of the citrus fruit pricked at the insides of my nose as I slowed to a stop and watched chaos unfold. A map of Ire and its neighbouring islands had been painted in blues, whites and greys across the slabbed floor. Years of being trodden on by feet and sandals had ruined parts of the map, but it was still eerily familiar. I couldn't focus on the finer details as acolytes raced from unseen doorways, flooding the map with the red hems of their cloaks. It almost seemed lyrical as I watched the map be smothered by Gorgana's followers. I picked up words from their muffled conversations. Myrr, ship, attack. Just as the monsters of the ocean were drawn by the moon, I was drawn by their title. One mention of them almost had me forgetting my purpose here. The title pull was so intoxicating that I almost jumped from my hiding place and joined the rush of acolytes. I didn't. Not yet, at least. I focused, turning my head in the direction they had all come from. Finding Ernest within such a large palace would have been like searching for a diamond in the ocean. But the acolyte, who these robes had belonged to, had kindly shared the prince's location, thinking divulging information would save his life. He'd been misled in that belief. I had no guilt for killing him. He worshipped the goddess of death. Surely he'd be thankful I'd sent him straight into her domain. But in the face of death, he had pleaded for me to let him go, his trembling fists clutching me as frantic begging slipped beyond his mouth. No one wanted to welcome death when it was staring them in the face. My hate for the acolytes of Gorgana far outweighed my disdain for the Myrr. In fact, there were two separate things. I did what I did to the Myrr because it was part of the bargain I'd made, a visceral call within my gut which began the morning I was reborn. But my feeling towards the very people who'd made my mother slit my throat in the name of belief, that was my own desire. It had nothing to do with what Karakos had given me, what the god still desired from me. I continued my pursuit, forcing my feet one before the other just to keep me going in the right direction. There was no time to contemplate what was occurring out across the ocean with the Myrr and a ship. Nor could I dwell on why the acolytes were here, and what this meant, not only to me, but the impressionable people of Ire. Ernest. I filled my mind with the prince, his deep blue eyes, midnight hair, and pearlescent skin. Last night he hadn't been aware of what had become of him, nor had I had the time to inform him. But tonight, when the moon finally rose and called for the creature inside of him to claim its freedom, Ernest would be fully aware. My thighs ached as I climbed the winding steps up the western tower of the castle. It was a tall spire, so gargantuan that if the gods still reigned over the world, they would have found their domain pierced by this tower's tip. When I reached the top, I was practically vibrating with urgency. Deep voices sounded ahead of me. I knew I was close, so I stepped into the line of sight of the two acolytes guarding the grand double doors. They stiffened, fingers twitching on the spears they held. In the blink of an eye, the spears had been lowered into an X between them. Blessed be! I forced the welcome out, knowing it had not graced my tongue for many years. It felt awkward in my mouth, but I hoped I sounded confident and clear. "Brother, what is your purpose?" one of them asked. When I didn't reply, the other barked, "Answer!" They couldn't help their distrust, not as I stood before them with my face shrouded by the hood. It didn't take a scholar to see that the robes were far too short for me. They skimmed my ankles, revealing bare feet. My wrists protruded from the sleeves. The neckline strained against the swell of muscle, barely hiding beneath. "Do you not hear it? There's a commotion beyond the walls," I said, voices clear as shallow water. "We've all been called to assist." That wasn't a lie. We could all hear it. The chorus of shouts from beyond the glassless windows. It carried on the sweltering afternoon breeze. I fought the urge to lower my hood to relieve the heat. I always wondered why the acolytes dressed in such heavy sheep's-wool robes, which suffocated the skin and kept the warmth in and the cool out. Sweat prickled over my neck and forehead. "Our command has been to stay here." The acolyte's fist tightened on his spear. "Get moving." I tasted fear in their response, as heavy as the humidity pressing on my skin. For a moment I wondered who it was that gave them the command to guard the prince's door. Whoever it was still held the power of control over their followers through terror. Even in all the years since my sacrifice, that was one thing that hadn't changed. There was no point in continuing this false narrative, not as time slipped away, with dusk arriving, and my anxiety attempting to sink talons into my gut. I was so close, the prince lingering just beyond the door. There was no time to waste pretending anymore. I lowered my hood, revealing the truth beneath the illusion. Shifting the robes, it slipped from my shoulders and pulled to my feet, spreading around me like freshly spilled blood. Deep in my chest, two hearts beat in unison, enjoying the confusion which passed over the acolytes' faces. "It's him," one said to the other, voice trembling. Suddenly, their bravery depleted, just as I knew it would. "Ah, so my reputation reaches even to the dark corners where you dwell." The wooden spears clacked together as their bodies started to shake. I watched as their muscles tensed and fingers tightened, but still they couldn't control themselves. I was almost disappointed when patches of piss didn't spread over their crotches. Demon! Spit landed against the floor beside my foot. I smiled, lips splitting my face in two. "I understand choice is not something you are familiar with, but I'll give you one anyway. Step aside or be moved. Which will it be?" Neither of them shifted a muscle besides their continued trembling, although I sensed they wished to, which meant that whoever their priest or priestess was nowadays was far more frightening than me. Then again, I did love a challenge. "You have no dominion here," the smaller of the two said, feigning a snarl. "This city belongs to Gorgana now. Or have you finally returned to her—" There was something odd about the way he spoke so candidly, like there was a knowing behind his words, something which shouldn't have been possible. "What do the winds whisper about me?" I asked, stepping cautiously towards them. "Indulge me. It's been so long since I last spoke with the likes of you." Their eyes traced over my bare chest, lingering on the blackened lines of my tattoos. Lips curled over teeth, eyes narrowed and brows furrowed. One of the guards used their free hand to make the symbol of Gorgana, the crossing of combined fingers from the forehead to the chest, then the gut. "Gorgana cannot protect you from me," I said, tilting my head. "Not here, not now, or tomorrow, or after that. Just as I've hunted your ancestors, I will do so with your descendants in years to come." Out of the corner of my eye, I caught the rich navy of the sky, knowing the sun was close to disappearing. Time slipped through my fingers like sand. "The winds tell us that you bleed, Sea Witch." "Sea Witch?" I couldn't help the thunderous laugh. It boomed across the arched ceiling and stone walls until the entirety of Ire could hear. "I admit, of all the titles I have gained in my years, that may be my favourite." The spears jolted forwards, no longer crossed over the door, but held out before me. The metal tips winked with the fading light of day, mere inches from my gut. "However, you are right," I said, stepping into the spearheads. I expelled a breath. The feeling of metal passing through flesh was almost enjoyable. This was not the first time my skin had split today, nor the first time I bled. I do bleed. Can you see? Eyes widened as my azure lifeblood spilled freely, dribbling down the shaft of the spears like the vines wrapping around the stone pillars of the courtyard. Once I was satisfied with their silent, wide-eyed expressions, I stepped backwards, the spear tips pulling free. My words might as well have had the power to turn people to stone, because the two acolytes watched, frozen in disbelief, as my skin knitted back together. But even your metal, your faith, your misplaced bravery cannot destroy me. It didn't the first time, and it will not now. Tell me, do your winds whisper of that? Their silence was answer enough. Although they did not utter a word as they looked to each other, I knew what their gazes spoke of. "Don't worry," I whispered, leaning into them as though the walls were listening. "I won't tell anyone if you run." That was the only invitation they required. Spears clattered against the floor, feet pounding on stone. Before I'd even straightened back, the two acolytes had fled. I was no fool. They would be back with reinforcements, but I would be long gone by then, as would the prince they guarded. I lifted my hand and pressed it over the door's lock. Magic spilled out of me, drawing water out of the heavy air and forcing it into the mechanism. The metal rusted and weakened enough that the smallest of pushes would break it. A shadow passed over the stone corridor, painting the door in a sudden blanket. One glance behind me, and I understood why. The sun was setting, and time was running out. I shoved the doors open, slamming them with force until the walls beyond cracked with the impact. Before I could open my mouth to call the name lingering on the tip of my tongue, a force barreled into me. I was blinded by flesh and nails as a small yet mighty creature jumped onto me, knocking me to the ground. The last sound I heard was my skull bouncing across the stone floor, before silence devoured me. Chapter 16. Ernest. My plan was simple and, quite frankly, rushed. With my eyes trained to the locked door, my muscles strained and my heart slamming against my ribs, I readied to escape. The poor soul who stepped through the door would not come away without a mark or two. Although it was obtained with my magic, this was my castle, and the people outside the walls were my responsibility. I had to save them. But I couldn't do it locked away in my bedchamber. I would fight my way out, find my father, regain my magic, and put all the wrongs right again. So, when the door was thrown open and I jumped, fighting tooth and nail, onto the unsuspecting guest, I almost didn't notice they didn't wear the telltale red robes of the acolytes. I stared down at Killian. Clothed in the simple garments of an acolyte, he was here. He had come for me. Suddenly, I wished I was facing the priestess, Hadion, or the other acolytes. Anyone else was better than this monster, coming to reap revenge for my attempt on his life. Breathless, I cowered over the unconscious man beneath me. I didn't know who I expected would enter my rooms, but he was certainly not it. The man I had woken to this morning. The man I had stabbed and left for dead. I straddled his hips for the second time that day, knees tucked into his sides to keep him in place. Not that he would move. The thunderous cracking sound his skull made as it connected with the floor still echoed across the walls. His white hair fanned out beneath him. Some strands were sodden with the blue blood that spread from beneath his shattered skull. One look beyond the door showed the corridor was empty of all but a red robe left upon the floor. Had Killian killed them to get to me? Perhaps I should have taken the moment to push up and run, but something kept me in place, gazing down at the stranger. His eyes were closed, the vivid purple hidden behind translucent lids. His skin was smooth as pearl, the only hints of a mark, the black lines of the tattoo, poking out of his unbuttoned shirt. I was so utterly transfixed by how beautiful he looked, lips pulled up into a faint smile, spider-long lashes fluttering beneath the force of my breath. A cool breeze danced in from the balcony behind me, caressing my neck until shivers coursed through me. I turned away from Killian, unsure what exactly demanded my attention this time. But it was something. A call from beyond the balcony as the sky turned a deep navy, just as the sun fell behind the curve of the world. As the final dregs of light disappeared, something sparked within me. It was a pull, a tugging of a cord which linked me to the world beyond. I see this is a position you enjoy. My head snapped back to Killian, whose eyes were wide, a snarl painted across his mouth. Before I could pull away, his hands grasped my thighs and held on. It was not a painful hold, firm but tender. "Do you just not die?" I asked, frozen in place. There was danger in the man's eyes, a promise of something deadly. "Keep trying, and you might just find out." No good would come from running now. So instead I brought my knees further into his sides, quickly wrapping a hand around his throat, and made sure my nails pressed into skin. "What do you want with me?" It was a loaded question, but I demanded an answer. "A pointless question, as you already know the answer. Except you made it clear you cannot give it to me." "And yet you came after me again?" "Yes," he said, brows furrowing until his forehead was creased with lines. "This time to do what I should have the first time I laid eyes on you." Despite the dread swirling in my gut, I dared to ask, "Which is?" "To kill." My body jerked backwards. Not because Killian had pushed me off him. From the amused glint in his eyes, I gathered he was rather enjoying our position, but because that call, that violent tug from beyond the balcony, intensified. A rippling pain shuddered beneath my skin. I was confident if I looked down at my arms, it would have been to see something slither within me, as though it longed to break free. I was on my back, writhing as my body burned from the inside out. The contraction of agony lasted a few beats of time before receding. Although the echo of it shuddered through me, I could at least catch my breath and focus back on the stranger. Killian stood above me. In his hand he held a weapon, a pointed trident that caught the fading light of dusk from the balcony at our side. Between the pain and the fact that I faced death, I did the only thing I could think to do. I sang. It was a song I had comforted myself with over the years, a melody that had been with me for as long as I could remember. Unbeknownst to me, it had other effects too. No matter where you stray, across the sea and far away, my love for you persists as strong, a tide which draws you to and from. How? Killian choked, eyes wide as though he drank me in. The tips of his trident were level with my chest, the points brushing my flesh. How do you know that song? I couldn't answer, because another wave of agony tore through my legs. Instead, I screamed the lyrics, distracting myself with the familiarity of it, praying it would give me peace as the infection took over. 2 hearts as one. A rising wave, I choked, arching my back off the floor. May you find me. Killian spoke the final lyric, as though the word was painful. May you find me. Messel clattered against the floor. Warm hands clutched my lower back, drawing me up. Killian was so close, his scent of salt and sea intoxicating. It filled my nose, ruining me from the inside out. Not that it was unpleasant. Kill me then, I begged, looking Killian dead in his violet eyes. Do it. Save me from this. He shook his head. I cannot. Please. When he shook his head again, I roared, Coward! I hadn't realized I was scratching my arm until Killian laid his long fingers over my hand and stopped me. Looking down, I saw the mess I had made. My skin was torn apart, my nails embedded with the flesh I had peeled back from muscle. But it was the glint of silver which snatched my breath away. Scales. They grew from beneath my skin like feathers. Slick with red blood, they winked like stars in the night sky. Where Aliana had buried her teeth into my arm, the veins of venom were no longer prominent. They had sunk deep into my body like the anchor of a ship, replaced by the shimmering of overlapping scales. And there was more. My nails were long and pale, sharp at the tip, the skin between my fingers joined by thin, see-through bands of flesh. My hand shook as I held it up before me, studying it in the darkening room. Ernest. I heard Killian on the umpteenth time he said my name. I looked up to him, losing myself in his genuine concern. 2 lines furrowed between his sharp brows. His mouth pursed until the blush-pink colour drained from tension. There was something else he longed to say, but noise beyond the corridor stopped him. Footsteps, the thunderous beat of running people, shouts. Do it, I seethed, angry that he'd offered me death and then taken the possibility of peace away. Kill me. I said no, Killian growled, lifting me from the floor. A sharp pain shot up my legs as they betrayed me. He caught me before they gave out. He's in there! Voices shouted from the corridor. It's the Sea Witch! He's come! Killian pushed me behind his back, sweeping me out of the way with a hand. I grasped onto him for leverage, knowing if I let go I would fall back to the ground in agony. Strong winds whipped up from the balcony, ripping the sheer curtains off. They shot forwards in the current like ghosts of vengeance. We stood amongst the torrent of air. It was so strong it nearly tore me from the ground, but Killian was as unmovable as a rock in the middle of a ravine. The doors to the bedroom slammed closed without being touched. Pieces of furniture lifted from the stone floor, slamming before the doors until a pile of broken wood, skeletons of my bed, cabinets and a shattered mirror created a barrier. I had no doubt that Killian was controlling the wind. It was not magic I was familiar with, but I recognized the abnormality of it. He used his trident, moving it with the grace of a conductor, and the winds seemed to follow. Killian focused back on me as the winds died down to a simmering hiss. His hair blew before his face, but nothing could hide the gleam of his eyes. I asked you a question. How do you know that song? The irrelevant question was misplaced and ill-timed. I don't know. I don't fucking know, I chugged out, swallowing down another wave of pain. The agony was becoming my making, not my destruction. It fueled my emotion. What do you want from me? The same thing they want, Killian said, gaze flickering to the barricaded door. The walls began to quake as something heavy was forced into it from the other side. Your magic. A deranged, feral laugh burst out of me. It's gone. I don't have it. I fell to my knees as more pain rocketed through me. The crack of bone against stone was so loud I should have felt it, but I didn't. There was no stopping the floor from racing up to greet me. Before my face slammed into it, Killian was there, holding me up. Then I'm going to help you get it back, Killian said, so close that I could see every pore, every single strand of his lashes. I was so distracted by the way my skin felt, as though it was twisting inside out, that I didn't truly take in his words. I shook, trembling, as Killian wrapped his hand around my forearm. His fingers were so long they met around it. I propose a deal. My vision doubled. I inhaled deeply, but air didn't seem to comfort my lungs. No. Okay, so you wish to stay here, suffering? If the acolytes break into the room quick enough to get you into water, don't think they'll treat you kindly. They will use you, make you watch as those you care about suffer. Or you help me, and I shall help you. I was so used to people using me. It was so familiar that the concept was almost comforting. Speaking was difficult. I could only manage one word at a time, broken up by breathless gasps. My head throbbed, and beneath my hips I could no longer feel my legs. What has changed? Blinded and lost, my eyes closed. I screamed out the final word, using the very last dregs of air in my pathetic lungs. Killian. He inhaled sharply at the use of his name. I help you get your magic back, if you promise me one wish when we succeed. I pinched my eyes closed as the agony rose to new impossible heights. And if you fail? Killian's face was set into a straight, stoic scowl. Then I get nothing, and you are free. There was something more in the way Killian spoke that proved to me this outcome displeased him. It was all becoming too much. People became desperate on their deathbed. How binding was this deal if I agreed? He could break it, as could I. But Killian had just reached inside my chest and offered to save those I felt responsible for. Say it. Say yes, and it will be done. I was in no right mind to know what I was saying, nor contemplate the consequences, but I opened my dried lips, and the words limped out of me like a dying animal. Yes. Chapter 17. Killian. Then I get nothing, and you are free. It wasn't entirely a lie. What I did not tell Ernest was what his freedom would mean. He would know what would become of him once the venom truly took hold of his body and mind. Before the turn of the 6th night, he would become a Myrr, and I would kill him, the promise of a wish or not. Even after all these years, that song still haunted me. It followed me, lingering over my shoulder like a shadow. The same song my mother sang as she held me over the cliff's edge, the same song which accompanied me as I was thrown into the ocean, barely holding on to life. Ernest parted his ocean-blue eyes and looked me dead in the soul. The grace of the rising moon had finally slipped into the room. It skipped over the patches of silver scales which pierced his skin. When he opened his mouth and replied, it was the only sound that mattered. Yes. His answer was all the beast inside of me required. Across my chest the ink shifted, bleeding down my arm until it melted across Ernest's skin. I watched it crawl, twisting around his wrist into a band to signify the bargain made between a desperate human and a powerful beast. It was done. Ernest had just solidified himself as the most important being in my world, my universe. Without him retrieving his magic, I would never find peace. For the first time in a long time, I had hope. Hope to break myself away from this existence, and it rested in the hands of a human prince who so happened to enjoy stabbing me. "What have you done?" he asked, jaw trembling as he regarded the tattoo inked over his skin. "Given you a chance," I replied, although in truth I didn't know how Ernest would benefit from this bargain. Time would tell, I was sure. The final scraps of light bled from the room, drawn out over the horizon as the sun finally set. Ernest opened his mouth, undoubtedly ready to scream at me, but no sound came out. His skin melted away, caught on the breeze, revealing the creature beneath, the Myrr. I unleashed my own beast, allowing it to press outwards. Ernest watched from his place on the floor as I changed. Even amidst the storm of agony he suffered as his body broke and shattered, giving room for his monster to free itself, he watched me with awe glittering on his handsome face. My trousers tore at the seams as my tentacles broke free. I lifted higher into the air beneath their form. My neck split in parts, allowing for gills. My eyes sharpened, a thin film passing over them. My ears lengthened to points, and my teeth sharpened. All the while, Ernest watched, awe morphing into the horrifying realization he had just made a deal with the very thing all the stories, all the myths warned him against. Karakos, help me. Chapter 18. Ernest. I had never watched a person turn into a Myrr before. The bitten were usually killed before they were ever given the chance to change. For the Myrr who had been found, tangled in fishing nets or washed up on the shore, bodies already torn by something with a larger jaw, they were quickly dealt with. Now it was happening to me. I often wondered if they were scared when the change happened, but I quickly understood that there was no room for fear when there was only pain. Someone could have taken a blade to my throat or doused my body in oil and set me on fire. None of it would take away from the feeling of my body being torn apart by the monster lurking beneath. My legs burned. I reached for them, gouging my skin away in hopes that it would starve the agony. But where skin peeled back beneath my newly forged talons, scales remained, as silver as the crown my father had worn upon his head. If I'd expected blood and flesh to pool around me, it didn't. Instead, it disappeared like mist, caught on the rising breeze. Killian towered over me, a shadow cast over the room of writhing tentacles and hard-muscled skin. He was horrifying, unearthly, frightening, but above all, beautiful. His hair caught in the winds as a storm whipped up outside. Salt spray glistened across his skin, making him glimmer like a rare crystal. I opened my mouth to beg, to demand that he freed me from this unending pain, but the only sound that came out was a starved gasp for air. There was an abundance of it around me, but it was as though my body couldn't inhale it. On either side of my neck, folds of skin flapped. I skimmed my fingers over them, feeling the strange passing. Gills. I had seen enough fish to know what they were. I could see the same markings on Killian's neck, 3 long open wounds, as though I'd reached up and raked my claws down him. "It is time to say goodbye to your home," Killian said, his cool shadow engulfing me. I couldn't form a word to reply. My body spasmed, my lungs aching from the lack of air. I began tearing at my chest, praying that if I cut myself open enough I could breathe. But all I did was continue to tear my skin away, revealing armoured scales that spread around my chest in silver patches. A sinuous form slithered beneath my arching back. I grasped for it, feeling the sticky flesh of his tentacle. It wrapped around my waist, constricting until I felt every single one of his suckers attach themselves to my skin. Then I was hoisted from the ground. He moved across the room. I was vaguely aware of the banging beyond the door, but cared little for it. In fact, I hoped the acolytes did break in. Which fate was better? Whose hands would be kinder? "Look at me," Killian demanded so suddenly it snatched my attention. "Look at nothing else but me." I didn't want to listen to him, but there was a lure that overcame my senses. Losing myself to the impossibility of him was the only thing keeping me conscious. How his skin melded seamlessly with the russet flesh of his lower half. How his tentacles shifted like thick snakes. Even the black tattooed lines of Karakos seemed darker, as though they too moved. His tentacles spread over walls and across knocked-over furniture, tugging us from the room until we were outside on the balcony. The stone barrier cracked beneath his grip. A chunk tumbled down the sheer drop beneath it. The world was painted in utter darkness. Even the stars did not come out to watch me. I could hear every crash of wave, feel the shift of sand far beneath the ocean. I longed for it, desperately. A ship hovered out in the water. It was at a strange angle, almost tipped over like a child's toy. Where the sails would have been was now a sheet of fire, which reflected across the dark surface of the water. It was under attack, and I knew by what. "Ernest!" a voice called out from behind us, spoiled with desperation. I drew my gaze from the sinking ship, searching for the man who called my name. I looked over the muscled shoulder of my captor to find Hadion. He stood in the doorway of the room as a wave of red-robed acolytes moved around him, weapons drawn. I couldn't place the emotion on his face. It was sadness, it was fury, it was disgust and regret. The one emotion that did not reveal itself was the one I searched for. Love. My jaw spasmed, my gums burning as sharpened teeth grew from them. Instead of calling for Hadion, I opened my mouth and hissed. I felt only anger, only rage. In that moment, if Killian hadn't been holding me, I would have crawled across the space between us and buried my teeth into his fucking neck. But Hadion disappeared from view as the world seemed to tilt. Turning my attention back to the view of the ocean, I noticed it was vertical. Killian slithered down the rock face beneath the castle, moving us closer and closer to the safety of the water. A weightless feeling lifted my stomach as he thrust us away from the castle's wall and dove the final drop, plunging into the waiting darkness. I found myself smiling, eyes closed, as I willingly waited to meet the bliss of the very thing my body craved. Water. Freedom. The force of our bodies colliding with the ocean tore us apart. As suddenly as I was gripped in his embrace, I was spinning in a vortex of pure darkness. I opened my mouth, lungs flooding with salt water. Instead of drowning in it, though, it was as though I was breathing for the first time. As the currents dragged me deeper into the abyss, I watched the remaining parts of my human figure melt away. Skin slipped from my body, leaving behind a form I'd never known. At my waist, my hips widened, forming a base for a long silver-scaled tail which had replaced my legs. Even in the dark of the ocean, it caught the faint glimmers of lights, glowing as though a star lingered beneath each scale. I blinked, watching the darkness lift as a film shifted over my eyes. Suddenly, I saw everything in bright colour. Schools of fish dispersed around us. Eels peered out of caverns amongst the bed of coral beneath me. The water here was shallow, the rock bed my castle was built upon just beside me. The swell of waves moved me closer to it, but my tail seemed to shift, keeping me in place. My body had never felt so strong, so powerful. Killian was suddenly before me, coming into focus, his dominant form passing the darkness. His hair floated languidly around his shoulders, each tentacle slithering as they caught currents and kept him in place. And he looked at me, studying me with the intent of an artist examining their subject. I practically felt his eyes shift over my new body, moving across flesh and scale as though he had taken a finger and touched me. The moment was ruined when arrows began raining down around us. I looked up, hissing, only to watch the cloud of wooden shafts and pointed metal pierce the water. The acolytes were attacking. My body was suddenly pushed by an invisible hand. The jolt was so great that my neck snapped backwards. It was as though the water played with me as it pleased. But it wasn't the ocean. It was Killian controlling the currents. His hand was outstretched, the water around his fingers spinning into a vortex, the trident gripped in his other hand. It was his magic, wrapping around my body like a leash, pulling me to him. His fingers barely grazed my side before I lashed out, smacking my muscular tail into his side. The suddenness of my attack severed his magic, enough for me to put some distance between us. "Do you want to die?" Killian asked, his voice muffled by the water, but still audible. Furious bubbles formed beneath his mouth, seemingly catching each word in a physical form. I had wanted earlier. Now that the pain was no longer inflicting my body, I didn't. I had survived it, changed, and now I felt powerful, clear-headed, and above all, hungry. My head snapped, searching. I couldn't see the humans, but there was a new sense overcoming my mind, one I was not familiar with, an instinct that I could easily give myself over to. "No," Killian commanded, watching me with suspicion. Did he know what I desired? Humans were close, or what my mind now saw them as, food, sustenance. The currents told me of their helpless bodies kicking out as they attempted not to drown. Screams were stifled as water filled their lungs. It was as though the ocean whispered to me, warning me of the helpless beings who fell from a burning ship. I not only wanted them, I needed them. Killian became an afterthought as my attention shifted. My tail flipped, my webbed fingers pushing against the water until I faced the direction of the chaos. Killian's tentacles reached out for me, but this time I was faster, stronger. He didn't expect it. One thrash of my tail, and I shot through the abyss. My lithe body, like the arrows of the acolytes, shot down from the castle above. I was aware he followed me, attempting to catch me with his limbs and his magic, but every attempt was thwarted by my need for food, and it didn't take long to find it. Debris from the ship sunk to the depths, almost too slowly. It was as though the below slowed time down. Bodies sunk too, limbs reaching up to the surface as though they hoped someone would reach down and save them. No one would. Fire glowed far above as the remaining ship continued to burn. The water told me of those who struggled, who attempted to swim to safety, but they were not the only ones here. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw other tailed figures, their thin and bony bodies made of scale. Myrr, a countless number of them, an army. They swam so fast it was as though they were nothing but a blur in the darkness. I turned back to see if it was Killian who followed, but he was nowhere in sight. Where I expected him to be was only an empty space, hardly penetrated by the rising moon. Until something swam at me so fast, I didn't have the chance to move. A force slammed into my body. If I had air in my lungs, it would have knocked it out of me. Water streamed past my ears as I was dragged backwards. I gripped onto whatever had hit me, burying my talons into soft flesh. The screech that followed was so violent, so full of pain, that it snapped me out of my trance of hunger. It was a Myrr, forcing me out of the way of the potential feast. The one grasping me let go and swam back into the fray. Only the ribbons of dark blood that slithered in the water around me was proof it was ever there. It was all over my claws, smudged across the thin skin that had grown between my fingers. The Myrr were all snatching drowning humans with their teeth and dragging them away. I couldn't explain it, but I understood their instinct, the reason they acted. They, like me, wanted to eat, and there was only enough food to go around. Far above, another human hit the water. I looked up, seeing little legs kick, hands clawing at the ocean, dress floating around the body like a cloud of blush pink and white. I was not the only one to notice. Every Myrr around me sensed the innocent life fall into the water, sharing the same heightened awareness. Deep within, the hunger still remained, but it was manageable, controllable, bearable. But that wasn't the same for the Myrr who raised their heads, sharp teeth flashing. There was no room to think, only act. My tail kicked out beneath me, forcing me upwards. Planks of wood and the dead drifted into my way. I pushed it all away, clearing a path. All around me the Myrr followed, giving chase to who could reach the little child first. She turned in the water, golden hair fanning out around her face, eyes wide as she watched a swarm of Myrr swim towards her. I couldn't hear her scream over the pounding in my ears, but watched as her mouth parted, bubbles exploding out as air left her lungs. A Myrr shot into level beside me, snarling, teeth snapping, starved hunger in its eyes. It were as close as I was, talons ready to pierce the child and take it for supper. I forced as much strength as possible into my tail, willing my new body to aid me. Karakos, please, spare her. A blur of gold speared from the water. I barely blinked before it smashed into the Myrr's side. I couldn't fathom what it was until I noticed the 3 points of metal explode out of its torso. Following behind the trident was Killian, power crackling around his body. Every Myrr in the vicinity expelled the same screech, the song of fear. I understood it as though they spoke the same language as me. I didn't stop swimming for the child. I wouldn't. Killian had offered the distraction, heeding my prayer to the very god who was his patron. He shot me a look of distrust. I knew why. I had left him, ready to give in to the song inside of me, the hunger. There was no time to tell him I was in control. I just had to hope he read the truth in my eyes, the humanity I clung so desperately to. Humanity which would fade if I did not save myself. The little girl kicked out, burying her little nails into me. I didn't care, not as I swam her towards the surface, only stopping when we broke the above, where the smoke-ridden air graced my wet skin. Ocean water and sick burst out of her mouth, covering me. She was sobbing, gasping out, fearing that I would bite her, turn her, destroy her. It was chaos above the water. Smaller boats lingered across the surface, surrounded by the burning and destroyed ship that sunk at their side. The air was hot, suffocating, heavy. It was as though I held my breath, except it was not air I held onto, but water. It wouldn't last. I had to find safety for the little girl, who was more akin to a feral cat, scratching and fighting me. "I won't hurt you," I said over and over, praying she would believe me. Only when she stopped scratching and smacking her little fists into me did I realize that maybe she did. Shouts sounded over the water. They came from a smaller boat which overspilled with people. It rocked violently as desperate people tried to climb inside. I knew they saw me when a spear was raised in my direction, and the warning screams sounded. "Myrr! Myrr! It has a child! Myrr!" I couldn't care for anything but getting this little girl to them. Even if they would pierce me with their spear, bury it in my body and kill me, let them. It would be a good way to go if it meant saving her. So I got as close as I could. "Can you swim?" I asked, my voice drying out to a rusty groan. The little girl looked at me, eyes searching my face. Her hair was stuck to her cheeks, wrapped around her neck like vine strangling stone. Her lips were trembling, her chin coated in vomit. I wondered if she recognized me, if that was why she calmed in the grasp of the very monster she had grown up fearing. She nodded her head faintly, but that was enough for me. I pushed her out towards the boat, feeling the water echo as she kicked her legs and paddled her arms out. To my relief, people reached for her. snatching her from the water just before her head went under again. Relief was a strange thing. It unfurled within me as I watched them haul her up and smack her back, forcing her to cough up yet more ocean water. So many of them were looking at me, drinking in the view of a Myrr who would help them, not attack them. I had no doubt they recognized me. A shape shot up from the water beneath me. I prepared for another Myrr to attack, but it was the vision of white hair, orange tentacles and tattooed skin that came into view. Killian blocked the boat and the little girl, his proud frame swallowing anything behind him. "What were you thinking?" he shouted, face contorted in anger and something else. Panic, perhaps? Saving her. I lifted a hand and pointed to the boat. "They're still my people." He could barely form a word as he reached out and grasped my upper arm with his hand. I should have hated how he held me like he had the right to, but there was something mesmerizing about his large hands and how his fingertips could meet around my arm. "Forget them," he spat. "They would murder you the second they get the chance. You are their enemy. You're risking your—" Killian didn't finish his sentence. He couldn't. The only warning was the thwack of something sharp shot through the air. He looked down, eyes trailing to something in his chest. It took me a moment to follow his stare, unsure what I was going to find. A spear protruded through his sternum. Blood and water mixed together, blue as gemstones. Killian's grasp on my arm faltered. He then laughed at the absurdity of the spear piercing him, the same one which had been lifted in my direction as I saved the child. 3 times in one day. A record. Killian's eyes rolled into his skull. He slipped beneath the water and gave me the perfect view of the man who had thrown it. He stood on the edge of the boat, the little girl at his side, finger raised. Instead of thanks across her face, it was hatred, vile, boiling disdain. She spoke a single word that skipped over the ocean and slammed into my chest as though she, too, had thrown a spear into me. "Monster!" Chapter 19. Killian. Ernest swam towards me, his body haloed by the firelight overwhelming the above. His scales were so silver that they reflected the ocean's colours, naturally darkening to a storm grey the further he dove. His mouth was split apart, my name caught on his cherry-red lips. I found myself reaching for him, but it was no good. It should have been my trident I grasped, since it would heal me, but my body refused me. I could not remove my hands from the spear embedded in my chest. Blood twisted into ribbons, leaving a trail as I sank. The deeper I descended, the more I could see the Myrr return to finish their feast. They sliced through the murky depths, just above Ernest, sinking teeth into flesh, spreading poison through veins. Never had I failed. They should all be dead. I'd had the chance to kill them all, but my focus had shifted to Ernest, and now I paid the price. My back finally hit the sandy bed. A cloud dispersed around me, spoiling the view for a few long seconds. Ernest waded through it, talons gouging a path through the cloud of debris until he reached me. "I've got you," he said. I marvelled at the genuine concern he held. He was so utterly focused on me that he didn't notice the singing which began to thrum through the water. A voice spoiled with magic that did not belong to it. Aliana, it had to be. She was close. The pressure of water was harder deep in the below. No human could survive these depths. Their body would implode, their lungs caving inwards, eyes bulging, brain matter popping like grapes between teeth. I felt it too, water forcing me on all sides, pressing me like a million unseen hands. It was both comforting and horrifying. That feeling ceased the moment Ernest's cool fingers brushed my arm. Suddenly, there was only him. Not the usual reaction to a touch, not the thundering heart, racing mind, and internal disgust. It was alluring.
"Tell me what to do," Ernest spluttered, bubbles forming before his lips as his hands wrapped around the shaft of the spear. There was panic in his voice, proved by the way his blue eyes darted over me.
"I will heal," I said, snarling as a jolt of unfamiliar pain unfurled across my chest. I, too, wrapped my fingers around the shaft, just shy of Ernest's ivory claws. I looked him deep in his eyes, my lip curling over my teeth. My tentacles contracted beneath me, some wrapping around Ernest as though this time I could keep him from fleeing. He showed no sign he would leave my side. His entire focus was on me, and not for a second did he look away. "Pull it free," I said, before another spasm of pain radiated across my chest. My breath hitched in my throat, caught as Ernest wasted no time in pulling. The spear came free with little resistance. I could feel the spearhead's blade severing my insides, ripping me apart, no matter the muscles or organs it passed. It nicked the bones of my ribs, leaving deep scars upon them. A piercing scream split the ocean. It wasn't until the spear was pulled free that I realized it was me who had screamed. Ernest kicked his tail, forcing himself towards me, and pressed a palm over the open wound. Blood twisted around his fingers, dancing as though it were eels familiarizing themselves with new coral. I couldn't focus on anything but his touch. How soft his palm was against my chest, or how I could sense his heart beating in every tip of his fingers. "Why are you not healing?" Ernest snapped me out of my trance. He briefly lifted his hand, allowing for the pumping of blue blood to mist the water between us. I looked down at myself, half in wonder, the other half in disbelief. I blinked as my eyes grew heavy. It took considerable effort to keep my eyes open. My muscles seemed to relax, as though a wave of peace passed over my body, devouring any and all pain. My fingers flexed, unsure what to do without my trident. I felt the thud of it landing against the sand beside me, as though the ocean's bed was my skin. "Give it time. I need my—"
"Killian! It's not healing!"
Ernest clapped his hands back over the wound, applying more pressure. I would have said something, but when I looked to him I could hardly make out his features. My eyes blurred, darkening at the corners. The sensation was so strange I laughed. A bubble forced out of my lungs. Had Karakos finally given up on me? After years of grave wounds, this was how I died? It was comical. Ernest was shouting out, his panic swallowed up by the devouring water.
"What do I do, Killian? Tell me what to do!"
My eyes wouldn't open. I tried, but failed, just as I had failed in saving the humans, in killing the Myrr. Was this my punishment? Did Karakos know I had made a deal with the very monsters I vowed to destroy? After all these years, it took a little prince to ruin me.
"Don't leave me!"
A new pleading began, a cool pressure resting on my chest. I managed to look, if only a sliver. Ernest had rested his head on my chest, his lithe body curled up over mine. He was repeating the same chant over and over, his words breaking, the gaps between them becoming breathy and frantic.
"I don't know, Killian. I'm scared. Don't fucking leave me!"
A burst of energy rushed through my body. It was only a scrap, but enough to lift my arm. I draped it over Ernest's body, delighting in the warmth of him, the pressure of something solid, something real. "Sing for me," I said, delighting in the real press of something against my skin. He lifted his head, eyes finding mine. Even in my state, I recognized the ridiculous notion of my request. If I expected him to refuse me, he didn't. Instead, he opened his mouth, gills flaring as water entered his bloodstream and morphed into valuable oxygen. I closed my eyes, smiling to the dark water above as the song began. There was no requirement for me to request which one I wished to hear. It seemed Ernest knew what I needed, the comfort it would grant me. It was my mother's song, but it had never sounded so beautiful as it spilled from his mouth. Part 3. Day 2 of Infection. Chapter 20. Ernest. As daylight crested over the ocean's surface, my scales fell away like stars caught on a breeze. The change stabbed through my core as the penetrating rays of the sun broke apart the murky dark, filling the sea with its grace. It was painless. Unlike when the creature within seemed to claw out of my human flesh, my tail simply drifted away like foam caught in a current. My silver tail kicked out, scales coming loose with ease. They fluttered to the sandy bed, catching on a coral reef where they glinted like lost jewels. For hours I had been holding Killian's limp form as blood oozed from his wound. His eyes had not opened, nor did he move. If it wasn't for the heartbeat, no matter how faint, pattering through his chest, I would have believed him dead. But still, I didn't leave him. With one arm wrapped around his waist, the other grasping the trident I had pulled out of a dead Myrr's body, I was able to keep the rest of them away. Every now and then, the slick body of a lone shark, grey as stone and with watchful eyes, caught the scent of Killian's blood and came to look, although all those dangers of the below mattered little when my body began to change with dawn. Panic may have sunk claws into my lungs if water hadn't begun to fill them. With the little strength I had left, I pumped hard with my fading tail, focusing on the halo of light across the water's surface. I didn't need to look down to know my tail had turned back to legs which kicked out, the muscles aching. Suddenly, Killian felt as though he weighed 1,000 tons. Gone was the strength of the Myrr as I transformed back into the meek and pathetic prince I had been before. Fresh, sea-kissed air flooded my lungs as I broke the above. My head ached, my chest constricting with the need for air. Water and bile erupted out of my mouth, painting my chin. All I could do was search the horizon for some hope, something I could get to before Killian dragged me back under. Or worse, the ocean's monsters came for me. An island waited in the distance, like a stain on the horizon. The sun rose behind it, casting the mass of land in a shroud of shadow. It was close, and my only hope to get onto land, so I took it. "Killian," I gritted out as though his name were a curse. "If you don't open your damned eyes and help me, I swear I will what? Kill him?" He was already dying. Before, when I had stabbed him and cracked his skull open, he had healed quickly. This time was different. It had been hours, and his wound hardly healed. He was unconscious, more than he was not. All Killian managed to do was moan in response, reminding me he was alive but weak. His skin had taken on an ashen shade, his lashes fluttering to give hints of the purple hue of his eyes. All the while, the wound leaked azure blood into the water, as though the ocean fed off him. I focused on my goal, refusing to release Killian or his trident, both of which felt as though I was carrying sacks of stone through the depths. The muscles in my legs burned, my ankles screamed, and yet I didn't stop until the brush of shallow sands tickled my feet. Naked, exhausted and delirious, I fell back on the shore with Killian laid out beneath my arm. Gentle waves lapped at my feet, almost as if they were longing to lure me back in. The need to draw my legs up and put as much distance between me and the depths was a siren call. Ernest. Every muscle in my neck ached as I lifted my head. I didn't care for my appearance until I caught the flash of my exposed and very naked body covered in nothing but patches of damp sand. Give me my trident." "No shit. So you can kill me the second you heal? I don't think so." Killian attempted to reply, but his eyes fluttered shut again. The heat was unbearable, but still I could not bring myself to move. Circling in the sky above, white-grey gulls dove among the shadows, cast down upon me. It was a miracle a fisherman or civilian hadn't stumbled upon us yet. Like me, Killian had shed his Myrr form. Heat rose to my cheeks as my eyes trailed down his muscled body to the... No. Focus. Lera. My neck practically snapped as I faced Killian. He had moaned the name of the goddess of fear, pleading to her as if they could save him. Or perhaps he was hoping the goddess would spare him from the feeling of fear as he faced his end. There was something in the way Killian said the name, like the begging of a small and frightened child, which finally had me sitting up. The gods are gone. I was breathless, lost, and frankly on the verge of vomiting. They won't help you. Lera, he repeated. Lera. What? I leaned over him, noticing the blue tinge of his lips, but Killian's eyes closed and didn't open again, no matter how hard I shook his shoulder. Fuck! I drank in my surroundings for the first time, attempting to map out exactly where we were. Parts of my lessons were on the geography of Aya and its neighbouring islands. Most of them I had visited in my youth, until Father grew too panicked to let me out of his sight. Thalassopoli. The name came to me instantly. Although I hadn't stepped foot on the shores for almost 10 years, I would never forget this place. The city on the sea. Nestled upon the relatively flat island, it got its name from old sailors who had passed and believed the city was built upon the ocean. Only when one got close to the land did they find the truth. Thalassopoli was known for its close-knit buildings, made from white stone and terracotta roofs, but mostly for its infamous temple. The Temple of Lera. That was what Killian was saying. It was what bathed us in shadow. Tall stone pillars rose like sentinels, carrying the weight of the pitched roof above. It was built almost 1,000 years ago, when our ancestors believed that there was a god for almost every possible thing. Beauty, wisdom, love, even a god of terror. The Temple of Lera, the goddess of fear, was nothing but a relic from the old world, a place believed to be haunted by old spirits of vengeful gods long forgotten. Suddenly it made sense as to what Killian mumbled before he lost consciousness. Even in his suffering, he knew that the best place for 2 naked men to hide was in the old temple of a goddess. The next challenge was getting him there, and the answer came in the form of a long-suffering bray in the distance. Because another detail Thalassopoli was best known for was the donkeys which had overpopulated the dense forest in the heart of the island, one of whom was currently looking down and scrutinizing us with its beady black eyes. Lera was believed to be cursed by Karakos himself during the infamous time of the Great Betrayal. Legends became myths, myths became stories, stories became mere whispers. With every tale, it was best to take it with a pinch of salt. Karakos, furious that Lera mutated humanity's devotion to him into fear, scorned the goddess by splitting his power apart and turning her into a donkey, because who would fear such a creature? Turns out, I did. As the donkey rocked up the narrow path, Killian draped over its back, there was more than one moment I believed it would simply fall sideways and down the steep rock face to the beach we had not long left. By the time we climbed the last step, my skin was sunsore, my bare feet blistered, and my ego utterly shattered. By the 14th donkey that seemed to laugh as we passed, it slowly eradicated any care I had that I was naked in front of the world. Thank the gods, the temple was cool. The white stone absorbed the sun's heat, the shadows of the countless pillars giving us a respite from the sun. With the little strength I had left, I helped Killian from the donkey, but ended up half-dropping him into a heap against one of the pillars. The donkey departed before I could even thank it. My heart sank like a stone in the ocean when I saw Killian's injury in this new light. The flesh around the torn flesh was red and angry. I had thought the smell had been coming from our mount, but it oozed from his infected skin. It should have been easy to turn my back on him, but something was stopping me. Killian, I said, hoping my voice would stir him. All it did was cause his lashes to flutter, his chest to heave, as though breathing was painful. Each and every one of his muscles rippled like the surface of water. Karakos, he was a marvel, but a dying one. Killian, I command that you open your eyes. I had stabbed the man in the neck, in the eye, and both times his skin had knitted together. What had changed? Soon the day would pass to night, and the moon would bathe Ire in its silver light. Time was running out. It was day 2 of the infection, which meant I had, at most, 4 more moons until it overcame me. I needed to survive this, and for that I needed Killian, even if it pained me to admit it. No matter how much I begged and commanded, Killian didn't open his eyes. I barely obtained a thready groan before his head lolled to the side. A lump of worry lodged in my throat before I forced it down with a hard swallow. Fine. I am what? I was naked, infected, and frankly barely holding it together. I'm going to find help. A healer. Medicine. Anything. If you can hear me, do not leave this temple. What I did not add was, I need you. I left him in the shadows of the pillar, searching the barren temple for anything to cover my body. Far below the hillside, deep in the town of Thalassopoli, I could hear the bustle of life, the clatter of carts over busy streets, the sound of mundane chaos. Someone there would help. It took some time until I found stiff sheets neatly folded beneath a stone tablet. Like all temples, those who still favoured the old ways would leave supplies for people embarking on pilgrimages. It seemed, from the crumbs and overturned emptied water canisters, the Lera didn't have enough followers left to stock up supplies. But the sheet would do, as would the brown rope tie. I draped the sheet around my body, cinching it together at the waist. I was lucky to find plain sandals at the bottom of the pile, a size too big, but beggars couldn't be choosers. By the time I walked back to the open chamber of the temple's main atrium, Killian hadn't moved a muscle. I took the small sheet I had found, laid it over his dignity, and offered him a final warning not to move. As I turned to leave, a firm hand reached out and grabbed my ankle. "Please, my trident," Killian begged, his narrowed eyes overspilling with anxiety. His pale lips parted, shaking as though he attempted to say something else. His fingers peeled away with ease, falling helplessly upon his powerful thigh. "Give it to me." There was a flash of fury in his eyes, as though it was the last thread holding him alive. My eye snapped in the direction where I had hidden it. Just on the off chance Killian miraculously healed, woke and used it. I didn't trust him, not completely. Witnessing what he was capable of while wielding it frightened me. Pulling it from the Myrr's corpse only made me realize what would become of me if given the chance. "Never mind your weapon. You will die, Killian. I need to find you a healer, someone or something that will help." His eyes flared wide, and to my surprise, he did not ask for it again. The corner of his lips seemed to quirk up at my comment. It was so quick I blamed the shadows cast over him for toying with my mind. Except something told me his smile was one of the most genuine emotions he had showed me thus far. Sweat glistened across his skin. Dark shadows formed beneath his tired eyes. When he spoke again, it was as though every word took great effort. "Death would save you from giving me that wish. Too bad. You made a deal to help me. I'll make sure you fulfill it." I snatched the spare bundle of cloth, forced it above his leaking wound, and repositioned his hand over it. "Keep holding this. It will help stifle too much blood loss." Killian's eyes rolled back into his skull, his breathing evened. I wasn't sure he was sleeping, but this time I said the 3 words I had held back. There was no point in hiding the truth. I need you. Chapter 21. Killian. I was dying, Finally. My body refused to heal, as though Karakos had finally turned his attention to another. I sensed the god slipping away, blissfully moving his affections to the little prince. The trident would help me, but then again, did I truly want its aid? Whereas others might suffer in knowledge of their own end, I delighted in knowing mine was near. This was the closest it had been since my mother ran a blade over my throat. This was what I'd wanted for years, far too many to count. Death once scared me. It had when I was a young boy, held over the cliff as my lifeblood fell like rain into the ocean. But now I realized, how could I fear freedom, peace? But I fought to open my eyes, watched as Ernest walked away. The sun flickered around his frame, each ray brushing his figure like greedy hands, and there was something deep in my chest that called upon me. Get up. My body ached as I pushed myself from the pillar, the bundle of blood-soaked cloth falling from my numb hand. I couldn't leave him. Maybe it was the bargain we made, or perhaps my own internal desire to feel his touch, but I refused to give up. Ernest, come back. He didn't hear me. I barely stood before the weight of the sky pressed down on my shoulders. The mosaic tiles of the floor raced up to greet me, knocking the little wind out of my lungs. There was no pain. I was numb to it. But as my warm blood seeped from my broken flesh, filling the old worn grooves of the floor like rivers of azure water, I closed my eyes and saw a face waiting for me in the dark. Not the taunting glower of my mother, but the red lips, blue eyes, and obsidian hair that made up Ernest. And he was saying something. 3 words that played over and over again in my dreamscape. I need you. I need you. I need you. Chapter 22. Ernest. Terracotta tiles baked beneath the midday heat. The scent of scorched clay and salt lingered on the breeze. There was little natural shade on the street I wandered, only what was offered by the many stalls that lined each side. Smart, I thought. The perfect way to entice those with coin weighing their pockets to stand in the shade and marvel at the offerings laid out on the tables. It no doubt sped them up, fueling the purchasers to make rash decisions and part with more coin as a result. If I had coin with me, I would have come away with arms full of things. Jars of olives in brine next to bunches of fresh grapes still on the vine, pottery from plates to elaborate bowls, painted with scenes of humans and gods, decorated with intricate swirls and other shapes that clearly took the painter a while to finish. One depicted the face of Karakos, the same one inked onto Killian's skin, which reminded me why I was in the city of Thalassopoli. Medicine, or at best a human blessed by the goddess of vitality, but medicine was more likely. The crowd was large, making moving swiftly impossible. I fought my way through bodies, mumbling apologies under my breath. All the while I looked out for flashes of red, proof that the acolytes of Gorgana had spread their reach to more than just my kingdom. There was also gossip I listened for, news that Thalassopoli had learned of what happened to me or my father. All I got was snippets of normal life, what they planned to feast upon that night, which didn't help with my own hunger. One small gaggle even swapped tales so personal it made me blush. I guess they either had not heard about the happenings in Aya, or didn't care. It could have been the latter, as my father and I had never done much for places beyond Aya. We kept to ourselves, mainly, unless father required something from neighbouring islands. The further the island, the less my father had cared for them. Thalassopoli was the closest to Aya, which meant they benefited from our wealth and trade. There was hardly a street, hillside or dusty track, which was not a stone's throw away from a dwelling. I was so lost to the chaos of the bustling, noisy crowd that I didn't notice when a man shadowed me. Not until he was inches too close, but his breath itching over the back of my neck.
"Now you look like a man in need of lemons," the street vendor practically yelled in my ear, causing me to turn around. But, not wanting to entertain a conversation, I smiled politely and moved on. "Not lemons, then?" he persisted. "What about the juiciest, ripest tomatoes that I grew on my own vines?" I kept moving forwards, focusing on getting through the Thalassopoli main street. "No, thank you." "Ah, indecisive. If you have coin, then there is something you desire, and I think I know what you're after." The vendor skipped into step with me, which only proved he was not a vendor at all. No seller left their stall with the constant threat of thieves and pickpockets. Nor would a vendor think it wise to stalk a customer when hundreds more passed easily by. I tasted the scam as though I had taken a bite from that lemon he had first offered me. "I desire nothing," I said, tipping my head. "Good day, sir." He hardly flinched at the snap behind the title. He was a leech, thirsting for coin, which I certainly did not have. "Oh, come on. What about a hearty woman or a lustrous man? Whatever it is a beautiful soul like you desires. I could give you both if that is what whets your appetite." I stopped dead in my tracks, practically causing the man to walk into my back. "I have no coin to spend. Nothing to offer in return for the services you are forcing down my throat." There was no concealing the bite in my tone. Again, thank you, but no. His expression changed like a storm on the winds. Wiry, thick brows drew down at the centre. His weathered skin creased around his dull blue eyes. "No coin? That's okay. I have means that would supply you with a pocket full." I didn't dare begin to contemplate what exactly those means were, but before I took another step, his fingers snatched my wrist, yanking me back as I attempted to put distance between us. "You look lost, little lamb. Need a shepherd to guide you on your way?" The Myrr within stirred. Deep, deep within. I knew it was the infection, because never had I retaliated with such a need to open my mouth, snap my teeth around a person's jugular and feast. Perhaps the man saw the feral anger in my eyes, because he released my wrist and faltered. Then his eyes flickered down to my waist. I felt the tug of something small. A hand. I spun around to find a little, dirty-faced child reaching into the folds of my sheet. So that was what the man had pestered me for. It was all a distraction. The street urchin met my eyes. Clearly frightened, he was caught mid-act. He turned to run, fast legs kicking up dust as he bolted. "Hey!" I shouted, unsure why. It was a natural reaction to being stolen from, even if I had nothing to take. "Stop!" Heads whipped around. Noticing me and the urchin, I shouted at. It seemed the crowd took that moment to spring into action, but not when I'd been accosted by a strange man. Strong arms reached out, grasping the child from fleeing. I looked back to search for his master, only to find the space in the street where he had stood completely empty. "Let me go!" the child screamed, matted hair falling over his eyes, whilst he kicked, scratched, and pounded little fists against those holding him. "Bastards! Pricks! Gnats!" I couldn't stop my smile at the child's vile tongue. "Took something from you, no doubt," the woman half asked, half assumed. She tightened a grip around the child's scruff. "Little beggars! You can't be too careful." I stood, dumbfounded, unsure exactly what to say. If I had something to take, I had no doubt the child would have hidden it away on his person. But beside the material, the rope, and the scraps of patience left, I was empty-handed. "It's no bother," I said, shrugging with my arms extended at my sides. "I have nothing on me for the child to take." He was snivelling now, crying fat tears which tracked down his dirty face. I saw fear in his eyes, not from being caught, but likely because of the beating his master would give him when he returned to their burrow. Alas, the woman's hand didn't loosen. "If not you, then somebody else. Last week one of these urchins stole my dearest Sophia's bracelet. It was sentimental, you know, family heirloom, worth a flock of sheep,
Enough to feed this city during the winter months. Gone. Just like that. You're hurting me, the child wailed, forcing the woman's fingers to shift an inch. I caught a flash of red marks she had left. The wave of fury rose up once again. Regardless of his squirming and pleas, the woman didn't let go. Shut it, rat! He said you're hurting him, I said, finding myself jolting forwards as though I could help pry her hands off him. Release your hand. In my other life, a person would heed my command. In this one, I was a man on a strange street, dressed in a sheet, not a prince. Deserves it, and then some. Now we caught him, I'll take him to the guards for a good old-fashioned whipping. Better price to pay than having his fingers taken off one by one. That will teach the... No! There was no hiding the bite in my tone. As the woman's eyes widened, I had to feign a smile and clear my face of the feral anger building beneath my skin. No need to do any of that. He tried to rob me. It will be me who decides the punishment. At that, the woman's eyes widened, her tongue lapping over her lip with excitement. Be sure it leaves a mark. It helps the rest of us identify them the next time they scamper around the streets. With a harsh push, the little boy was practically thrown at me. I caught him, his frail, thin body crashing into mine. To my surprise, he didn't try and run again. Instead, he clutched onto my robe with shaking fists, his face buried in the folds of the material. Only when the woman had left us, disappearing into the swell of the busy market, did I dare speak. I drew the boy back, kneeling before him, but keeping a strong enough hold on his shoulders. Regardless of what she thinks I should do, I'm not going to hurt you. He mumbled something under his breath, sniffing violently. What's your name? When he didn't reply, I tried another question. Do you have any parents? No. His broken little voice shuddered me to the core. A thief, yes, but he was still just a child. What about a place you call home? He gestured to his feet, suggesting that the street we stood on was as much his home than a building with 4 walls and a roof. You smell funny, he said, looking up through thick lashes. I recoiled, almost embarrassed at the notion. Like the sea. There was no stopping my laugh that followed. Well, it could be worse. So you're not going to hurt me? He asked, flinching away, so certain that the answer would be yes. I shook my head, unable to fathom doing such a thing. I wouldn't dream of it. The tension eased from the child, if only by a little. He cleared the tears with the back of his hand. Old scars lined it from a cane or whip, perhaps something else. Was this what became of lost children in the streets of my kingdom? A place my father deemed as kind seemed to hide dark streets in the corners I was never permitted to look. My name is Ernest. That stopped me, and practically slammed into me with a force that shook my knees. That's a handsome name. His smile was honest, yet fleeting. Mamma named me after the Prince of Aya. Said it was because when I was born and cried for the first time, the sound was so powerful it made her ears bleed. A lump rose in my throat. It took considerable effort to force it back down. So you do have a mother? I returned to the original question, not wanting to dwell on the fact this poor child bore my name. Not any more. She died when I was 4, which could only have been 2 years at most, because Ernie looked no older than 6. All gangly thin limbs, hollow cheeks, and eyes which had seen too much. Blood flu. Ate her from the inside out. I am so sorry, I said, something displeasing tugging in my gut. I lost my mother when I was younger too. We could be brothers, Ernie said, breaking into a smile. Youth was strange. They found solace in things that adults would crumble beneath. Brothers don't steal from one another, do they? Ernie dropped his chin to his chest. Sorry about that. Master has us taken all sorts of things from people. If we come back empty-handed, we don't get let back in. And he stopped himself, gazing off in the direction of the ocean just a few streets east.
What is it? And if we do come back to him with nothing, he fills bags with stones, ties it around our ankles, and throws us into the water for the Myrr to feast on. There it was again, that wave of anger. This time I could not squander it. It made my jaw ache, as though my needle-thin teeth would break through. I looked back to the street, searching for the face of the man who had accosted me. Oh, how I craved to feel his warm flesh brush against my tongue and stop it. How about I make a deal with you, I said, distracting me from thoughts of torn flesh and blood. Call it a trade, if you will. Ernie's brow peaked, his lips quirking at the sides. Anything, brother. I wasn't usually one for encouraging crimes, but it seemed crime was how Thalassopoli ran, and who was I to go against the grain? Then again, I was a walking exiled prince with Myrr poison infecting my blood. There was no bigger criminal here than me. You see, I am in need of a healing salve, something to help cleanse infections. If by chance I can get my hands on one, I have a rather large, rather gold and rather pointy object I could give you, something I am sure your master would quite like, and provide you with housing for the rest of your life. The more I spoke, the wider the child's eyes became, until there were practically 2 juicy coins settled onto his face. Gold? He repeated, as though that was the only word that mattered. I supposed to him it was. Yes, and very heavy, worth more than even I can imagine. This was one way of getting rid of a weapon that could be used to harm or kill me. I could tell Killian it was lost at sea. He couldn't blame me, not since I was doing everything to keep him alive. Why? Drifted a voice in the back of my head. Ernie lifted his hand, cleared the grime down his trousers, which only seemed to make them dirtier, then extended it out for me. I know where a market stall is that has lots of different medicines. It is where Master makes us steal from if he is ever suffering. I scrunched my nose up, screwing my face into a mischievous grin. Then I took his hand and shook it. We have a deal, then? Yes, we do. I'll need a distraction, the child said, eyeing the street. Something big. A distraction, I repeated, screwing my lips up in thought. I straightened, reminding myself just how young this child was as I towered over him. Far off in the distance, I heard the braying of a donkey, and a plan formed in my mind. I think I can do something to cause a distraction. If only Father could see me with a horde of wild donkeys at my back and a city before me. It took little effort to create my distraction. A handful of olives picked from the gnarly trees beyond the city's entrance, a few throaty grunts to gather the attention of the wild donkeys, and quick action to entice them through the city's unguarded gates. Once the first few donkeys entered, the rest followed. By the time I was done, I stood in the shadow of a side alley, watching patrons scream as though demons themselves had clawed through the earth and returned to these lands. Stalls were knocked over. Donkeys feasted on overturned crates of produce and lapped from smashed jugs of goat's milk. Lemons rolled down the inclined streets, bouncing like small balls of gold before exploding beneath the stampede of feet and hooves. Suddenly I understood why Karakos turned Lera, the goddess of fear, into these creatures. Fear was formidable, even in the form of donkeys, and the city of Thalassopoli sang with terror. "Got it, brother!" the voice came from the shadows, before Ernie stepped from them. In his hand were countless clay pots and glass vials. I couldn't begin to comprehend exactly what was what. "Thank you." Ernie withdrew back a step, refusing to hand over the goods. "A deal is a deal. Gold for the medicine." "You're a sneaky little devil, aren't you?" I said as a donkey barreled past us, almost laughing at the man it chased. "The sneakiest," Ernie replied, springing into step with me as we turned from the bedlam and left it in our wake. Chapter 23. Killian. I knew Ernest was touching me without conjuring enough energy to open my eyes. It was as though I was not in control of my body. Where his smooth, deft fingers touched,
I reacted. My skin rippled like the water of a lake, hardening mounds of muscles, dancing where he stroked. He applied pressure to my wound, which felt sticky and coated. Still, I could not open my eyes. And so the beast wakes. What gave it away? I could have been lying here for hours awake. Time was unimportant, as it always had been before. Before. Was that what my time with Ernest had become? The after? After he drew me to him with his magic? After I carried him from the ocean and laid him in my bed? After he stabbed me? After I saved him? And now, after he saved me? There was a slight spike of disappointment that I still lived. It echoed in my chest, but I ignored it. I opened my eyes, recognizing the shadowed outline of Ernest, who knelt at my side. Light haloed him, defining the dark hairs on his head, the curve of his jaw, and the perfectly carved lines of his face. He must have given me my trident, because I was healing quickly. But then again, the only thing I could feel touching me was his fingers. Nimble and soft, they smudged something warm against my chest. If I didn't feel both my hearts thumping in tandem, perhaps I would have believed I had finally met my end. How much? My voice was hoarse, my throat sore. I blinked away the crust in my eyes. Every muscle ached as though I'd been chewed up by the great Karakos, only to be spat back out. How much time have I lost? Is that really the first thing you're going to say? There was annoyance in Ernest's voice. Not thank you for saving my life, or are you okay, Ernest? It took a moment for my eyes to settle. Fragments of time seemed to click back into place, forming a picture of everything I'd missed after the man on the boat had stabbed me. Of all the blurry images in my mind, the only contrast was him. Ernest, How long? I asked again, attempting to sit up from my slouch, only to be stopped by his fussing hands. My empty hands flexed, searching for the trident which had to be close. I couldn't completely heal without it. The salve would work its little magic, but it was the trident that kept me animated and powerful. Well, evening is fast approaching. I would say we have 4 hours of daylight left before— Ernest swallowed what he had to say, but my mind filled in the gaps. Before I become the monster again. So please, for the love of all things good, don't rush yourself. It's been mere minutes since your body decided to regenerate itself. His words had me looking down. I was naked of all but the sheet that had been draped over my thighs. Such things would not normally concern me, yet I felt myself flush all the way to my chest. My chest was coated in a pale salve, thick enough to hide the wound beneath. Its sour scent chose that moment to infiltrate my nose. Clay, donkey milk, herbs, olive oil, lemon. It was similar to what I had plastered on Ernest's Myrrbite. By itself, the salve did not have the power to heal me, but it seemed the creature within me felt it sufficient to knit my skin back together. All time wasted, because you kept my trident from me. Ernest was oddly quiet, something which was not usual for him. We should get moving whilst I have the energy. Strong hands pushed against my shoulders, followed by a stern bark. I said, slowly. I found myself listening to his command, not wanting to disappoint. The infection was rife. Blood poisoning, I gathered, likely a result of being stabbed through by a rusted blade. The salve has seemed to stave off the infection enough for your body to deal with the rest. You didn't need to do this, I said, hating the tone I used. More so, hating the way the lines between Ernest's brows furrowed into deep grooves. No, you are so right. I could have left you to rot at the bottom of the ocean, but alas, I have not. We made a deal, or have you already forgotten? Heat uncoiled in my chest, spreading out like the opening of wings. From trying to cause me pain to saving me from it. Are you some saint hidden in flesh? Karakos, Ernest swore, throwing his hands up in defeat, the tips of his fingers coated in dried clay. Even on your deathbed you're impossible. Coming from the man who stabbed me, Twice. A feral glint passed behind his eyes, like a storm on the horizon. It darkened the blue, if only for a moment, showing me the Myrr lurking in the depths of his body, waiting for the moon to free it. My enemy. Ernest leaned in, pointing a clay-dried finger in my face, and hissed, "You're making me wish I could stab you a third time. Remind me next time to leave you. There won't be a next time." "Thank you." 2 words had never sounded so forced before, but it caught Ernest off guard enough for him to stifle his threat. 4? I rolled my eyes, which only made Ernest do the same. "For saving my life." Was that so hard? His finger lowered, returning back to my chest. I waited for the repulsion to roll over me, but still it didn't come. Instead of wanting him to remove his hand from me, I had the urge to lay mine atop it, to keep him in place. Believe it or not, Princeling, but thanking a person for doing something unsolicited is not a custom I'm familiar with. Ernest rocked back, stood, and gave me a clearer view of what he was wearing. Perhaps I should not have laughed, but I couldn't stop myself. "I do not know what you are laughing at," Ernest said, moving to a jug of water where he dunked his hands inside to clean, "when all you have to cover yourself is that little scrap of material. Not that you need anything bigger." My arms ached as I leaned my weight on them and sat up straighter. I was propped against one of the many pillars, each one constructing Lera's temple. It had been years since I had last visited, back during a time when believers looked after the sacred place. But like many things, it had become forgotten in time. Like me, I supposed. "Are you referring to my cock, Princeling?" I asked, tilting my head to the side. Ernest choked on air, staggering forwards and, in turn, knocking over the water where it flooded over the mosaic flooring. I mocked as I stood, allowing the scrap of material to fall to the floor like an autumn leaf. "Unlike you humans, I hold no shame in the length of my cock, nor do I care for hiding it. Do the statues of old gods care to conceal their lengths? No, the carvers felt it important to display them as proudly as their noses or fingers. However, from the way you're averting your gaze like some cross-eyed cat, I can see it's only you who is embarrassed." Ernest, in his fluster, snatched the empty jug and thrust it towards me. "Gods, have some decency." I took it, a deep belly chuckle echoing around the stone temple. "And what would you have me do with this?" With a hand over his eyes, fingers slightly parted, he feigned not to look. "I don't care," he said. "Stick it inside or something. Flashing a prince is a crime punishable by death." "Ah, so back to the beginning of this debate. Death. Pray tell, Prince Ernest of Ire, would you string me up, quarter me, hang me?" I paced towards him, one careful step at a time. I enjoyed playing with him. Believe me when I tell you I am no stranger to death. In fact, I would go so far as to say we are friends, allies almost. Death was never an ally, but I would almost rather face it than this irritating man. Ernest stopped at that, lowered his hand, and looked me dead in the eyes. I would go so far as to believe he looked even further, peering through my mask to the truth beneath. I waited for him to say something, to combat my comment with another spout of sarcasm or disgust. Instead, he took a violently deep breath, relaxed the tension in his fists, and then spoke. "Sundown is soon. I barely think we have time to find Aliana, get my magic back, and save my sissy by then." His next breath was riddled with tension, shallow and short. "The acolytes promised that if I did not return and give them what they want, a child would be sacrificed to Karakos every night. I don't have the time to argue with you." The world could have fallen away in that moment. It was as if the hill this temple was built upon leaned too far and cracked and tumbled beneath me. And I was falling down the cliff, blood raining down with me, all in the name of an ancient goddess who never asked for such a gift.
You didn't mention this before. Wind screamed around the stone temple, echoing the tempest growing within me. I didn't exactly have the chance to. He was right. Of course he was. Then we know what must be done. There was no ignoring the way Ernest began to shake. It started in his legs, moved quickly to his hands and torso. We must stop them. Yes, we must. I turned my back on him, hand reaching out for the trident as though my body knew where it was, except it was nowhere to be seen. But it had to be. I could not have healed without it. My conduit, my storage of power, and yet it was gone. Where is it? Ernest knew exactly what I was referring to, but he pretended he didn't. Where's what? My trident. He averted his eyes when he replied, solidifying his lie. The last time I saw it, it was buried in the Myrr you killed last night. Do not lie to me. I could barely hold a breath. Air fluttered in my chest, building in pressure as the anxiety returned as quick as a summer storm. Fear passed over Ernest's face, honest and true. It drained the colour from his complexion, made his posture lean as though the weight of my anger rested on his shoulders. He attempted to right himself, to don a mask of defiance, but even I recognized the look in a person's eye that sang of their trepidation. I scooped the salve from my chest, revealing the red-wounded skin beneath. It was far better than it had been, no longer bleeding out. My power is stored in the trident, which means I cannot heal without touching it. My eyes fell to the black band of ink that had etched itself around Ernest's wrist after our deal. You've had contact with it, and I gather recently. No, I haven't. Yes, I boomed, wincing as a sharp pain shuddered across my tight chest. Yes, you have. Its power echoes over your skin. That is how I have healed. Ernest shook his head, skin pale as milk. It's the salve that is healing you. I took a deep breath, attempting to steady myself. I'll give you one more chance to tell me the truth. There was no denying the danger in my eyes. It amplified my words, ensuring nothing more had to be said for Ernest to finally reveal the truth. Getting that salve came at a cost. I thought I was doing the right thing. I didn't realize your magic is tied to it. Not my magic, I thought, never being able to say that out loud. In the city, there is a man who uses orphans to steal for him as a means of payment for his protection. He would have it by now. That was all I needed to hear. I turned on my heels, bearing the discomfort caused by his reaction to me, and headed in the direction of the temple's exit. "Killian!" Ernest called after me, the pitter-patter of his feet almost comical. "You're naked. You cannot just leave like this." I did not have the control to speak. My body was fueled by my anger, my panic and desperation. No one touched what was mine. No one took what belonged to me. The last person that had died when I defied death and came back for vengeance. My legs moved. My feet carried me away from him. My focus was dead set on the sprawling city of Thalassopoli. No one could stand in my way. There was no one with the power to stop me. "Killian!" I stopped dead in my tracks. Ernest's voice was unlaced with magic and mundane as a fallen leaf upon a trodden ground, and yet it froze me, as a siren would call sailors to their doom. Slowly I turned to face him, expectant of what could possibly have filled Ernest's voice with such natural command, if not magic. He stood, glowering at me, with glittering cobalt eyes and an expression set in fury. He held a bundle of brown cloth, knuckles pale beneath the tension of his hands. "If you are serious about this, then you'll need these." It was a miracle, but the force of his throw took the wind out of my lungs. I caught the pile of folded cloth, feeling the harsh material scratch my palms. It was a robe, not red but russet brown, Made from sheep's wool, from the scratchy texture. Thank you. Ernest sagged forwards, as though those 2 words were his undoing. Then he said, I'm coming too. There was no arguing. If my determination was ablaze, his was an entire raging star. Chapter 24. Ernest. It had been hours since I left the city in chaos, and the atmosphere had completely altered, but not in the way someone would expect after a stampede of donkeys. There should have been noise and movements, but it was still. The streets were barren, overturned stalls left with their produce abandoned across the ground. Even my army of donkeys had vacated, likely sensing the shift. Something's off, I said, voicing my thoughts aloud. Killian walked beside me, his posture stiff, the brown wool of his robe shifting over the cobbled street. How observant of you. Killian was pissed off at me. So furious, in fact, that even the fewest of words pained him. I'd never seen someone so focused, even more so than my father in his quest to rule the world and everything in it. The trident was important to Killian, enough that he would walk into a city completely naked to reclaim it. As much as the thought of that made my core heat, I was glad he'd taken the brown robe I offered him. I didn't think I could afford the distraction when things felt so wrong. I focused back on the city and how empty it felt. It was as if the entire place had been vacated in a matter of hours. I'd never seen so many people before, and now there's nothing. Or perhaps they simply found their attentions diverted. Killian lifted a finger, pointing over the terracotta-tiled roofs. I squinted, trying to catch what he had noticed. A mast with a billowing sheet of material caught in the afternoon breeze, but it was what was on the mast that stopped me, freezing my body to the core. The symbol of a gold conch shell, flapping vigorously in the wind. Those are my father's ships. Killian scoffed something under his breath. So, not as observant as I first gave you credit for. I didn't care for his jibe, not this time. My feet picked up the pace until I ran ahead, not stopping until a narrow alleyway led from the street. The port was close. The cry of gulls confirmed how near I was. But before I slipped into the shadows, a hand gripped me. I looked back to find Killian's inked fingers entwined with mine. It is not wise to go searching. You may not like what you find. My mind told me to snatch my hand back, but my body refused. There was something anchoring about it, especially how I felt the beat of his 2 hearts in his palm, although why he had 2 hearts was a question for another time. What if it's him? Even as I asked the question aloud, deep down I already knew the answer. Killian made a sound of dismissal, but it was the fact he didn't speak it in words which proved he was attempting, for once, not to offend me. Did he see the pain I masked? The hurt, knowing my father was missing? Heavy footsteps sounded from the end of the alleyway. As fast as Killian took my hand, he spun me around until my back was pressed to his chest. His fingers clasped over my mouth as he held me to him, slinking into the shadows as though he was born from them. "Does that answer your question?" he whispered, lips a mere inch from my ear. His warmth, his strong hold, and the fact I felt his exhale disturb the hairs of my head almost undid me. It was so distracting, so alluring, that I couldn't even hate myself for reacting in such a way. Blaming the Myrr within me for my heightened desires, I almost didn't see what had spooked Killian. A parade of red passed ahead of us. The acolytes of Gorgana. They were here. I'm going to remove my hand, and you're going to keep quiet. Am I clear? All I could do was nod once. Then the pressure over my lips relaxed as his hand fell away. Although my mouth was free, he refused to let me go. His arm stayed wrapped around my waist, keeping me pressed to him. "They're looking for me," I whispered. "No," Killian said, entirely sure of himself. "The acolytes will expect you to find them yourself. They are here for other reasons." "Being?"
I hissed through my teeth, a second before the answer came in the form of a stranger.
The Sea Witch has been here. They said it was one of his urchins who was given the trident as a trade. No matter. Now we have it.
The voices carried down the alleyway, echoing slightly.
After the execution, we'll search the entire island until he's found. We're not permitted to return to the priestess without him.
Me, Killian added as the voices trailed away. Or my source of power. That's what they want. I turned quickly, facing him. My chest was pressed to his, but Killian's height meant I had to lift my neck to see his face. Why do they care about you? Power brewed in his purple eyes, as did a familiar emotion. Fear.
It's a long story, one we definitely don't have time for.
He was right. The acolytes had his trident, which meant they knew about Ernie. They also mentioned an execution, likely tied to the promise the high priestess made about slitting the throat of an innocent every night until I gave her what she wanted. I have to stop them. Urgency shivered beneath my skin. I expected Killian to look me dead in the eyes and retort with some possessive dialogue about getting his trident back.
Yes,
he growled, the muscles in his jaw feathering with the power of the word.
Yes, we do.
It took everything in me not to scream as we reached the port. My gaze swept over the crowd, all shouting and screaming for blood. I recognized the woman who had snatched Ernie by the neck. She was amongst the crowd, shaking a fist at the darkening sky as though she had the power to crack it in two. But my gaze was pinned to another figure. Ernie. If I wasn't frozen in horror, I would have vomited over my sandals. Ernie was shackled to a wooden contraption, his arms and head held in place by chains. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot, giving them the look of congealing pools of blood within his skull. Beside him stood a tall, imposing acolyte guard, but not to protect him. No, to execute him. The acolyte's face was covered in a mask, his gloved hands wrapped around the handle of an axe so large it made the child look small enough to whisk away in a pocket. That was the boy, I said, not caring for who heard me. He was the one I traded the trident with for his help. And now he faced death. I longed to hear Killian tell me it was going to be all right, but no soothing words came. He was almost immobile, something lost in his eyes as he regarded the acolytes.
I can't help him if I don't have my trident. Without it, the power is lost. I'm as mundane as you. If I don't get it, I'll be useless.
Even if I wanted to help search for the trident, there was nothing which could make me take my eyes from the child. Silently, I begged for Ernie to find me in the crowd. Perhaps then he would not feel so alone.
Dusk is upon us, Killian added. Your change will happen soon. If we are to act, we must do it now.
As he said it, I felt the pins and needles in my feet, the ache in my legs. The sky was an ominous shade of navy, which stretched out across the ocean. The change frightened me before, the act of slipping into an unknown form. But now, as I faced the acolytes, people who had hurt a child for no reason than fulfilling some rotten belief, I begged for my teeth to extend and my nails to sharpen. Find your trident, I said plainly, feeling an odd sense of calm overcome me. I'll save the boy.
I shouldn't leave you, Ernest.
Shouldn't or can't. These are my people, I said, from those enjoying the spectacle to the few who beg for it to stop. They're my responsibility. He, I pointed to Ernie, noticing the dark stains spreading across his trousers. He is my responsibility. This is my fault. I brought death to him, and I refuse to just watch.
We made a deal, which makes you mine.
I sensed Killian's urge to reach out for me and hold me in place.
My responsibility,
he corrected. Before he could act on the thoughts swirling behind his jeweled eyes, I took a step back and melted into the wall of bodies. Then find your trident, and be useful. Hurry up. As you've said, dusk is upon us. If I was to get to Ernie, I had to do so quickly. Whilst the crowd's focus was on him, and the acolytes' focus on the crowd, the back of the port was unguarded. I couldn't stroll down the jetty and reach him without being seen, but I could get around the back, slip in unseen somehow behind them. My eyes fell on the rippling dark water, and a plan formed. There was no time to contemplate its potential for success. It was my only option. Rotten wooden steps led down to the murky water of the ocean. The shock of cold stung my skin, but I kept going until I was entirely submerged. Beneath the shadow of the port, I waded out, using old ropes and pillars to move me forwards. Ships loomed overhead, monstrous structures that cast shadows upon me. The shadows made seeing through the water impossible. My mind played tricks, reminding me of what could be lurking beneath, watching. But I swallowed my fear, pushing it down, focusing only on Ernie. Voices carried from above. Breathy prayers to Gorgana, wishes that Karakos would soon be pleased with the sustenance from the blood that would be spilled. They didn't know it was wasted breath, because I wouldn't allow it to happen. By the time I reached the end of the jetty, I found an old ladder that was so warm by the water it practically crumbled beneath my touch. Stone bit into my palms as I pulled myself up, the sheet I wore adding extra weight from how sodden it had become. Crates blocked me from view, giving me a moment to catch my breath. They smelled of spoiled fish, but instead of gagging, my stomach grumbled. Hunger. It was then I noticed the speckles of silver scales across the back of my hand. I didn't have long. For the second time that day, I needed a distraction, and as though the god of distractions himself heard my silent plea, a bolt of blinding white light cut down from the heavens and crashed, tip first, into the sail of my father's ship, which caught fire instantaneously. I ducked low as wood exploded across the scene, raining down upon everyone in shards of scorching splinters. The sail, decorated with the shell emblem of my kingdom, erupted in red-hot tongues of flame, which devoured the gold stitching in seconds. My eyes immediately found the cause. Standing atop one of the buildings, winds dancing around his frame, trident held in his hands, Killian watched me. Magic swirled around the three-forked weapon, crackling and spitting when another bolt of lightning was cast down from the darkening sky. This time it didn't hit the ship. It smashed into the acolyte holding the axe meant to execute Ernie. By the time the flash of light subsided and the silent shock of the crowd passed, there was left nothing but blood and what couldn't even be called flesh in its wake. Then the screams began. Chapter 25. Killian. It had taken little effort to retrieve my trident. The corpses of the acolytes who had taken it from Ernest's little street urchin lay upon the street, blood running like rivers through the cobbled stone. Even out of the corner of my eye I caught the flaps of flesh still stuck to the tips of my trident, crimson gore running down the shaft and over my fingers. I would have cared before, but as my eyes fell on Ernest, there was nothing else that seemed to matter. He had gotten himself to the far side of the port and was now using my distraction to run to the child the acolytes were prepared to sacrifice. His focus was awe-inspiring. As fire rained down around him, the crowd screaming and the acolytes unable to grasp a hold on the chaos, Ernest did not stop. Any who got near him died before they could reach him. Bodies broke apart beneath my lightning, misting the air and scattering limbs and remains across the street. Even now, after all these years, the sight of so much blood disgusted me, but I didn't stop. I swallowed down the bile in my throat and focused, clearing a path for the princeling. It was not Karakos who would feast tonight, but Gorgana. There was so much death that I could imagine the old goddess reveling in it. Screams filled Thalassabili, brightening the dusk sky with its song. Fear was thick in the air, so much that I was almost surprised Lera did not show herself again, reborn from the pure, undiluted emotion which captured the city.
"Sea witch!"
I heard them scream at me, pointing up towards the roof I stood upon.
"Demon!"
The list of names I had been awarded tonight would far outdo anything that had come before it. Whether the humans recognized that my magic only touched that of the acolytes or not, they still hated me. That was what stories had the power to do. I had no doubt tales about me had stretched across the sea, from island to island, from ear to ear. But what they focused on, no matter the preconceived notions they might have, was a man brimming with the power of a god whose face was inked on my very skin, staring down at them all.
"Release him!"
Ernest's distant voice shouted.
"I command it!"
My eyes snapped back to him. A feral growl built in my chest, rupturing out of me as though a monster wished to be free from the cage of bone and flesh. Perhaps it did. Ernest was held in the arms of a large man, whose red robes matched that of the blood smeared across Ernest's face. Even in the arms of a captor, he still called out for the child and not himself. Seeing him in the arms of someone else sparked something strange within me. If I grasped onto the feeling, it would have devoured me and everyone in my radius. Ernest's name built in my throat, erupting in a growl that only fueled the conjured storm. I didn't dare move or look away, for fear I would miss my chance to help him. But I couldn't call upon my magic, not without risking the lightning striking Ernest too. That was something I wouldn't dare chance. The child Ernest was pleading for was on his knees, a blade at his throat. One of the acolytes kept him immobile beneath the sharp edge of the sword. I knew how this would end. I continued my tirade of magic, taking out my helplessness on any other acolyte I could find.
"Take me! Do what you must with me! Just don't hurt him!"
Ernest was crying, hot tears streaming down his handsome face. Not from sadness or fear, but desperation. They were the same tears I, too, had cried all those years ago, as my mother held a blade to my throat, just as this child had a blade to his. Gods, if anything had the power to elicit violence in me, it was history repeating itself. I was trembling with fury, my storm echoing with it.
"Please,"
Ernest muttered, piercing my chest with a plea.
"Please!"
I couldn't hear what the acolyte replied with as a beat of thunder rumbled across the sky. All the magic I had, all the power beneath my skin, and I couldn't stop this. Ernest's final plea came in the form of a keening cry. All the breath and desperation flooded out of him, formed into a single word that overbrimmed with emotion.
"Please!"
The sword jolted with a harsh pull. I couldn't see the child's neck part, nor see his blood spilled like a waterfall down his feeble chest, but I felt it. The slash echoed across my own neck, making me long to lift a finger to confirm my skin had not been split.
"What have you done?"
Ernest bellowed, eyes wide, the colour drained from his skin. What he said next was a string of sounds, unintelligible words that made no sense, yet sang clearly of heartbreak. The child was released, allowing his limp and very dead body to fall upon the stone. The acolyte who had killed him lifted the sword up and pointed the bloodied end towards Ernest in a clear signal, although the princeling didn't see. His eyes were screwed closed, his head bowed, his shoulders heaving with breath. I needed to reach him. I had to move, to save him from the same fate, but something stopped me. A shift in the universe, a tear in the fabric of reality. Ernest lifted his eyes back to the acolyte, the whites entirely red from sorrow. He opened his mouth, but not to speak. It was to flash the row of sharpened teeth filling his jaw. Although the sky was entirely covered in dark grey clouds, there was no denying the pull of the rising moon. Even hidden behind the physical incarnation of my power, I felt it. The next noise I heard was the scream of the acolyte, as Ernest jolted forwards with unnatural strength and speed. widened his jaw and wrapping his mouth around the acolyte's throat. The acolyte's scream was cut short when his jugular was torn free. Blood smeared Ernest's mouth as he turned on the acolyte who had held him back from saving the child. But before the princeling took another life, I did it for him. Lightning cast down as I willed it to, crashing into the man's head and exploding his frame into a cloud of ash. Ernest turned and found me again, his inhuman eyes glowing like oceanic pools. Silver scales glinted at the arch of his cheekbones. His ears pinched into sharp points. Blood was smeared across his face. Chunks of flesh hung from his sodden hair. It was not the moon that drew me to him, but the monster he had become. My fingers grasped the trident, and the clear call for me to act was almost impossible to ignore. "I'm sorry," I mouthed at him. He couldn't hear me, but the way his face softened told me he read my lips. I found myself holding my breath as he looked at the corpse of the child, whose blood joined that of the others. Ernest pinched his sorrowful eyes closed, pressed his fingers to his throat, and muttered something beneath his breath. I recognized a promise, even from a distance, a bargain, one made between life and death. Then he turned to the dark water, ran down the length of the pier, and lunged into the waiting abyss. Chapter 26. Ernest. The change was easier this time. As I crashed back into the deep, it was as though the water tore my human flesh away, leaving the monster in its wake. There was only pain. So much pain. But nothing would compare to the utterly destructive agony left in the place where my heart once was. Ernie had died because of me. My actions had put him on that path, tangled him in this bloody, evil web constructed of religion and magic. His neck had split too easily beneath the acolyte's blade. At first I thought he was the one who had screamed, but it had been my mouth open. The sound gouged out of the deepest part of me. Then he had tipped forwards. His knees had cracked against stone as he fell, glassy-eyed and bleeding before me. I had hardly known the child, but that did not take away from the blame I put on myself. All I had seen was red. The fury was haunting yet freeing. Between Ernie falling to the ground and me stepping back with a mouthful of flesh and gore, I remembered nothing. It was not Prince Ernest who the acolyte met, but the Myrr they all feared. Even as I swam through the ocean, blood coated my tongue, slipping down my throat and attempting to cool the raging fire within me. With my arms out before me, my silver-scaled tail slamming against the water, I speared through the darkness and searched for the only thing I knew could stop this. Aliana. My magic. It was the promise I made to the child's corpse before I fled Thalassopoli. No other will die in my name, and I'll make sure yours is remembered. I needed to find her and retrieve my magic. If I could use my magic to give itself away, she could use it to give it back. If I didn't do this, more children would die. Others, like Ernie, taken from this world, until I did the very thing the priestess demanded of me. I was merely a grain of sand in a universe of shorelines, a star in the never-ending dark sky, a prince amongst endless tides. Aliana could be anywhere. Close to me or in the furthest corner of the below where even Karakos couldn't find her, but that wouldn't stop me searching. "Aliana!" I screamed, muscles cramping from what felt like hours of swimming. "Aliana! Come to me! I know you hear me!" Before my father had killed her, we'd had some brief kinship with one another, the potential for friendship as loosely as the word could be used. Then she had died and come back as a monster, taking the very thing I'd handed willingly to her on a plate. Would she see what was becoming of the world above? Would she care? If not, I would make her. In the far recesses of my mind, I heard my father praising this darkness within me. Good boy. I kept moving. refusing to stop to allow my mind to think about anything else. If I did, it would destroy me before sunrise. I dove deeper, the water around me growing colder, heavier. Schools of strange fish passed me, translucent skin with glowing veins and bulging black eyes. Obsidian serpents slithered by, flashing poison-tipped fangs in warning. In return, I hissed with my own, my threat clear. My focus was on finding a Myrr. Surely if I found one, it could lead me to more. I was so distracted by my desperation to fix the situation that I didn't notice the water shift until it was too late.
Ernest!
My name rang out through the below.
Wait!
The dark water seemed to swallow most noise, except the clear sound of my name being spoken. I stopped searching the dark behind me in time to see a form dissipate from the shadows. Powerful tentacles, floating silver hair, and eyes of such vivid purple that they could have been 2 jewels lost long ago to the sea. Killian. He'd found me as I'd known he would. "Don't waste your breath trying to stop me," I said, bubbles forming beyond my lip. The ocean snatched tears from my cheeks. "I've got to do this."
"For that, I would need to know exactly what it is you are trying to achieve."
His head tilted slightly, worrying his lower lip between his teeth. There was genuine concern in his eyes, the type of expression servants gave me after witnessing my father berating me. "My magic." I said the word as though it encapsulated everything I was trying to achieve. "I should have been searching for it, not helping you. If I'd gotten it back, Ernie would still be alive. If I had it, I might have stopped all of this before an innocent life was taken."
"Many lives have been lost today, more so before it, and countless more will be lost in the days to come,"
Killian said, moving closer until I could feel the pressure of water swell around him.
"This isn't for you to burden yourself with. It's bigger than you."
A comforting fury rose within me, like a snake heeding the song of a pipe. I need my magic back to stop this. To end...
End what, Ernest? Suffering? Pain? Death? If you do what's been asked of you, if you give the acolytes what they desire, then you won't be saving anyone.
We were inches apart, my tail moving to keep me steady and level before him. "They murdered a child, Killian. They took a blade to an innocent and killed him. If I don't do this, more will die, as you've just so plainly put it. Maybe it makes me weak. Maybe I cannot be the heartless monster that you are. But I cannot do nothing, knowing what they will do." He was silent, watching me, inspecting me. Sticky tentacles brushed over my tail. I looked down, but I was far too slow. Killian wrapped his tentacles around my tail, encasing me in his hold. My hands pushed down on the thickest part of one, claws digging into the pillowy flesh as though I could pry myself free. It was useless. He had me trapped.
"You could not possibly begin to understand how wrong you are, Princeling."
The water shivered around us as though a fire burned in Killian's skin and emanated heat from his pores. I didn't dare speak. A sense of knowing overcame me as I looked upon the powerful being. I'd watched as he'd brought lightning down from the skies, breaking bodies apart with incredible ease. But there had been a moment when he looked at me after Ernie was killed. He'd wished to hurt me. Although that emotion did not currently linger in his eyes, it was lurking somewhere in the shadows of him.
"I'm all too familiar with the treatment of the acolytes. Believe it or not, but my story began far, far before I was ever unfortunate enough to meet you."
I winced, unable to hide the hurt his words inflicted on me. "Then leave. Go. Leave me to find my magic. Go swim back into whatever hole you enjoy the most. Forget our bargain. I refuse it." Killian laughed, but not out of humour. The 3 deep chuckles made me feel minuscule and pathetic. Not that I needed help with that.
"No."
The word speared through me. "No?"
"I'm not going anywhere, Ernest."
He lifted a slender finger to my face, brushing something from my cheek. You're crying. The emotion within me was certainly a storm that came with rain, but beneath the water it was impossible to feel tears roll down my cheeks. Is crying another concept that's strange to you? The grip of Killian's tentacles loosened enough for me to wiggle free. He looked to his finger as though my tear was still there, which was poetic, because I could still sense his touch lingering on my cheekbone as though a phantom hand still graced it. They will pay, Ernest. Killian didn't answer my initial question, nor did he need to explain who he spoke about. All of them will pay. Then do what you promised me, and help me get my magic back. No more jaunts to islands, no more fucking around. We finish it. Tonight. I held my breath, which was strange because it was the gill sliced into my neck which ensured survival underwater. But it was so human of me, so jarring that it reminded me that I was far from such a thing. There was something still distracted about Killian. I almost asked what was on his mind, but held back my question and offered another. I don't even know where to start trying to find her. Killian rose his eyes back to mine. We find what you're looking for by following destruction. We. Such a powerful word to use in such a moment. Care to explain further? Last night, during the shipwreck, did you not hear it? His question caught me off guard. Hear what? Killian looked at the darkness of the water beside him, lost in thought. A song, like the one you used to entrance a city of people. I heard it last night. It wasn't used against the Myrr, but for them. When he glanced up, his eyes roamed my face, searching for something. It was only when he looked away did I realize what he was looking for. Tears. I'd stopped crying, even if the hollow ache within me still persisted. It was Aliana. She was using your power of control to orchestrate attacks on the humans in the water. Why did that not sound as bad as it should? Are you certain? I asked, throwing my mind back to the attack. My entire focus had been on Killian and his wound. I'd heard it before, when you were caged and forced to sing. I would recognize it anywhere. A brush of warmth spread across my body. I buried the emotion down, feeling as though I could not look into Killian's eyes in case I uncovered what he meant by that. Then we go back. See if we can hear it again. Follow it. If we do this, promise me something. Eyes wide, tentacles reaching out for me again. Killian looked panicked, disturbed. We already made our bargains, Sea Witch. I owe you nothing more, just as you don't owe me. It was as though my words mattered little to him. He continued staring at me, fighting his own urge to grasp me again. Consider it an addendum. I could have waved him off again and told him not to waste his breath, but I wanted to know what bothered him so deeply. I need to know what I'm agreeing to before I answer. When we get your magic back, don't give it to the acolytes. Killian floated towards me, tentacles flaring out beneath him, twisting and writhing as though they reacted to whatever sparked his anxiety. I don't know what God gifted you your power, but it shouldn't be handed over to them willingly. And what would you have me do with it? I asked, finding that I whispered the question, drowning in the sudden tension between us. Kill them. End the acolytes of Gorgana. Destroy everything they care about. The thought alone was dangerous. Murder was not in my blood, but one brush of my tongue against my teeth, and I tasted the coppery flesh of the acolyte I had killed today. I'd done it without thinking. Where guilt should have been, there was nothing. I'll help you. Whatever barrier you raise, I'll show you a way to break it apart. Just, please, Ernest, please promise me you won't give them your power. More children will die. Mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters. Anyone who opposes the acolytes will meet their end. Do not give them the key to control. His words sank into my skin, burying deep into my bones where they scored themselves upon my soul. I practically watched him change before me, breaking down into a powerless man who faced nothing but the fear of possibility. It was then I understood that this was personal to him. Killian had ties to the Acolytes, a story he had yet to share. And then I free you? I had yet to ask him about his curse, but I would. In fact, I knew nothing of this man, and yet I felt something tethering us together. A shared goal, or something deeper that I hadn't had the time to discern. Killian closed his eyes, the tension easing from him. A faint hint of a smile turned up his lips. Yes, and then I'm free. What he was asking was not impossible, but even I understood the risks standing between me and that outcome. The lives. None of this matters. No promise or addendum unless we find Aliana and get my magic back. There was the issue of how, but I would come to that. Killian's eyes flared wide. He turned to face the dark, but not before he extended a hand for me. Then let us begin, shall we? No more distractions, I said, my words commanding. Oh, little princeling, I am confident we have room for a few more along the way. Part 4. Day 3 of Infection. Chapter 27.